guest joining us tonight. And as always, the Fandemonium, the Bills Mafia, you comment. We'll get you in on the comments. We like to answer your questions, get you guys involved. Until then, let's hit that intro, and we'll get going. Welcome, Bills Mafia. Didn't I tell you I'd be right back? Hey, guys, we got some special guests with us today that's going to join us for the hour before the draft starts. And obviously, through the whole draft, I'd love to say all 32 picks, but there's only 31 because the Miami Dolphins cheat and they lost one of their picks. First person coming in and joining us, a 24/7 content creator, one of our bloggers on www.247buff.com. Fandemonium.com. The guy's put in a lot of hard work. He's put in over 50 draft profiles that you can read about on that website to see who potentially the Bills could land. And if they did, you can read up all about them. If the Bills don't grab them this week or today, you could check them out to see what potentially we can land tomorrow. I'm going to bring him on in, our resident expert, Rob Mullen.
What's up,
Rob? Let everybody know a little bit about you, your fanhood of the Buffalo Bills, and then where they can find you on social media.
Certainly. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Buffalo. Have been for a long time. My first Bills game was Jim Kelly's first game, and I was won over. Can't tell you enough. That guy was amazing. And so I've been an avid fan for years, and I had an opportunity about a decade ago with a local radio station, and just happened to be out and about, and their producer was in a conversation. I had no idea it was the producer, but asked me to come on board, and I did that for several years. It was a show called Sports Watch, focused a lot on the Bills, Syracuse athletics, and local sports, which was a lot of fun, and got to meet a lot of different players and administration, and it's been fantastic, been a great ride, and really glad to be a part of the 24/7 Buffonian family. It's you guys are awesome. Love your comments. Keep them coming. This is an exciting night. We're all the way back at 27, but who knows? Anything's possible tonight. Hang in there. It'll be a long one. We're ready to go. And thanks again. Pleasure to meet all of you.
We're glad to have your expertise here, Rob. And you're right. It's going to be a long day, 4 to 5 hours. But hey, we're ready for it. Next guest coming in is the editor-in-chief of the Buff fan base blog, and also co-host the Tea Time with Robin on Built in Buffalo. Here she comes on in, Robin Mundy. Robin, welcome to the show. We can't wait to get started. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and if you got any social media handles you want to throw out there, let the people know where to find you.
Well, I would just want to say thank you for talking about 26 Shirts, because they sponsor our blog as well. And they are a tremendous group of people who I can't say enough about. My name is Robin Mundy. I've been a Buffalo Bills fan since the Buffalo Bills were born in 1960. I was 5 years old, but I don't remember this, but I was told that I was an avid fan right from the get-go. I now live, the last 30 years I've lived in Wyoming, but I'm a University of Buffalo graduate. I worked at Roswell Park as an oncology nurse for a number of years back in the day. And I have a lifelong passion, obsession, whatever you want to call it, with Buffalo sports, especially the Bills and Sabres. And I'm just real excited to be here and grateful that you invited me to join you.
Well, welcome, Robin. We can't wait to hear your expertise when it comes to these picks, and obviously our little conversation we're going to have before the draft about our beloved Buffalo Bills. We have another special guest coming in. This guy, you might know him as the host of the Thomas Take Sports podcast. I know him there. I also know him as a co-host of Sunday Sessions, a 24/7 Buff Fandemonium production that we do that's our pregame show. And he also blogs and is a content creator for 24/7 Buff Fandemonium. Without further ado, our buddy, our friend, live from the Jeep Compass, I believe. Ryan Thomas, and we just lost him. That was all a lie, everyone. That was all a lie. It happens. Hey, it happens. A couple other guests we have coming in. Justice General Radford. He's the top guru there, the creative director of the fan base. I'm not going to give him his introduction yet because then I'll ruin it for him. I want him to be able to glow when I mention his name and what he's done. But he's done some crazy stuff over there at Fanbase. We can't wait to have him be. He's our co-host tonight, and he's a very knowledgeable guy and friend of ours, and we can't wait to get started. So, guys, it's us three right now.
Let's go.
And I wanted to start the conversation out. And Fandemonium, the Bills Mafia, if you have comments, let them come on in. We're going to answer them to the best of our ability. We're going to get your comments on there. This is why we do this, because we enjoy this conversation. Our motto at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium is join the conversation, join the stampede. So our first question, ready for this? It's Bills news because it's related to the Buffalo Bills, our arch rivals, New York Jets, the Aaron Rodgers impact. Rob, I'm going to come to you first on this one. And it's a two-part question. Who benefits the most from this trade between the Jets and the Packers? And what the heck are they going to do with Zach Wilson?
The Jets, and it will benefit Zach Wilson if he handles this right. He sent out some sort of blog or Twitter something the other day. It was in a negative fashion. If he just simply says he'll take the role, he'll do his part, he's willing to learn from one of the best the sport's had in the last decade or so, that kind of approach, I think he's going to warm himself back up to potential teams where they could trade him next year. If he's continuing the negative flow through the year, he's not helping himself, and his agent isn't doing the job. To your question, it benefits the Jets. Rodgers still has something. It was kind of a mismatch type of offense last year. Hackett's now the coordinator for New York, and he's very familiar with Hackett's system. And he's got excellent targets. Their offensive line is getting healthy. Both tackles are back. Beckham was a legit first-round prospect. They got a superstar guard on the left side there. And re-signed their center, McGovern. So he's going to have some protection that he kind of didn't have last year. And I think his group of receivers are better. So, yes, it benefits the Jets. Packers are pretty much in rebuild mode, and I don't think they know where they are with Love. I don't think they know if this is a move forward with him, or they're going to need to draft maybe even here in the draft today.
There you go. Robin, what's your feelings about Aaron Rodgers? What's your feelings about him, and what is he going to produce there? I mean, he's got talent. Garrett Wilson. He's got the running back, Breece Hall, that might come back from knee injury. Is he the answer? I mean, I heard today that he said he's not the savior, but I'm pretty sure that's why they brought him in, for that reason.
Yeah, I was surprised in that comment.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the media in New York is going to create an interesting relationship with Aaron Rodgers.
Well said.
Because Aaron Rodgers is a bit prickly on his own on a good day, and I can just imagine if there's a bad game that the New York media will be all over him, and I'm not sure where that relationship will go. I'm a little suspicious because if they don't win right away, I think it's going to be a problem.
Right.
That being said, I think they're going to win right away. I think they have a winning formula. I've been a big fan of Robert Salah for a long time. I did not like the pick of Zach Wilson to begin with. I think that he has a personality issue that precludes him from being successful in a place like New York. When New York drafted him, I was actually kind of surprised because I did not see that as a fit on either side of the equation. But we'll see. Will he be draft fodder? Is it possible that they may trade him during the draft? There's all sorts of ways that this could go down.
Yeah.
But as far as like how the Packers made out or the Jets made out in the trade itself, I think the Packers did pretty well. They will come away from this and be able to have pieces they can build with in the future. And I agree with Ron when he was talking about whether or not Jordan Love is going to be able to succeed in Green Bay, that's open for debate because he hasn't really been given much of a chance to prove himself to this point. So I initially have said a couple of months ago that the Jets were a quarterback away from being Super Bowl good.
And Mike White sort of proved that.
Yes.
And he's a backup. He looked good.
Exactly. So I honestly think that this will be the biggest threat to the Bills this year.
I agree.
And we can talk about that further when we get into Miami and Tua and all of his stuff.
Well, look at their draft they had last year.
Right.
That's not
they
a
smacked it out of the park. They absolutely smacked it out of the park last year.
They did.
And I have great admiration for what they've been able to put together so far. So
I agree.
So far, so good. I'm a firm believer that if they hone in on that line a little bit, Rodgers will get the protection he needs. Our friend Chris Christian says he's going to be motivated to perform. That's for sure. Favre won at first his Jets year, but didn't finish well. So he's going to have to perform well because I think there's a lot at stake if he does not.
Oh, for sure. And she
does not have 65% of those snaps.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the back page of the New York Times is going to be all over him. The least little things, they're going to be nitpicking from day one.
Yeah, you think you were highlighted in Green Bay? New York's going to be all over you. Oh, this just in. The creative director of Buff Fanbase and writer and host of 96.5 WUFO, our friend and tonight's co-host, I think is going to join us, Justice General Radford. What's going on, man? How are you?
What an intro. Thank you. Cool. I've never heard that out loud. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Bro, awesome job. Just setting everything up and producing this thing, bro. This is awesome. I'm super happy to see everybody in the chat. We got a great panel with us tonight. Obviously, I love my Auntie Robin so much. And, I'm a huge fan of you guys' show. So,
yeah,
I'm ready to rock and roll, man.
Welcome, Justice. We were just talking about. Oh, you ain't kidding. I'm like, I told the panel before we started, guys, feel free. If you got to get up and get a drink, get something to eat, go to the bathroom. I have my bladder's about that big. Just go ahead and do it. But Justice, we were just talking about Rodgers and the Jets and what team benefits the most out of that trade and what the heck they're going to do with Zach Wilson. Do you have any take on that?
Yeah, I love the angle that Auntie Robin attacked it from because it is going to be interesting to see how the New York media reacts to Aaron Rodgers because Aaron Rodgers is a top 5 quarterback of all time, if you ask me. Yeah. Certainly by skill level. And this is the best quarterback that the New York media has ever going to lay eyes on. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of, are more relentless on him or if they kind of give him the benefit of the doubt because of his GOAT status. So that'll be interesting to see. But as far as the Jets go in terms of their roster building, I think they have done a phenomenal job, and it scared me. It was starting to scare me, at least, until they did this. Then it started to scare me a little less because I feel like they kind of are selling. I don't want to say mortgaging, right? They're selling a little bit of their future to enter a arms race that they don't need to be in. Right. I feel like the Jets are 2, maybe 3 years away. If they don't make this Rodgers deal, they were 2, maybe 3 years away from being up there with us and the Chiefs and, the Bengals. The way they were rocking and rolling, the way they were attacking things, it was looking really, really good. And I respected it, but it definitely, concerned me a little bit.
They played us strong.
Yeah, exactly. So it was definitely concerning, but I feel like they they're trying to maybe skip a couple steps, right? Let's put it that way. I feel like where they could have taken that route into becoming a winning team like we had to. Remember when we had the 10-6 season where we weren't the best team in the league, but we were like, oh my God, the Bills are kind of good this year, right? Like we were shocked, and then the next year they took that next step into being one of the best teams in the league, learning how to be one of the best teams in the league, right? You got a Jets team that has been a dumpster fire the last decade. And last year they had promise, but they weren't good. They weren't a good team. They just had promise. Now you're expecting them to be one of the best teams in the league, just, jumping straight to that. And they're going to have to learn how to do that. And Aaron Rodgers doesn't have that much time. So I think that ultimately they might be kind of putting themselves behind the eight ball a little bit, because then after Aaron Rodgers, you have to figure out who your quarterback is now. And then he has to get adjusted with the team. And then he has to learn how to win. And then he has to, you know what I mean? So you kind of backed yourself up, I think maybe like 3-4 years, maybe.
That's why I was surprised Mike White actually left.
Yep.
What? Dude, I will say that Mike White brought more fear to my heart than any Jets quarterback has in a really, really long time. I remember when Matt Milano hit him and it looked like his back was broken. I was like, I mean, I will never wish injury on someone, but I was like, all right, I'm at least happy we don't have to deal with him right now, right?
Yep.
And then when he came back, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of like, oh man, So I think Mike White, had a lot of potential, especially in New York, where they seem to be doing things the right way, and now they kind of gave that up,
Yep. Justice, you mentioned the other quarterbacks in the other league. It's like you have my notes. We're going to mention that in just a second. I do want to throw this out there. Co-host of the K-Gun Report, Justin Swank, is celebrating his 4-year anniversary today. That's why he's not joining us. Congratulations, man. Enjoy your time with your wife, Sarah. She's wonderful. They do Endless Mountain Mondays where Swank's in a band and he plays live, and we throw it up on our page all the time. So if you ever want to kick back, relax, and listen to some good music, hit him up. Thanks, Patrick Hughes. By the way, Scott, let's all wish Garlic Swank, Justin Swank. There's your segue. Thanks for that segue, Justice. My question, because you mentioned the draft and because Green Bay is good about that. They brought in Rodgers for Favre. They brought in Love for Rodgers. And now the Jets are in a situation where Zach Wilson, his contract is going to end before Rodgers does.
Yeah.
So my question now, and Justice, I'll start right with you on this one. Out of the Jets and the Patriots with Mac Jones, because a lot of Patriots fans do not believe he's the answer there, and Tua in Miami is one concussion away from having his career being ended. Are those three teams addressing a quarterback in the draft this year?
Ooh, great question.
That's a good question. I think definitely, but I feel like so that'll definitely happen. One of those three teams are 100% going to address the quarterback room, I would say, in the first 3 rounds, right? Do I think one of them will make a play for one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks? I don't think so, no. But I could totally see Hendon Hooker, falling to New England or possibly to I don't really see Miami. I don't really see Miami pulling that trigger. But I could see him falling to New England, and then New England kind of saying, all right, Mac, well, you're our starting quarterback, but this light a fire underneath you because now you have to perform. But also, I do think that Mac Jones took the Patriots to the playoffs in his rookie season. And last year, he didn't even have an offensive coordinator. Not a real one, at least.
No.
So I don't think that Mac Jones is totally useless. I think that they have not put him in the best position to succeed. And
Bill O'Brien's back. He's going to change all that.
Yeah, I kind of hope they give up on him, to be honest with you. I don't think he's a great quarterback, but I think he could be good, very good some years. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Patriots did bring in Juju Smith Schuster, and Kendrick Bourne. I know they're trying to help him out a little bit. But my thing is the line. And unless you're going to give Mac Jones a lot of protection, because he's one of those guys that needs a lot of protection, I don't know. And with the Patriots fans already has their pitchforks out, ready to move on, it could be a very dangerous year, and you might have to have that guy in your back pocket. Zappy, the backup, did a pretty good job last year.
He wasn't bad.
He wasn't bad.
New England also brought in Gesicki. So
right?
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
There you go.
Becky. Yeah, that's true.
I forgot about him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Robert. Yeah, what do you think, Robin? Do you think out of these three AFC East rival teams, is it time that they start thinking about their quarterbacks of the future?
Miami should.
Yes,
Yep.
Miami better be.
Should at least be in the back of their mind. Yeah.
I agree. But they're out that first round pick. So you're looking at there's a drop off after Hooker.
Yeah, that's true.
Tua should have retired.
I think so.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Anybody that watched him last year, we know the first concussion he had was against the Bills, even though they say it wasn't a concussion.
Right.
And he just kept, it was like it took less and less. And that's what they say, with concussions, it can take less force to produce more injury.
Yes.
And at this point, I think he's taking a tremendous risk to his life by continuing to play. So
didn't he have a third at the end of the year?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. And in the offseason, I read that he considered retirement. And in my mind, once an NFL player, once any professional player has that in the back of their memory bank, considering retiring, there's somewhere back there, no matter what you do, no matter how you prepare, that's always once it's there.
It's there.
Present. So, I mean, it's just one hit away and maybe one scary moment away where he's not
thinking about it in the pocket.
When he's not diagnosed with a concussion, but he gets hit hard, he's thinking, man, do I really want to do this anymore? At that point as a quarterback, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
And maybe that's what Mike White saw. Maybe this is his opportunity to jump on a team with some really stellar talent.
Yeah, it's a smart move, I think, on Mike White's part because
Where did he go?
I think there's
Miami. Who's Miami's backup?
Oh,
yeah,
I know.
It's worrisome.
I
I worry more about Mike White than I do Tua, to be honest.
I do too.
Me too.
You know how I am about Tua, Justice.
I'll tell you what, one of the most dangerous.
Wasn't that the same story with was it Brissett that was their backup last year?
Brissett, yeah.
Wasn't it the same story? I think a lot of fans were more worried if Brissett came in.
Yep.
Yes.
Than if Tua
and
was
then
playing.
who was the backup before him?
They did play Skylar Thompson. Are you talking about that kid?
No.
Oh, even before that.
Yeah. I can't remember who it was, but we were more afraid of him. Bridgewater. We were more afraid of Bridgewater than we were afraid of Tua.
That's right.
Yep.
Tua is he's a program quarterback. He's not a quarterback that is versatile in every system. And I think he's not the smartest guy in the world either. I think that his recognition of defenses has never been all that great in the pros. I really have not been a fan of his since longer than his concussion history. But I do think that Miami should draft a quarterback. I really think that they need to draft a quarterback.
They're going to have to move up into round one to do that.
Right.
If it's the year.
It'll be hard to trade with the Buffalo Bills, but that would be one of the teams that you would have to trade with. If Bean comes into this draft, I remember last year he said he only had like 22 first-round grades on players. That's why he bumped up to get Tkgr Elam. If that's the same situation and those 22 players are gone and we're at 27, there's going to be a couple teams, the Commanders, the Buccaneers, maybe even the Miami Dolphins, the Colts, that want to bump up into that first round and draft that quarterback for 5 years. That is always a possibility, and that's why it's so fun to watch these until the last pick, because it's so fun to watch these things.
Well, and the other thing is, I said this earlier today on a podcast that, there's a good chance that we won't draft anyone tonight.
Right.
We're going to end up going back in the draft, and I could just see Twitter like having a meltdown if we trade back. But it's a possibility.
In all seriousness, would any of us be upset?
I wouldn't.
No, but I think they know who they want.
To happen.
Bean made the statement. He said, as far as moving up, we won't know what to do until we're at 20, which means they're not moving up ahead of 20. So that's if you follow what he's saying and believe what he's saying. He doesn't.
The draft is also very wacky, so you never know who's going to drop. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like DK Metcalf dropped to the second round or something like that.
Yep,
so
right.
you never know what's going to happen. So
I think they know who they want at 27. I think they have a couple of different choices. It's all going to be what falls when they're about 5 picks away, and that happened last year.
Yep.
When
Right.
Yeah,
How many trades are we going to have in the first round?
a lot.
That's
There's
going to, I know, and that's going to throw everything off, the whole
I've
board.
got 2 on my mock, but I bet there's at least 3 or 4. But when you look at what they did last year, as soon as McDuffie was taken,
Mhm.
it was no question it was cornerback. And I think they really wanted McDuffie, and they got, if you watch the film of them in the room, they got busy on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew that they needed to move, and they got it with Baltimore they got ahead of Dallas is what they wanted to be. And it worked. And Bean is really good at moving around. He just doesn't value big moves. He looks at round 1 as the value of moving 15 spots in round 1 is so expensive compared to moving 15 spots in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll move around much more on day 2.
How many spots did they move up to get Josh Allen?
5. I think were they 12th or 13th that year, and they moved to 7.
It was a bit.
But they were still able to come back and put a bunch of picks together and get Tremaine Edmonds as well.
Exactly.
And that was the only reason I would see them moving in that kind of a direction. And
yes,
don't need a quarterback. So
yes,
no.
So Trent McDuffie actually went to our arch rival, the Kansas City Chiefs, which brings up the next topic. I know the powerhouse right now is the Chiefs. That's just the way it is. They won the Super Bowl. They've had our number in the playoffs year in and year out. We beat them in the regular season.
Right.
We beat them in the regular season. But now the question is the Chiefs, the Bills, the Chargers are dangerous. Who's the next powerhouse? The Bengals obviously are there.
Well, I think
Lamar apparently just signed a contract with the Ravens, and he wanted all that guaranteed money. Good, congratulations, Lamar, by the way. But now the Ravens are back to where they were. Obviously, they have a new offensive coordinator there, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do.
That changes them.
But who is the most dangerous team other than like the obvious, the Bengals and the Chiefs now in the playoffs that the Bills will have to face?
It's still Cincy and KC. They're the top 2.
Justice is thinking hard on this one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out the Jags.
Cincy
I know a
picked
lot
up
of people
2
like
nice.
Steven the Jags.
They got Orlando Brown and Smith at tight end in free agency. Those are 2 needs that they needed. They're probably going to go safety, and KC picked up several really good pieces. And they do every year. That's amazing. They can rotate roster, and they just seem to improve that offensive line every single year, no matter who they lose. That's important. We got to address the trenches.
And Steve Spagnuolo does a great job at – he's always had a mediocre defense, but he does a great job at creating problems and taking away the strengths of any teams they play. That's why they're able to advance so far with the offense they have, obviously. What's that, Justice?
And he stays unpredictable.
Oh, yeah.
Keeps you guessing.
Right.
His defense is actually very similar to ours. He and McDermott and Leslie Frazier were all on the Philadelphia staff back when Jimmy Johnson was coaching. It's a similar philosophy, but Spagnuolo blitzes like nobody else.
It always seems like that they have a number. They have the number of Diggs and Davis and all that stuff, and our passing game seems to struggle a little bit. So I'm going to bring it up because it's a topic that needs to be discussed. It's been very hot the last couple of days. I know it's an ongoing conversation that Von Miller's had and all that stuff, but D-Hop to Buffalo. Robin, do you think that's the answer to get past and score more points than the Chiefs in these playoff games? Is D-Hop to Buffalo a realistic thing in your opinion?
That's a loaded question. And about 3 parts. But
I'm glad he went to Robin first.
Yeah. Well, okay. So D-Hop, my short answer is no. I don't think that it's necessarily doable. And mostly because we're butted up against the salary cap, and I think we'd have to give up way too much in order to secure his services. Would he put the Bills over the top? Justice will laugh. Not as much as I think a one technique defensive tackle might.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh,
Mozzie Smith coming in from Michigan. There we go.
Okay, you got me started. If you give me Mozzie Smith, and Jack Campbell in the second.
Oh my gosh.
And I am a happy camper.
Yeah.
And I don't care about the people that think we need to go offense in the first 2 rounds because give me DDD all the way.
Robin, I've tried calling Bean. I've tried calling Brandon Bean. I have. Maybe you'll have better luck. Go ahead and give him a ring. Change up his big board for him real quick. It may look like that, but man, you are spot on. You are spot on.
She is.
I've been crying for that for 3 years. Justice will attest to that. I every year for the last 3 years, I've been begging and it's got to be a one technique. Okay.
Yes.
We don't need. I see all these people saying this guy is a three technique. We don't need
to play that and the 3 technique.
Yeah.
He can play defensive end and a 3-4.
Yeah.
So, here he's going to be in rotation, which is great for him.
Smith is a freak.
He is a freak.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that he's going to be in rotation is that it really puts him ahead of other candidates simply because he is a freak. But obviously one of his problems is conditioning. He's a big boy. You know what I mean? So like, being in rotation, you're always fresh. You're always able to toss around people the way he does. When I tell you he flings around grown men like Barbie dolls, he's just, you know what I mean, moving them out the way and going to get guys. So, yeah, he's a freak. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, this past Tuesday on the Tkgr report, we actually had Dean Kindig in, Buff Fanbase draft guru. And I tell you what, he puts a whole new light on the whole draft and visits, and he puts it all together. And he was telling us about Mozzie Smith is when he did his 225 30 times, he went ahead and put an extra 100 pounds on and did it another 20. I may be fabricating that a little bit, but he's strong. He's fast. Watch his film. I mean, the D-Tech 1 position, Daquan Jones does a good job, but you need a rotational guy. And we have Settle and Ed Oliver there who thrive off those double teams being taken up. And if this guy can take on double teams and create pressure, Russo and Miller are going to be one-on-one on both sides. And we've always said on the Tkgr report, I've heard it in Buff fan base, you make that defensive line better, you make those linebackers better. When the linebackers are better, the corners and safeties are better. It starts up front, starts in the trenches, and that would be a hell of a pickup.
Dean Kindig calls them hog mollies.
Hog mollies.
So you pair him up with that, he's going to command double teams.
Dean wants us to go hog molly in the first 3 rounds.
I hope we do.
I wouldn't mind. I think you could probably land Mozzie Smith in the first round. You can get a lineman like a Broderick Jones or even a DeWand in the second round, and then maybe an offensive guard. I don't know, Voorhees. I know he's a guard that could be available from
Voorhees. Yeah, Voorhees is
Voorhees.
I feel like
he's a baller.
He would be good for next year for sure.
Yeah, and he's dropping because of
because of the injury, right? Naturally, but you get to sit in the NFL team and you get to train with NFL players and you get to learn it and then have your rookie season essentially. I feel like that'd be really good for him, especially on a Super Bowl caliber team. But Dean also considers Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia, a hog molly. So look out for that as well.
Interesting.
He's 6'6", 6'7", 260 pounds. He's rated one of the best offensive tight ends blocking wise in the whole draft in a long time. Wow. And he's got that red zone presence, and he can catch the ball. I think he wears the number 0, right, Justice?
Yes, he does.
Yes,
the big O.
If we can get 12 personnel and get that guy blocking, or pretend like you're blocking and have both him, Dawson Knox, and Washington separate a little bit into the slots, you got defensive mismatches like that. It's crazy.
At 12 personnel, it's going to work even with the run game.
Yep. I want to hit up Let's Talk 716 Sports. Robbie. Hey, Scott. What's up, Robbie? This guy, he's got Let's Talk 716 Sports on Twitter.
Yes.
Hit him up. Be a guest, man. He's a good
great dude. Hi, Robbie.
Joshua Williams says, hey, let's go Buffalo. Welcome to the show, Joshua. And it looks like Patrick Hughes agrees with us. I agree. He is smart, but he needs to rehab his knee first. I think he's talking about Voorhees.
Sure.
And for sure.
I feel like ultimately that could probably end up being a good thing for his career. I know that sounds stupid right now, but ultimately I feel like it could be good for his career to just have a year under his belt without necessarily having to have the pressure of performing on him. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Very good. Very good. Hey, guys, I'm looking at the time. I'm seeing 7:35. We've talked a lot about our Buffalo Bills. Now I want to start talking about the draft before it actually starts happening. But we need to establish something. What 3 positions? Now, I'm talking the first 3 rounds. What 3 positions do you think the Bills are in the most desperate need to fulfill in these first 3 rounds? Justice, go ahead, man. Let's start with you.
So I feel like the Bills are in a position where they don't necessarily have any particularly large holes.
Right.
They
had a good free
and
agency.
the one large hole they do have, there's not really any elite players there. So first round is, I would say, BPA. I think it's best player available if you can get them, and if you have a first round grade on them, then absolutely pull the trigger on them there. Second round, I'd say obviously you go for a linebacker. That's where you have a lot of options. You have Jack Campbell, you have Deion Henley, you have Trent Simpson. You have a lot of options there at linebacker. Drew Sanders might be there in the second round. We'll see. And then third round, I would say second, third, I would say alternate, but I would say tight end. Just because, again, it's kind of like best player available again, because if a guy like Jordan Battle is there or another safety who, could potentially be your future, then go ahead and pull the trigger, right? But if there was a position I'd say that I would like to see addressed specifically, if none of the players I like are available, I would say tight end and linebacker, and then BPA.
I agree. I mean, I agree. Linebacker, tight end. I'm with you. What do you think, Rob?
I think the first important thing that has to be addressed is the health of Spencer Brown. If he's still having back issues, 27 has to be right tackle. You can't go through another season of plugging and playing backups the whole role again and again and again, keeping Josh on the run. That's the most important part right now if Spencer Brown is still having issues. Now, I'm hearing Bruce and I have a couple of different contacts, and we're hearing that he's doing okay. He's coming along well, and he should be ready by the beginning of the season. But if there's any doubt whatsoever, it's got to be right tackle and becomes priority number 1 for the very reason that was just mentioned. It's a great possibility at 59 we could land the linebacker. Several of those guys, Henley and Sewell, played in a 4-2-5. They were both captains of their defenses. Henley is by far the best cover middle linebacker off the ball, middle linebacker in this draft. And the kid can play. He could start day 1 just about anywhere. Middle linebacker is not a need along the rosters of the NFL. It's one of ours. But I think we can easily address that at 59. It all goes back to the health of Spencer Brown, what we do at 27.
I also think we could address middle linebacker potentially in the second wave of free agency too. Not to go again. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't mean to take you guys off.
Yeah.
Robin, you've already said Mozzie Smith in the first round and Jack Campbell in the second. So that's interior defensive line. That's linebacker. What's your third biggest pick right now?
Probably wide receiver. And Mims, maybe. There's some people that are going to be available later. I don't think we have to go unless somebody really great dropped in the first round. I'm kind of with Rob about the offensive tackle position. So you may have just convinced me to move up to say offensive tackle there, because I'm not sure what's going on with Spencer Brown.
He's got a potential. I mean, he was brought in as a physical specimen, but he's had issue after issue, 2 back surgeries and a knee injury. So Is he ready to go or not? And if he's not.
Right. I also wonder about his brain in terms of, is he a good fit in Cromer's system? there's all kinds of questions around him. You're absolutely right. So scratch off the wide receiver. The hog mollies. I got to stick with the hog mollies. So I'll go with Mozzie Smith, Jack Campbell, and the best offensive tackle left.
There you go.
There you go.
There's some really decent late round prospects.
You killing it, Auntie. I love it.
The Senior Bowl revealed there's several guys. My paperwork's all over the place, but there are some tackles that will be available on day 2.
I tell you what, Robin, Bean is a genius when it comes to getting wide receivers in the 4th and 5th round. I mean, look at the history. Gabe Davis, Tkgr. I mean, he'll find one. And if we need one, he'll get one, I think, in the 4th or 5th round.
I agree.
Joey Hatch says, we need more than a tackle. We need a receiver. We need a linebacker. We need a corner. Supposedly, we need a running back or tight end. We need everything at this point. So good luck, people. Somebody's not going to be happy with tonight. Joey, we're not going to get all those in one night. But, some people have speculation. I think a tight end number 2 right now. We have Dawson Knox, who signed that big contract that we don't use right now. Quentin Morris is the second guy right there. Tommy Sweeney's no longer with us. Let's go back to the Darnell Washington conversation. I think that would be a good blocker. You'd get an extra tackle and a wide receiver and a good receiving tight end. Right. Offensive tackle for me, I think I'm going first round. I'm leaning that way. I'd like a Broderick Jones or someone like that. But there's plenty, and we talked about this with Rob before the show started, plenty of talent in these first 3 rounds. Plenty of talent. And I know Joey Hatch mentioned running back, and we got to bring it up only because a lot of Bills fans want to talk about it. If Bijan, and this is going to lead into another question, if Bijan Robinson is available at 27, what do the Bills do? Robin, fire away, my friend.
I've gone up and down and around sideways about this because part of me says you do the best player available. And if he fell down to 27, I would be very hard pressed to walk away from him at 27. But the other part of me is like, we really need hog mollies. And I'm not sure that the potential benefit that you would get from having Bijan would be greater than the benefit you would have from getting some stability in our offensive line or a one technique defensive tackle, for example. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. That one's a real hard one for me. I'm glad I'm not being in that situation. I don't know. What do you do?
That's a tough one because he is the only generational running back in this draft.
Yes.
He's a true 3-down back, and he is special. He's going to land. I don't see him getting out of the top 15. I think Philly grabs him if he's there. Imagine him with Philadelphia's offensive line.
Oh, can you imagine?
I agree, Rob. You mentioned 3-down back, and that's not something the Buffalo Bills use. They don't use 3-down running backs.
No.
They use running backs out of the backfield per situation, and they thrive off a running back that can pass block. Devin Singletary and Zach Moss at one point were top 5 in pass blocking, and they got a lot of credit for that. Devin Singletary's not there. Zach Moss is not there. I think Cook did enough to prove that he can play that role. And we got him in the second round last year. You're not going to go get a second-round running back this year and grab a first-round running back the next. Bijan is a workhorse. He's not going to be he's not going to be happy in Buffalo. And Buffalo's offense does not ask for someone like him. So I think if he's available there, there's going to be a lot of people chomping at the bid to make sure that they grab him if he's there that late. And that may be one of the reasons we bump out into the second round.
Exactly. I agree.
That's a good point.
That's a great point. Well said. Yeah. I mean, there will be people wanting him. It's going to be surprising if he does fall that far, though.
I have to say that was said very, very well, and it kind of made me think about it a little bit because I do disagree to a degree, but now not as much as I used to. You know what I mean? But I do feel like it's like a value thing at that point, right?
Yeah.
You have this pick, and you could trade this pick for more picks, which is a question mark, right? Because you don't necessarily know what'll be there, and you don't know how these players will develop. You don't know who you're picking at that point, right? And then you could also maybe take another guy who you see potential in. There's no real superstars down that low being picked at 27. So it's like, these guys might develop. We have to, put them in the right situation, this and that. And, that works, typically. But if you are at 27 and you can get a generational talent for 4 years, I don't see how it is a net negative to put a generational talent behind a generational talent. You know what I mean? So
that's the thing, Justice. That's a 5-year contract. You're right. That's the thing. That's a 5-year contract. If you're going to have a player like that for 5 years, that's hard to pass up on.
And he can catch the ball.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't be a net negative to say if, for instance, like Josh Allen had prime Alvin Kamara behind him. It's like who would say no to that for 5 years? Right. So but when you said that, I kind of was like, I do agree with that. It will be prime position to trade out at the same time.
That's a great
somebody who actually might really want him. So I can see both sides.
I'm with Robin. I think that Beam would be sweating bullets at that moment.
So it begs the question. Obviously, that was a guy that we thought, I think in consensus, he's going to be gone before the Bills get him. Is there anybody that you guys can think of within the first 15, 20 picks that if they accidentally slip to the 27th, regardless if it's a middle linebacker, offensive tackle, or a tight end, other than those positions, if there's someone that falls, is there anybody on your guys' radar that's like, it's a no-brainer? That's the guy you take.
Nolan Smith.
I like that one.
He is insanely good. He grades out higher than any other defensive end, both on the run and pass. He's exceptionally good. Mm-hmm. Vaughn did very well. We dropped from 4th to 27th in the league after Vaughn's injury. So our backups aren't going to cut it and getting to the quarterback. They're not getting it done. How much longer can Vaughn? That was his second injury on that knee. And he still may not even be ready for opening day. He's seeming very positive. But we got to think about that future, too, if it happens to land. Nolan is an incredible talent. He's a nightmare. He's got so many different moves.
Nolan Smith is DE4 on our guy, Dean Kindick's big board. Mm-hmm. He's DE4. I agree with that. I would love Nolan Smith there. Oh my God, Nolan Smith there would be absolutely amazing. For me, I'm going to say Jackson Smith-Njigba. If for whatever reason, he was to slip down that low, I say go get him.
That guy's amazing. He led the NCAA in yards per catch, and he'll do it from the slot anywhere on any roster here. He's just amazing in the slot. You really got to put somebody special on him there. He's just going to kill you.
Yeah, Justice must have been reading my mind because I was thinking of the same person. It's like, if he falls down that far, you just hope, just hope that happens.
Right.
Because we could certainly use him, that's for sure. That's why I think this first round is so hinky. You just absolutely have no idea what's going to happen tonight.
Yeah. More than any other year. This has been
really.
And the trades. I mean, it's all the right reason why we're probably going to have a really long first round because of trades.
Yeah. So Jackson Smith-Njigba is Dean's wide receiver number 1, by the way.
Oh, for that reason.
Well, I'm glad I picked the right person then.
If you guys could see my cheat sheet, it's right here. He is also my favorite wide receiver. A lot of people have Quentin Johnson on their number 1 board. I think he's a good receiver, but I have him as my 4th or 5th. So,
what are your questions about him? I'm just curious.
About Nolan?
Quentin.
His route tree is not the greatest. He's got the size and the speed, and he's a great red zone presence. But his route tree is not the best. I hate to compare him to Gabriel Davis when it comes to route tree stuff. Gabriel Davis does that skinny post really well. He does a few patterns very well. We're looking for someone, if you're going to draft in the first round, you want him to be able to have an extensive route tree. And what I mean by that is all the in routes, the curls, the ins, the drags, the skinny post, the post, the corner post, and then all the out patterns, the comebacks. There's a lot, and I don't think Quentin Johnson has that route tree down to where he would be. I mean, he could take advantage of size for sure if he's the second or third wide receiver. But again, if you're getting him in the first round, he better be your first.
He's got two incredibly bad habits. Number one, he's jumping for every single ball, regardless whether it's coming into his chest or not. They can't figure out why he does it. But watch his highlights. Every single time he's jumping for the ball when he doesn't need to, and he allows the ball to come to his chest instead of his hands. And those are the two, it's just habit that he's going to get rid of, and he'll be great. But when you think about getting downfield, if you're already by a guy, you don't need to jump and give the corner a chance to catch you back down the field. And that's why his yards per catch are much lower.
Yep.
It's just
like the wide receiver. It's like the wide receiver who does a jump cut at the top of their route. It's like you're slowing yourself down. You know what I mean? And I think a lot. That's why a lot of, like, you know, when I watch, you know, just wide receivers kind of talk about their route movement, you know, in terms of the way they run routes, they say they do the jump cut, but they don't jump and do it. They try to stay planted and try to, you know what I mean, so that they don't, lose momentum. But the Quentin Johnston thing, I'm gonna be honest, I know a lot of guys who do that. I don't know why they do that, but it's a pretty common thing to be honest with you. So I'm not surprised that he does that.
Diggs does it every now and then.
Yep. And you know, I hate to toot my own horn, but I got a 6-year-old that's obsessed with running pet routes, and he's getting really good at catching the football, and he's learning the route tree. And he obviously asks all the questions. Why am I learning this? Well, bub, you want to be a wide receiver. This is what you do. But he is in that habit, and I'm not knocking Quentin Johnson for this, but I'm already at 6 years old teaching him you don't have to jump with every catch. You're a lot faster if you catch it and go right upfield. It's just the way it is, and that is a tough habit because once you go through college, once you go through high school, college, and now you have the opportunity to play in the NFL, you could bet your bottom dollar that those wide receiver coaches are going to drill him on that kind of stuff.
Totally.
But I also like that Nolan Smith pickup. I mean, somewhere down the line, Von Miller signed that 6-year contract, and I don't think he's going to fulfill the full contract. We need someone that's going to come in and replace him. And if Russo re-ups his contract, then we're going to have Russo and Nolan Smith who can run a 4.40 and have that same build that Von Miller has. You're not going to skip a beat, and I think that's one of those generational athletes that you can mold into something that's going to be wonderful. I think the Bills have to get away this year because people say the window's closing. I don't think it is because what they're doing right now as it is as far as extending contracts. But they need to get away from this draft, develop, and then sign. We need something now, and I think Nolan Smith is a now. I think Jigba is a now. Yeah. My guy that I would have chosen if he's available late in the 27th was Peter Skoronski, one of the offensive linemen from Northwestern. If he's there, he's a right tackle, he's a left guard, he's a right guard. He plays it all. He's
played all five positions.
All 5 of them. So he is someone that's a no-brainer for me.
Can we address something real quick? I want to address something real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So Ken O'Daniel in the comment section just said Darnell Wright is a good pick to spend. He just said trade Ed Oliver, right? So I want to ask you guys what you think of that. What do you think about the possibility of trading Ed Oliver? Maybe as soon as tonight.
You're going to have to replace him.
Yep.
You trade him
tonight.
Well, what are you going to get for him? Maybe a third at best. You're not going to get a second for him.
Yeah.
What you're going to get is a 3rd round pick in D-Hop.
Yep, that's it. Right. I see that.
See, I am a big fan of Ed Oliver. I really am. I have been since he came in. I actually wanted the Bills. Actually, there was someone else I wanted before him, but when he came on, he was one of the guys I wanted the Bills to draft. But the more you watch him, guys, the more you realize how dependent he is on that Tech D1. When Star Latulier was in, when Daquan Jones is doing his thing, Ed Oliver is very productive. But when they disappear, so does Ed Oliver. So it's one of those situations, I mentioned it a couple shows back. Ed Oliver complements the D1, but the D1 is not complemented by Ed Oliver. So it kind of has to be, it's got to be something that mingles together. And as much as I hate to say it, you might just be able to get a third round. Or if there's always teams that think that there's potential still for someone, like the whole Zach Wilson conversation.
Right.
There might be teams out there that give him a higher value than the third, fourth round and think that he still has potential to be a dominant player in the NFL. And you can only hope that when you're putting him out there on a trade block thinking, all right, guys, bring in those draft picks. What do you got for Eddie Oliver?
And
replacing
him.
Maybe.
Would you trade him for Chase Young straight up?
Chase Young? Chase Young's got the injuries, but
take him.
You may save Chase Young by having this rotational defensive end.
I'm not sure Ed really wants to be here. If you put much stock into his
I think it was money. I think it was money. He wants to get paid. And I think he knows the Bills probably aren't necessarily leaning towards paying him right now.
If you bring in Chase Young, you don't have to draft a defensive end, and you can draft Mozzie in the first round, and that'll complement everybody.
Boy, that would be amazing.
That would be a good deal. The thing about Ed Oliver that troubles me is something you mentioned, that he may not want to be in Buffalo. I don't know whether he wants to be in Buffalo or not, but I do know that Sean McDermott has made comments in the past about his attention to detail. I don't want to say he questioned his work ethic, but
he did rookie year. He was in the doghouse in training camp.
That's right. You're right. He was. And so I think there's some of that that's still kind of operating behind the scenes. And he has not lived up to his potential to this point. I think that most of us would probably agree that his game has been lacking at times. Yeah. And so if we had the right situation to trade him, I think it would be advantageous. Like you said, third round D-Hop.
Well, when he had the knee problem in his second year, I'm like thinking his frame can't handle the punishment. He can't take those double teams. How long on a body are you going to be able to get in there and grind when you're 3/4 of the size of most offensive linemen? And
exactly.
That's why Jones really helped him this year. Exactly to Scott's point, you got to have somebody eating up those double teams, and Mozzie would do that. And free him up. Because Cansey's going to be the same way. Cansey's getting a lot of recognition in this to be a potential first-round pick. But you have to have that complementary piece in order for him to be productive. At this level, there are Broderick Jones across the board on this level.
Yep. And the thing is, we're talking about getting rid of Ed Oliver. He's that Tech 3. So getting Mozzie would be a Tech 1, so you wouldn't be replacing him in a sense. Cansey would be that Tech 3 that would replace Ed Oliver. And if you brought in, I think that would be the only kind of the trade that you would have, or the only option you would have to replace Ed Oliver if you're looking that way.
Can I answer a quick question Pat had?
Yeah.
He mentioned what other player would you move up for, and it would be Broderick Jones. Broderick Jones got the best ceiling, the most potential of any offensive lineman in this draft. That kid is just a super freak. I compare him to Smith, the Cowboys left tackle for years. Fit, athletic, get out on the edges, great footwork, excellent technique, you name it. Broderick has got an incredible ceiling. You get him with the right team, he's going to be amazing.
I agree. I'm a fan of Broderick Jones.
Likewise.
All right, guys. It's almost 8 o'clock, so that means the draft is going to start. It also means we'll have to wait another 20 minutes to a half an hour before the first guy's actually picked. Do you think they'd have this? Yeah. Why give all the 5 minutes? We all know it's about commercial time and all that stuff. So I got one last question as far as the pre-draft goes before all this stuff starts going down. Think about, Rob, and I'll start with you on this one. Think about not just the first round, but the one draft prospect you think would help the Bills out the most in the later rounds.
There's a couple. I'm a big Sewell fan. His tape at
Noah Sewell.
Oregon, Noah Sewell, is incredible. Yeah. I don't know what happened at the combine, but their own team drills in the 40 times, that kid was running 4.3, 4.4, super athletic. You just watch the tape. Watch him in pads. The tape never lies. He's so instinctive and so powerful at 255 pounds. It can move like that. It totally destroys A-gaps. And he can cover tight ends on the backfield. Everything Edmonds' position was asked to be as an off-the-ball middle linebacker. On tape, nobody has better tape, better than Jack Campbell's at being an off-the-ball. Whatever happened at the combine, I don't know. There's no answers. I'm a little concerned that maybe, I'd hate to use the words PED, but how do you drop from a 4.3, 4.4 to a 4.7 when he dropped 20 pounds at the combine? He was at 235 pounds. So Noah Sewell would be one. I honestly believe in pads is the guy you really want at that spot and will be available late second day. Beyond that, there's a couple other prospects. I really think McClendon Curtis is a developmental offensive tackle that has serious potential. Played for Tennessee Chattanooga, which is obviously not Power 5, but when he was at the Senior Bowl, he manhandled everybody in practice. Everybody. No one could get by him. And he's got raw technique. You get him with the right offensive line coach, this kid is a diamond in the rough. Super special.
There you go. What you think of Justice? If there's anybody in the later rounds that are available, I'm thinking you're going to go Darnell Washington. I saw you and Mookie talking yesterday, and he convinced me. I tell you what, that guy has a way to convince you to get someone.
Yeah.
Who are you picking later in the rounds that you know or have a good feeling that's going to make a difference?
Darnell Washington is certainly one of those guys. I mentioned Jordan Battle. I really like Nathaniel Dell. I love Josh Downs. Man, Corey Trice Jr. I think he has a lot of potential. One of the guy who could potentially be somebody special in the late rounds is Hunter Lukey, running back, fullback out of North Dakota State. That kid is a Swiss Army knife. He can do it all. I think he runs like a 4.5. He's. I feel like he could be special. I feel like his draft stock has plunged significantly because obviously he doesn't go to, one of the big schools. But I feel like he has the talent to be something really cool in the NFL. I don't want to say necessarily special, but he could be a player. We've seen crazier things happen for sure. Mm-hmm. BJ Ojolari, I love him.
Edge rusher.
Oh my God. Felix Anaduke, I love him.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Steve Avila.
Yep. TCU
line.
line.
Go first round.
You think so?
Yeah.
See, I'm hoping he was sliding to the second round, but you might be right. You're probably right.
He was
awesome
Figure he was in the Final Four there playing for TCU. He's had an excellent career, can play guard and center. Incredible ability, had a great combine. He's moved up boards. He could be a pick tonight.
Robin, I know you're chopping at the bid. I know it's not going to happen today because we're talking about later rounds. Is there anybody that you're like, he's still available? He's still available. Get him, Buffalo.
Yeah, maybe even undrafted. A guy by the name of Hunter Luepke is my sleeper pick from North Dakota State. He's a fullback, but I don't know what he would translate to. Rob, did you have an idea?
Thumbs up.
Oh, yeah. I love that dude. I mean, he's a motor.
Fullback from Baltimore that goes to Pro Bowl every year.
Oh.
Look, Ricard.
Yes.
He's like a mini version of him.
He is. He's
all right. We got the first pick. The Panthers are drafting Bryce Young with the number 1 overall pick.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it really going already? My TV's on. I must have the wrong channel.
No. So I follow a specific page that always gets the picks early as soon as they come in.
Oh,
Oh, well,
Wow.
look at that, guys. If you're not tuned in to the K-Gun Report tonight, if you want to call all your friends and say this guy's gone before they even know, check us out.
check us
How
out.
about that?
But yeah, I like that fullback because he is a Swiss Army knife. They have Reggie Gilliam there, who's also a Swiss Army knife. They call that
Yes.
the H-back position. I think he could be a good take for sure.
Yeah, he's
My guy before all these other picks start coming in is I know Rob will agree with it. Is we've been talking about D-Hop. I think this is a good replacement. Bryce Ford Wheaton from West Virginia, 6'3" junior, 224 pounds. He's a little better at the route. He's really good at the route tree. Better than Quentin Johnston. And if we can get this guy later rounds, I think this is the way to go. Big red zone presence. It's fast. I think he runs a 4.38 40.
Yep.
I think that'd be wonderful.
He's got the same measurables as DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf. And McDermott was a big fan of DK Metcalf before he was taken by Seattle Seahawks.
And how many GMs regret not taking him?
Yep, you got it. You got it. So we actually have draft coverage. I got to switch my channel real quick. I also have to
Are
go
you
get a
guys
beer.
surprised Young went to Carolina?
I am. I've been saying I think height was going to be the difference maker between Young and the Stroud's test was poor, and I thought that was going to knock him down the ranks a little bit. Still might, but I had Richardson as being my number one quarterback.
For many reasons.
Thank you.
You're getting draft capital, a lot of draft capital for somebody special, and it better be. They better hit with Young. I mean,
Did
Frank's
not learn anything from the
guru,
2017 draft.
Yep.
So
Richardson's a raw talent. He's got the height. He's got the arm strength. He's got the speed. He's only played 13 games. And so that's what I think is directing people away from this. But this is a guy that now that Bryce Young was taken, the Colts are going to benefit from this. I think the Colts are going to take him because – not the Colts. I apologize. I thought Frank Reich is now with the Panthers. I thought he was going there. This threw my whole draft. I'm going to flip my table because I thought Frank Reich was going to go with the Panthers, a guy that he can mold into exactly what he needed, a Josh Allen type guy and Anthony Richardson. Damn it.
that ruins my whole mind.
This is the exact replica almost of the 2017 draft. You have Bryce Young, who's essentially Baker Mayfield. You have Will Levis, who's essentially Josh Rosen. I feel like C.J. Stroud is Sam Darnold. I feel like Anthony Richardson is Josh Allen.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, very much so. Everybody's comparing him to Josh.
So, like, why would you go for the guy who, granted, I don't even know if he's the best quarterback right now. I think C.J. Stroud is probably the best quarterback right now. So I guess he's the safest quarterback, but Baker was the safest quarterback, and look how that turned out.
Yep.
So
you give away that. I mean, ask yourself this: if we were with that pick and we take Young, how upset are you?
I'm very upset because I feel like you are saying, you know what, we need to win now for whatever reason. I don't know why you think we need to win now because we don't and we aren't. So why would you get a quarterback who you think is going to give you the best opportunity to win now?
So they had a decent free
develop
agency.
a quarterback and let him grow with the team and turn into a winner.
They picked up Von Bell, Miles Sanders, a defensive tackle, Adam Thielen, and DJ Chark. So decent free agency, but is that a win now?
That is a good roster for a rookie quarterback to develop in.
Right. Well, I like the kid. I'm a Bama fan, but what I saw is a kid that ran away from pressure, created and made a lot. But the problem is there's Jalen Carters across the board in the NFL. It's a different scene. Running away from 5 Jalen Carters on any play, good luck. I think the height will make a difference for him. But he's a good talent. He truly, play-wise, I think he was the best quarterback this year in NCAA. And last year, I mean, he won the Heisman Trophy. This is just a different level here, and they gave up so much for this.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that we have seen too many examples, right? If there is a Andrew Luck Peyton Manning type prospect,
Perfect.
by all means, go for it, right?
Yes.
A Matthew Stafford type guy, go for it. Like, we know that guy's going to be successful.
Right.
So, yes, absolutely take him with the first pick. But then you have these situations where, you know, because there are so many teams that need a quarterback, then quarterbacks, because of their value, they get bumped up. And then when you have 3 or 4 quarterbacks who are even remotely first round graded, they're all going to be taken high simply because they're quarterbacks. And the EJ Manuel, Geno Smith draft was a perfect example of that. Neither of those guys were first round picks. They probably weren't second round picks, but because they were the best 2 quarterbacks, they had to go ahead and you know, jump the gun.
Well, look
What
at
I missed.
San Francisco when they took Smith, number 1 overall. The guy that had the leg injury there.
Alex Smith.
Alex Smith.
Alex Smith.
He was possibly the best quarterback, but where did he rate overall on the top 50? He probably was somewhere in the middle. And he went number 1 overall.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a lot of draft capital they gave up. I mean, there's a lot of people who will disagree.
Just to be safe. They were dangerous to play it safe. I don't understand that line of thinking.
Me either. No, well said.
Yeah.
So before this thing gets underway, I want to remind people where we are, what we're at. This is the K-Gun Report presented by 24/7 Buff Fandemonium and our friends over there at Buff Fanbase. We collaborated together the last season, and this has been a wonderful connection, and we absolutely love being a part of it. Justice, thank you very much. And all our shows are sponsored and presented by 26 Shirts. Guys, I just saw the other day on all the social medias that they just hit the $1.75 million mark for charity. So they do a wonderful thing. I think it's a weekly thing. They got some pretty damn good creators creating funny shirts, good shirts, merchandise, all that stuff. So hit them up if you already haven't. And all the money's going to a good spot, going to charities from all over the place. So thank you, Fanbase, for joining us. Thank you for 26 Shirts for being a sponsor for sure.
Thank you guys for joining the family. Thank you guys for being such an awesome product and, you know, being awesome guys. Like, you know, I'll be tuning into your show and the energy is amazing. You guys are super, you know, just cool people. Every time I've interacted with you guys, it's been really good vibes. So thank you guys for joining us and bringing your great product over to the fan base.
Thank you. It's going to be a beautiful relationship. And I got to do this only because I spoiled myself this year. Don't mind the shiny top. I got myself.
Oh.
I must say that hoodie is phenomenal.
I know.
Yes.
Great hoodie.
Yeah.
You want to know a funny story real quick in regards to the hoodie? We had Mark Maddox as a guest on the show a couple weeks ago. He comes on our show all the time. Help One Foundation, guys. Look, check it out. He runs that. He does a great job there. Helps kids, families all over the place. Help One Foundation. Mark Maddox looked at me, and we were talking about our favorite players, and I'm talking about Jim Kelly, and he goes, is that why you're wearing a Josh Allen jersey? Josh Allen was like, man, you got me good on that one. I was talking about Jim Kelly, and he's like, so why are you wearing a Josh Allen thing? I was like, well, I love the hoodie.
Back on Young, you know, he's actually landing in a pretty good spot because Josh McCown is the quarterback coach there. And I think a lot of that guy. I as much as what Palmer did for Allen, I think he's gonna get some good tutelage. And Jim Caldwell is on the staff now as a senior assistant, so he landed pretty decent of the top picks there.
So panel, could you also agree that he also did a lot for Dable? Palmer, I'm talking Palmer, helping Josh Allen out,
without question.
Dable out. Don't you agree?
It was the 2020 season, the off season when we picked up Diggs. They were down in Florida training together. Jordan Palmer, keep in mind, that same summer, since he's quarterback there, was down there. He joined them.
Burrow.
Yeah, Joe Burrow. So, you know, you're looking at a guy that really brought the best out of both quarterbacks. And it was really Allen's footwork and his delivery. And those two things changed and made a world of difference. And it didn't hurt to have the connection with Diggs right away. I mean, that happened instantly.
Yep.
Practicing with him in the offseason, and they got started on a pretty darn good year.
So, guys, like I said, this show is about to get longer. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to go for another 3.5 hours. If you feel like you got to get up and get something to eat, something to drink, like I just did, I needed to refill my cervezas. And, we like to drink here at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium. So if you're on the comments there, let us know what you're drinking tonight. I'm drinking a Sierra Nevada Juicy Little Thing IPA. And I promise Justice, Robin, and Rob, I will not be slurring my speech by the end of this show.
Cool.
That's very disappointing to hear.
Yeah. Really.
But I'm looking at the screen, Justice, and I'm seeing that the Cardinals are taking their full 9 minutes. So you have the inside source. Bryce Young is gone, right?
Yeah.
So Bills fans, we are not getting Bryce Young.
Oh.
Yeah. So, temper your expectations. We won't see Bryce Young, Alabama quarterback for the Buffalo Bills this year, right? But yeah, I mean, it says. Yep, Carolina's new era begins now with Young at QB, Frank Wright a head coach. Exciting times coming, Carolina. Also, there was a trade a little earlier. Apparently, the Cardinals tampered in the hiring of head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Oh,
and so
What?
And so the Eagles, their former compensation was that the Eagles have traded pick 94 and a 2024 fifth rounder for the Cardinals 66 pick this year.
Oh.
So that was the compensation in
Okay.
the whole tampering situation. But yeah, back to Bryce Young, Alabama quarterback. Like, he can do all the things, he's not a bad quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. He has, potentially a bright future. Does playing in Alabama help you be a good quarterback? Sure. You know what I mean? But like
Tua, Jalen, Tua
Yeah.
will attest to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think that he could be a good quarterback. He might even win Rookie of the Year. But again, I just don't think long term he's going to be the best option, because it's like, would you rather have for me, it's like delayed gratification, right? Do you want Baker, his rookie season, where it's like, oh my God, this is the sexiest pick in the world. He has brought happiness back to the city of Cleveland. We're giving out free beers and that, and that feels good in the first year, and you feel like you got some hope. And then you go get Odell Beckham Jr. and Jarvis Landry, and now you're Super Bowl contenders just to fall flat. Or would you rather have a guy who throws like 16 interceptions in his first year and injures his elbow, and then comes back and is a little bit better, and then comes back his second year and it's a little bit better, and then the second half of his second year is a little bit better, and then his third year, wow, whoa, you know what I mean? So I just feel like it's a delayed gratification type of thing, and if you take the time, if you have the patience to develop a player and put them in the best place to succeed, give them the best chance to succeed, you can have a dynamic or a generational talent like we have with 17. I just don't see Bryce Allen as that.
I agree. There's a reason why the first rounder is a 5th-year contract. There's a reason. I mean, if we gave first rounders all this money and after 3 years reconstructed their contract, I don't think any NFL team would have any of their original first-round draft picks. You get these guys in there because they're held up on such a big pedestal that you better be willing to develop them into exactly what you need, what you want, and then come 5th year, you give them that big old 5th-year option where that's where they make their money. And maybe even before that, if they produce, take you to the playoffs, take you to the Super Bowl, that's when you cha-ching, bank in, and keep them for 5-6 more years.
And to your point, the whole NFL structure of a first-round contract is basically saying, look, you are expected to be an elite player. because that 5th-year option is a little bit of change. It's not.
Yep.
It's not a rookie. That is some real money.
Yep.
So now you're like, do I accept this option and give this player real money? Well, if you hit on your first round pick, then yes. If you didn't, then no. So you kind of get the benefit of the doubt before you even play a snap.
Right. I'm going to hit up some of these comments real quick, guys. Kevin Kanye says, I'm predicting Bryce Young will be a bust. And I hate to tell someone that and say yes and agree with that, but I don't know. We'll find out in 5 years, right? That's a safe answer. But when you bring in this guy, he's got DJ Chark, he's got Adam Thielen, who are all getting older, yes. So he may have the opportunity to look sharp right off the bat with Miles Sanders as a running back and Chuba Hubbard as a running back. But when those guys start getting older and now you got to start bringing in rookies, is he the guy that's going to be the leader of the team, the quarterback that says, I've got control of everything, bring in whoever you want. I will practice with them in the offseason. We will develop this program. That's the big thing, especially with the quarterback in the first round, because they're bringing in someone that potentially has these talents around them. You need to go forward and make that talent better.
The one thing I noticed the most out of Young at Alabama is he didn't make a lot of mistakes. He was heads up most of the time. He's very cerebral. He'll make the right decisions. Unfortunately, at this level, he's going to get chased down. He tended to scramble. They're going to really have to fortify that line. There's also those angles, too. Look at Kyler Murray, how he learned how to move around in the pocket to get the angles to be able to see downfield. He's going to have to be able to do that. I think he's more of a Drew Brees type. If they put the right talent around him, he'll be a system quarterback. But do you really give up that much and make him the first overall for a system quarterback? Because he's not going to be Allen. He's not going to be Pat Holmes. I don't think he can even be anywhere near Burrow. He just physically doesn't have what Richardson has. So good luck. I hope it works out for him. I love Frank. I know he does. He's quarterback whisperer. And having Jim Caldwell and that staff, they're going to ease him in and make this right.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. I want Robin's opinion real quick. Texans are up. They need a quarterback. They're a big Davis Mills guy who's probably not going to be the starter this year. They got rid of Watson. Do you see a Stroud, Richardson, or do you see them going not even quarterback? What's your thoughts before it comes in? Pick us in.
Not even quarterback.
Will Anderson.
Because they love their defensive ends, right? They love their defense. Giovanni Clowney, Watts, Mario Williams. Did they just go Will Anderson?
They're in a long.
We got a smile out of Justice right now. Just tell us.
The number 2 overall pick is Ohio State quarterback CJ Stroud. So after the tests, after the doubt that he might slip and slide out of the top 10, CJ Stroud is the number 2 overall pick.
Good for him. Good for him answering the question, because he's going to get a lot of knock on that. And the way he answered that question is the way I would answer the question. I'm not here to take tests. I'm not here to take tests. I'm here to play football.
Yep.
So, hey.
That was a good answer.
It is what it is. Houston, I think they have another pick in this round, so I think they will give him some talent for sure. Who's up next?
They're at 12.
12. So now Will Anderson is a guy I have going. No, I think next year, guys, we should start a scoring system. We each pick a position. We each pick a player. You get one of those right, you get 1 point. And if there's a trade, there's 5 points. We'll do that next year.
There's another point Bruce just made. This level, their guys are bigger and faster. He can't take hits. They're going to have to keep him clean. They're going to get production and value out of him.
Okay. There's one other thing I'd like to bring up, too, in terms of the quarterback team matchup. It's got to be the right connection with the right team as well, because I have said this since day one that Josh Allen might have flamed out if he had gotten drafted by the Jets.
I agree. Mm-hmm. They basically ruined
Sam Darnold's career. I said this once before, and I got in trouble for it, although I still think it's true to this day.
You won't get in trouble here.
Those picks were swapped. I feel like if those picks were swapped and Sam Darnold goes to the Bills and Josh Allen goes to the Jets, I feel like Sam Darnold is now a top 10 quarterback in leading the Bills to perennial playoff.
So we're in the same spot we were before, even with a. Okay, I got you. I could see that.
I feel like
Maybe
Josh Allen might be maybe kind of a bust.
Allen brings so much more athleticism to the position. When he got his
Sam Darnold, he's got some athleticism. Not as much as Josh Allen, granted.
Huge USC fan, and I'll tell you what bothered me the most is in critical situations, Darnold turned it over. And he had the same thing happen with the Jets. When he landed with Carolina, though, he looked really strong. And I can think of a couple of games he played against us when he was with the Jets where he looked like a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, he did.
Quick
I
question.
will say that Josh also had a problem with turnovers too. So just to be fair.
Oh yeah, but that's more of trying to do too much.
Chris Christian wants to know: do any of these quarterback needy teams pull a Redskins and pick another quarterback later in the draft? Chris Christian, I actually have the Redskins coming up back in the first round or coming up early in the second round to draft someone like the Tennessee quarterback, Hendon Hooker, or even Jake Hayner. So I think that's a possibility. I don't think they're going to come back in the first round. So, guys, I got a theory for this real quick because now it's a Cardinals pick. And if there's any consideration with the Buffalo Bills trading them, right now their wide receivers are Marquise Brown, Rondale Moore, Zach Pascal, Andrew Basalia, and Greg Dortch. And we've already talked about it, Justice. The number one receiver on our list is Jackson Smith-Njigba. If the Carolina Panthers, instead of going the Cardinals, instead of going Will Anderson like everybody has them going, and they grab the number one wide receiver off the board, could that possibly suggest a little something about D. Hopkins?
Yeah, it would hint.
Or if they trade back.
I mean, I feel like so I don't even think they need to do that to suggest anything about D. Hopkins. I think D. Hopkins is gone regardless.
I do too. And I'll tell you, teams are waiting for him to be cut. They're not. They don't want to
exactly. If they don't trade him this during this draft or this offseason, they're gonna have to cut him. You know,
he'll be a lot cheaper. You're right.
Wait, they're not going to pay it.
Yeah. So
it's an awful lot of hype.
So you guys threw my theory right out the window. Okay. All right, I got you.
And I think they have been trying to trade out of this pick. But I don't think they would be irresponsible enough to take a wide receiver here.
No, and Will Anderson is right there. You can build your defense around him.
Or Tyree Jackson, too.
Yeah.
People really like his upside.
Yep.
I don't think you can go wrong there with either one of those picks. I'm just saying, where would your mind go if they took Smith-Njigba?
Oh,
where would your mind go? I would automatically think that.
But you know what? Cleveland Farrell. I will always come back to
the Raiders.
You never know what's going to happen in the draft.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is guys. Thanks for joining us tonight, guys. Since there's a little lull period right now, I want to remind you all that the 24/7 Buff Fandemonium, the K-Gun Report goes live every Tuesday, 8:00. We hit up the Bills' latest news. We also like to get you guys involved, the fans, and we talk about and answer the questions you might have. It's a little harder tonight because we got a lot going on. I'm trying to get your guys' comments up as much as possible, but you guys are doing great. Love the participation. We love that. And then come the season, we have a Sunday session show. Myself, Swank, and the Thomas Take Sports podcast host, Ryan Thomas. We all talk about a pregame, and obviously hit fan base up because you guys' production and your shows start coming up a lot more too as the season comes closer. Guys, hit us all up there.
It looks like we actually have another person in the lobby. My guy, Jarek, is here. He is a member of the Buffalo fan base. I know Mookie likes Mel Kiper Jr. I don't know I don't know how long he's been waiting there, but there he is. There goes Jarek.
There he comes.
Hey!
Welcome.
Yeah, guys.
There you go. Welcome.
Yep.
How you doing, Jared? What's going on,
Mel Kilper, huh? Mel
Yeah,
Kilper.
I try my best, man. I try my best not to be like Mel. Be trying to be a little better, but
Okay, fair enough. All right, so since you just got here, we saw Bryce Young go first. We saw CJ Stroud go second. Who are the Cardinals picking at number 3?
Oh my goodness.
You already know this, Justice. I love it. I love the reaction because I'm watching the screen.
The Cardinals are trading with the Texans.
Yeah, they gotta be.
Yeah, I heard that might happen. Will
Holy
Anderson's going
crap.
to the Texans.
Yep.
Will Anderson's going to the Texans.
Wow.
Well, you could tell something was happening because the clock was running down. They
Yeah.
had offers.
Wow.
So Jerry,
And it's smart for them, truthfully. Both those
Who do
teams need
the
bodies.
Texans take care with 3?
You got to get
Will Anderson.
Wow. Is it kind of safe to say that they could be looking at a receiver
Ooh.
to give him? I mean, like I said, who does he got to throw the
I
football
gotta see
to?
this go down. I wonder what they gave up for him, Justice. Did they say what they gave up for him?
Crazy.
It does not say what it gave up for him, but
Jerry Hughes right
correct.
now is aging. Jerry Hughes is going to retire very shortly. He's right now the starting left defensive end, and they really don't have much as far as defensive end goes. And we already know Mario Williams, Watt, Clowney.
They
This
did
time-
add Sheldon Rankins.
They're gonna
They got
get-
Singletary and they picked up Perriman, the linebacker.
So it's got to be that defensive end, Will Anderson.
Will Anderson. It absolutely is Will
Has to
Anderson.
be.
Well, I'm happy. That's 2 Bama players back. That's 2 Bama players and 3 picks. I'm happy about that. But no, yeah,
There
I
you
mean,
are. Welcome.
you got to do what you got to do, man.
At least they're making it exciting for us while we wait.
Good Lord.
So
That's
they
the kind of stuff you want to see, though. You want to see those trades. Go ahead. I
Yeah.
hate to cut you off. Finish your thought there, my friend.
they had a value of that pick at 2,200. The 12th pick has a value of 1,200. So you're literally talking they gave away quite a bit to get this.
Mm.
Maybe a next year's first.
Probably. But next year's first the value-wise will equal a second round this year.
Yep.
Which will be down around the 500 range.
Yeah.
So it's either a couple of players or a couple of picks.
I think it's picks.
I do too.
So here I'm going with if they trade back and now if they get a wide receiver back at that pick that they just traded away, that might offer that D-Hop conversation a little more
Agreed.
interest.
Now that makes more sense. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's the compensation? What did Arizona try to get for that?
You got to go to Justice.
So the Cardinals, the Cardinals get number 12,
Yep.
number 33, a first next year, a third next year. The Texans get number 3 and 105 this year.
That's
Okay.
they both win. They both win.
Yeah, I can't say there's a loser in that trade. Honestly, I think the Texans are trying to. I mean, they're both trying to build back their program. So I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
that just tells you that the Cardinals either think that their player is going to land at that spot at 12 and they were going to waste about 500, 600 points. How many of that is in draft capital?
Yes.
As far as that's a lot of points. And if
It
you're
is.
willing to move back and get the guy you want and still get those draft picks and a first round next, oh boy.
To your point, Scott, I think this is where they pull the trigger on a guy like Njigba or a guy like Addison or one of those top receivers that they like because they're going to lose D-Hop. You know what I mean? And I
Yep.
think that's where that happens.
Will
Will
Anderson is
Anderson.
gone.
I can't believe they actually did that though. Like I've heard mocks where the Texans went right back up at 3, but like to see it happen in real time is crazy.
Will is special. He is the only player that Nick Saban has ever started as a freshman.
Really?
Mm.
Didn't know
Wow.
that. What do you
So
think?
now that Stroud is there, they've got a pretty impressive running back in Dameon Pierce, easily 1,000-yard running back if you let him be to help out Stroud if he has to. Their line's not that bad. They just brought in Dalton Schultz from the Dallas Cowboys, so they got a tight end. Someone if you could dump it off to Dameon Pierce or Schultz if you're in trouble, which is great for running back. That's learning.
They picked up Robert Woods for the slot.
So I mean, Stroud doesn't look bad. All he has to do is manage a game, and if you bring this defense to where you can take over a game, Houston Texans just improved.
They
And
did.
now you also got your pillar on defense as well with Will Anderson.
So what was the other one? 100 something that they got? What pick?
They 1 second.
101 or something like that.
So it was they get 12, 33.
Okay.
Oh, you talking about the Texans? They get 3 and 105.
105. Okay.
So Debbie Emerton says, recap, please. So right now, Debbie Emerton, Bryce Young from Alabama, went to the Panthers. C.J. Stroud, second quarterback off the board, Ohio State. And the Cardinals just did a crazy trade with the Houston Texans. So they had pick 2 and 3, and they just grabbed the best edge rusher in the league in the draft, Will Anderson Jr. from Alabama.
207 quarterback pressures in 3 seasons.
I mean, it's impressive.
First time in NFL history, man, where a college football program gets 2 players selected in the top
first 3 rounds. Yep, that's awesome. That's very awesome. Now the Colts are on board. So the Colts did not go veteran quarterback.
Hold on.
Oh, Justice is losing it.
Listen, I want to tell all the pundits out there who were like, "Oh, these players are going to drop. Oh, his scores are so bad. All this, all that." You're all wrong. You were all wrong. And exactly what we thought was going to happen is happening. Okay. I will let Scott. I'll let you do your thing before I'll give out the pick. If you want to ask people who they think it is.
I want to ask who I think it is. Gardner Minshew is a quarterback there. Backup Nick Foles. I think it's time they actually get a rookie quarterback in the Colts quarterback room. I mean, you still have Jonathan Taylor, Zach Moss is there. I think Anthony Richardson would be the guy to go now. I also like Will Levis, but I'm going Richardson.
I agree.
Absolutely, Anthony
I
Richardson.
think so too.
Bernard Raymond was a draft pick last year. Quentin Nelson's the best guard. Ryan Kelly potentially is the best center in the league. Mm-hmm. You have protection. Now get a guy that can throw the ball and can hand off the ball. I think this might be the offensive rookie of the year if Anthony Richardson goes to the Colts right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with Anthony Richardson is that you got to clean him up, because even though like there's a lot of things, like he's shown cases where he can anticipate, there are other areas where he's shown obviously the arm strength and mobility factor and his pocket presence. You know, there are cases where he looks amazing, but then there's like 70 or 80% of the snap counts where you're kind of questioning like what is going on and kind of question that developmental factor. Now, I would say this. He had a crappy supporting cast with the Florida Gators, not to mention the fact that the reason why he came there was because of Brian Johnson for developmental purposes, who's now with the Philadelphia Eagles coaching up with Jalen Hurts. Now, all of a sudden, he gets to an organization that does have a quarterback coach or a coordinator that can develop him and try to clean up those pieces. I don't know if he's going to play. I don't know if he's going to start for Indianapolis, but I do think he's going to, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he takes that Taysom Hill role where you involve him a little bit in the offense, you get him to learn behind an experienced quarterback, and then you kind of slide him in, not rush the process, but get him in year 2 or maybe even year 3. There's no question. The most upside in this draft is Anthony Richardson. I just don't know if he's ready for day one.
I couldn't tell.
He doesn't need to be.
I couldn't tell if you were talking about Josh Allen or Anthony Richardson there.
Right. Well, he isn't going to start right away because they got Minshew who's going to start. They're going to develop him behind Minshew. The only way he starts this year is if in training camp they really feel that they can bring him up to speed on the system, and it starts working. But this is a great opportunity for him to get those fundamentals out of the way with, get ready for the following season, and Minshew's just a stopgap.
All right, guys, I got a question from Chris Christian. Which one will be good faster, do you think? I think he's talking about the quarterbacks. Give it 2 years. Give it 2 years. Which one has a better career in the first 2 years? Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, or Richardson with the Colts? Quick answer is easy.
I think Bryce has the best supporting cast around him.
With Thielen and Chark and all that stuff, he's got a good running back. I agree. Miles Sanders is over there. He's set up right now to be more successful. Yep.
Well, he'll start. You don't take the number 1 overall. He's going to start.
Yep. Kevin Kanye thinks Hooker. Not even off the board yet. And then Young from Paul Rossi. Guys, keep the comments coming in. We absolutely love it. You guys are participating like crazy. Love the comments. You know that here we love to bring you guys into this conversation. There's a lot going on right now, so it's rapid fire. The panel, I think, is as excited as I am. This is fun stuff, isn't it, guys?
Oh yeah, and there it is. I'm just glad I'm getting these picks in early, man. I don't have to wait like 2 or 3 minutes. Justice can just tell me what the picks are.
I know, but the Colts just picked. So I'm waiting for Justice to sit back in his chair with his mouth wide open, and then we know what's coming.
It's Richardson.
Yep. They're jumping around happy. Good for him. And guys, I know we're Bills fans. We like to know what's being done at 27, but this is exciting for everyone because we are football fans, and we absolutely love to see these men's lives change forever. As much as we could all probably see ourselves in those situations, if I was just a little faster, a little taller, stronger. But this is exciting times. I mean, it's the future. 10 years from now, we're going to be watching these guys lead their teams doing something, and it's why we do this. It's why we do this. So you can't be hateful on any of these players going anywhere.
Yeah, it's very crazy. At least for me, because I watch high school football. Like I watch. Like I remember Bryce Young when he was at Mater Dei. I remember Anthony Richardson where he was playing in South Florida. I remember Will Anderson playing at Vodesta. Like all these guys. I remember watching them from AU, from high school football, and now these guys are getting drafted. Like this is
7-on-7.
Like, I'm not old fellas, but my God, I mean, it's like watching these guys get drafted. It's like, damn. Like I was just like, you guys were literally like 13, 14 years old. Watch you guys on YouTube, and now it's kind of crazy.
Well, that social media has allowed you to be able to watch anybody from any age, and it's freaking nuts.
Yeah.
I will say I am very disappointed to have, like, we talked about how we're happy for these guys, and absolutely these guys' lives are changing. They've been working every second of their life up to this point for this moment, and that should 100% be applauded. But we're gonna have another elite quarterback in the AFC, in potentially C.J. Stroud as well as Anthony Richardson in 3 to 5 years, and that is a little scary. Especially Anthony Richardson in Indy scares me more than anything, because we've seen that Ballard is competent in terms of roster building. The only thing he's always been missing was a quarterback. So now he gets his quarterback. Now he can build around that guy. That guy has supreme talent. You can develop him, the way you need to. That scares me a little bit. It does.
And with all the trades in the last couple of years, bringing a lot of these elite quarterbacks to the AFC, we're loading up. We're loading up, and we just need to keep winning Super Bowls. I'm one of those guys. I don't know about you guys, but when the Super Bowl happens, you hate to root for the Patriots, you hate to root for the Chiefs. But do you guys root for the AFC team just so it represents the AFC and the understanding that the Bills play these guys? They play them a couple times a year, maybe.
I did that with New England.
Yeah,
and I despise New England. I got tired of going to the games and watching Brady run up 35 points on us. But he represented our division. We had to play those guys every year. Mm-hmm. And what an incredible era they had with TB12. So, yeah, I did with them.
Debbie Emerson wants to know who's on the board. Right now, Debbie, it's Seattle. Go ahead, Justice.
I 1,000,000% disagree. I respect what your reasoning, but I gotta say I like, hate is a strong word, but I hate these guys. All right, because they're not. You know what I mean?
Trust me,
not like real hate, but I hate these guys because they're not my Buffalo Bills.
I did the first few years. I hated it. I couldn't stand going.
I will say that at this point in my life, I am able to recognize greatness, and Tom Brady is that guy's phenomenal.
Respect.
And I can respect him, you know what I mean, for everything he's done for the NFL. So I will say that I do have respect for them, but I don't wish them any success.
All right, because I know it's coming up. Justice, who do you guys think Seattle's going to take? I have Jalen Carter. Patrick Hughes says the Seahawks might take Robinson here. They spent a second round on Kenneth Walker last year. I don't see that happening. Who do you guys got the Seattle Seahawks taking?
I got Jalen
Carter. They did pick up Jaron Reed, so they had addressed the defensive tackle is a mess for them. They were the worst in the NFL in the interior. Carter makes sense. It's a no-brainer decision. You got it. That's their number one need. Reed was great for the Commanders.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's my thought.
They run a 3-4 defense, so you have Jaron Reed there. You could put another big, stout defensive tackle in there that could wreak havoc.
And they brought Bobby Wagner back.
Yep. So we're about to see that. I'm just waiting for Justice. I'm watching the Seattle clock, and I'm waiting for Justice to see who reacts first.
we've already moved past the, it's typically about 5 to 6 minutes between when the picks come in. We've moved past that. And Ian Rappaport tweeted that the phones are ringing in Seattle, so I would imagine that we're about to see a trade here.
Okay.
Really, a trade back. I mean, if they accumulate some more picks in the first or maybe in the later rounds, maybe, but I don't know. It's kind of like one of those. I mean, Seattle's one of those teams where I don't think they really need that much. I think defensive tackle is a high priority position group for them to get, and for them, I don't know, for them to potentially miss out on Jalen Carter, I don't know. I would I mean, we'll see, but like that's a big opportunity to get an instant impact guy.
I want to say this. I want to say this might happen. Geno Smith did a great job. I mean, he proved himself. He's a wonderful quarterback. He's getting older. The only thing I can see if there's a trade is if the Raiders or Falcons want to come up in front of the Lions and get themselves a quarterback because the quarterbacks are off the board. Levis is available.
Mm-hmm. Right.
All right, guys. I have a 2-year-old Labrador that's scratching at the door, so I'm going to put it on mute, and I'm going to go put a boot in her butt.
Oh, okay. So they're not trading the pick. They are actually going to make the pick here.
Yeah, they're running out of time, so they've got to make something.
I wonder if they were thinking about – I wonder if Seattle was maybe potentially thinking like, here, you know what? Do we potentially get a quarterback here back up behind Anthony Richardson, or do we focus on getting the best available player? Like, I wonder if this was kind of one of those areas where it was availability versus crucial need versus potential need. If they were
Seattle?
That.
You're talking about for Seattle, Jared?
Yeah, for Seattle.
I honestly, I feel like Jalen Carter is just too good of a talent to pass up here. I understand the off-field antics and whatnot, but I mean, these guys are 19, 20 years old. I mean, sometimes people do stupid things, and who hasn't been perfect in their life? Oh wow. So it's not Jalen Carter.
Wow.
They go with
Is it Tyree Wilson?
Who do you think it is?
Well, they need a third wide receiver and offensive line. Those are their two other needs.
They're going cornerback Devon Witherspoon.
He is amazing. He's got one of the best tapes of any player in this draft. You watch his, and it's exciting. He's a legit number one cornerback in any draft.
So I don't know if you missed this guy. The Seahawks are taking Devon Witherspoon, cornerback.
Corner. Okay.
Very nice. It's a good pick.
I had the Lions getting that pick, so I missed out on that one. That is a good pick, though.
Because Okuda had left free agency.
Yeah,
for the Lions. Yeah.
Lions fans are. I'm getting texts now. Lions fans are literally. Well, I got a couple Lions fans. They got
to take Carter now, don't they?
I don't know. Lions fans, I think Gonzalez is still available. He's on many people's mock draft the number one corner in the league, so he's still available.
Well, keep in mind they picked up 3 cornerbacks in free agency. They got Cam Sutton, Mosley, and Gardner Johnson from Philly. So, and they're not great.
Right.
That's interesting.
But I don't mind that pickup from Seattle, though. They have Mike Jackson over there from San Francisco. Tariq Woolen, who runs a 4.25 something 40. He was a draft pick last year. They needed some help, so that's not a bad pick. I honestly thought they would go somewhere else, though.
Yeah, it's a good, solid pick. He's special. He's the best corner in this draft.
Let's hit up some of these comments here. Chris Christians. I used to root for other AFC teams, but now I root against all AFC teams. I think it's now because the Bills are successful. That happens. When the Bills aren't making the playoffs, had the AFC win it. But now they're in the playoffs and they're losing to some of these teams. Yep, I agree. Seattle needs defense, says Kevin. They got defense. Christian. I should say I would hope the AFC did well to represent. Yep.
Right.
So this is interesting with Detroit, because we just talked about with Seattle what a crucial need is for them. They're weak in the interior. They're also weak in the interior defensive line too. So I do wonder. I mean, Detroit doesn't really have that many holes. Of course, they lost Jeff Okuda. I mean, Christian Gonzalez could potentially come up, but does Jalen Carter come off the board here? That's what I kind of wonder.
Yeah. Carter's so good.
And guys, there's a reason why these guys are drafting so high, because they do have a lot of holes. Obviously, we had the trade. Carolina came up quite a bit. I mean, they had 7-9. I can't remember what the record was exactly, but they were middle of the road, so they just need a few pieces.
Yeah.
These teams that are picking now, they got a bunch of holes. So pick your battle, right?
Yep. And at that high, it's hard to go wrong.
Oh yeah.
The talent pool in this draft.
Unless you're the Jets, they always pick wrong in this early. Oh, last year they didn't.
They scored last year though.
So right now I'm looking
for you guys.
Go ahead. What's that?
Who's the most shocking pick for you guys so far?
I think the trade up. I think the trade up for the Texans to get Will Anderson, that caught me off guard. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
The picks match, but the trade up is what's shocking.
Trade up,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. The picks match, but the trade up is what's happened. Right now, the Lions, Levy Anwakoraki, Aleem McNeil, a guy from North Carolina State 2 years ago was drafted. I thought Bills should get that guy for defensive lineman, and John Kaminsky. So you're right. I mean, this would be a good pickup now that Jalen Carter's still available. I agree with you. This potentially could be an interior defensive lineman for the Lions. It would be a smart move since they were stolen for the corner, or they're going to go Gonzalez. So, like I said, we're here for a reason. The Detroit Lions are here for a reason. They got a couple holes. I don't think you can miss with either one of those two picks.
The last time they took a really, really good defensive tackle, really, really high. It turned out very good for them.
Dominican Sue.
Yep.
Until you start stomping on nuts. I mean, we got to hope that Carter doesn't start stomping on nuts, people.
I mean,
yeah, you ain't kidding.
Profiles match up. It's on brand.
Who doesn't think, man? There's dirty in the NFL. We thought we got rid of it in the 60s and 70s, but it's coming back.
Yeah.
Especially that guy that's hitting who's the guy that's hitting coaches on the sideline? We played against some Buffalo Bills. They hit a special teams guy, and then later on in the playoffs, I think was it a Rams guy? I can't remember who it was.
Wasn't it a Steelers guy?
Was it?
Can't remember.
But no, they're not even hitting people on the field. They're hitting sideline coaches.
So,
okay,
the Detroit Lions aren't picking anyone.
You're trading?
The Arizona Cardinals
came back from 12,
traded up to the 6th pick.
Wow.
Okay, now they're getting Jalen Carter. That would have been that's a genius move. That's a good move.
Probably be a good idea.
Wow. Was the first year GM. He's doing well already. Very nice.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what happens there. But Arizona, obviously, they had what looked like a promising future. Kyler Murray was really, really good. They got D-Hop in a steal. They looked like they had so much promise. They went and they got AJ Green. And then everything just went to hell in Arizona. So
It did.
looking at it right now, who do you guys think? I mean, Jalen Carter makes sense here to try to help this rebuild. You get a dominant defensive tackle. I feel like Jalen Carter is by far the best player in the draft, period.
It's either Carter or it's Tyree Wilson. They're very high on Tyree Wilson for what I've heard.
Okay, so the trade is for 6 for 12 and 34. So not too bad. They give up their first and their second to move up 6 spots.
But what they've gained from the Houston Texan trade probably cancels all that out.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. So that's not bad for the Arizona Cardinals. Right now, I do see that they need defensive tackle and nose tackle help. I don't even recognize these names. Rashard Lawrence, Lecky Fotu, Carlos Watkins, Kevin Strong. I do see Jalen Carter as a potential for being here, and that's the only reason why I would move up that much.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Jalen Carter is officially sliding in this draft because the Arizona Cardinals are selecting another Ohio State guy, offensive lineman.
Oh,
Paris Johnson?
Paris Johnson's gone.
Wow.
Is that what you said, Paris Johnson? There you go. Now he could play guard and tackle. He could play all over the place. Right now, they got Will Hernandez from the New York Jets. They picked up Kelvin Beachum from the New York for the Giants. Beachum from the Jets. They're revamping their offensive line. They're trying to protect their investment in Kyler Murray.
Yep.
So there you go. There you go. So they'll be picking in the top 10 next year. Wow. Okay.
Vegas on the clock, and they've got quite a few needs too: offensive line, defensive line, and definitely cornerback. There's a lot of voids in the secondary there with that.
So here's for the panel. This is from Chris Christian. If the Bills jump up in the draft, how far do you all think they will? It all depends on obviously who's available and how many first-round grades they give. How many first-round grades do you guys have, to be honest?
22.
That's what I have.
21. 21.
There you go. So it's the low 20s. Okay. So I guess as this pans out a little bit, we'd have to probably guess which player is still available at that time, and if the
right.
I think by 15. I don't. You get ahead of 15. It's too rich. There's a lot you got to give up to get that far. I mean, point value of 15 is 1,050. Where we're sitting at 27, it's only 680. So we're giving up a second round pick and a third.
Yep.
So Mookie, when he asked Brandon Beane a question, Brandon Beane actually said that they won't really know what they want to do until pick 20. Yeah. So I don't know if they are willing to give up anything before pick 19 at the very least.
Yeah. So that tells me pick 20 is around where they have first round grades. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting.
That's true. Good point.
Paris Johnson's gone.
It's a good pick.
Good pick. They do need to pick up and protect Kyler Murray for sure. And they're trying like hell to with all those free agency signings. So right now we have the Raiders on the clock.
I'm just glad my source isn't letting me down, because if I was wrong, I would look very stupid right now.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I have some people picking running back at this position. This would be obviously the only running back I see going in the first round, be John Robinson.
That would be such a Raiders pick.
And a Raiders pick?
He's doing like this.
It would be. Cleveland Farrell.
I know.
That's such a Raiders.
Oh, he's already gone.
Taking a punter in the first round.
Yeah.
Farrell's gone. He went to San
Francisco. Or when the Buccaneers took Roberto Aguayo in the second round. Oh,
right. Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo's there. Is he a stand hold until they can develop the quarterback that they want? Because now Levis is still available.
Right.
No, he's 1,000,000% a stand hold.
Well, and McDaniel's kind of quarterback. It's McDaniel's system.
He is a McDaniel's kind of quarterback. He is.
Okay. Are they going to get?
I mean, he was McDaniel's preferred quarterback. Remember, they tried to get rid of Tom Brady for Jimmy Garoppolo.
And Devonta Adams, Myers, and Renfro are the wide receivers there. I don't see them going after the top wide receiver in the league and Jigma.
Right.
This is tough. This is a tough call. Honestly,
Garoppolo might have a lot of success with that wide receiver core. Actually,
he might. If they use Josh Jacobs the way I think Josh Jacobs should be used, I think they'll be fine. They got Zamir White, a running back last year out of the draft from Georgia, who was the starting running back, not James Cook. White did a great job in Georgia, so he's their backup right now. I don't see them going running back at all right now. Jalen Carter sliding. Guys, why is that? Does anybody have any intel on why that might be?
Well, I think besides the off the field issues, like when you take a look at his film, there are some genuine concerns with him. I think number one is definitely the fact that he's always kind of, well, not always late, but a majority of the snaps he's kind of always late to the ball. And he has to try to recover, which he does do a good job of recovering. But on the next level, that's something that he can kind of get punished for. I think another thing, too, is that for the most part, he doesn't really take a lot of snaps at Georgia. Now, part of it could be because they rotate a lot. But another reason why is because of his conditioning, which is something that scouts, that there were questions about his conditioning and whether or not he could play a majority of snaps. The pro day did not help when he came in overweight, and he couldn't really finish some of the drills because of how poorly conditioned he was. And then to go in hand with some of the off-field issues, then to kind of go ahead with the fact that he doesn't really have the ideal the pass rushing move sets that you would kind of want, let's say, from like a Quentin Williams or a Jeffrey Simmons type of player.
Yep.
Like there are, like, even though Jalen Carter, I think, is the best defensive tackle in this draft class, I think scouts are looking at him and saying, we don't value him as highly as what we potentially think he is as far as like being a number one overall pick, because he doesn't really have the productivity, and on film, he doesn't really have the value of what those guys produced in college, the transition for them was smooth sailing. And I don't know
how much is this accident affecting his draft positioning right now? Is that off the field legal issues a problem here?
I think I really think, because even before that car accident, there were questions about his character even then, and again,
Right.
that's kind of been deflected and here and there.
Very much so.
Yeah, the fact that happened, and then all of a sudden he told NFL teams not to take, don't even talk to me or don't even visit me, or if you're not in the top 10, and like that added just fuel to the fire. Like that literally just
That's
added
Dion.
So
Where
it
do you
begs the question, guys. Begs the question. Bills are at 27. Jalen Carter, Mozzie Smith, Brian Brissy are all available. Which one you grabbing? Are you grabbing Jalen Carter?
Mozzie.
Or are you getting Mozzie, who's a strong son of a gun that could be that Tech 1 and take on the double teams and win?
Mozzie is not
guys
far
doing?
behind. I mean,
But
he's just
Jalen's fallen, man. Jalen's fallen.
He is. But no, Mozzie is the second defensive tackle in this draft, and it's not far behind Carter.
And here's the thing, and I've always said this about draft picks. I've even said this about C.J. Stroud, and good job for him for going to the Texans. He's got a left tackle and a right tackle that are going to be drafted in the first 20. He's got a wide receiver that's going to be drafted in the first 15. Sometimes that talent around you makes you a lot better than you appear you potentially could be. And with him doing piss poor on the test, that probably could have hindered him, but it didn't. So congratulations to CJ.
Yes.
Is this one of those situations where Jalen Carter has been surrounded by, I think, five defensive players were taken by the NFL from Georgia 2 years ago? Is this the same situation where he looked so good because he had so much talent around him?
Sort of. I think he's made up. I think when he's on the field and he's playing, he is what you're seeing. The other stuff that comes along with him is what's got to be put in people's minds.
So someone that gets winded and tired because he's not conditioned well enough would work perfect in a rotational defense like the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, yeah. Well, keep in mind, people think the Bills substituted quite a bit last year. They were middle of the road. Philadelphia was subbing almost twice as much.
Yeah.
So you look at it, that's what this league is. It's rotational defenses. That's the norm. So he'll land somewhere. I don't think the Raiders are a bad fit for him. I think he's definitely going to improve them.
The Las Vegas Raiders are selecting
Oh, please tell me it's not Will Levis.
edge. Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson, right?
Yeah, great. He and Crosby are going to wreak havoc. Crosby's got a motor like nobody else. I really like that pick.
That's weird because Chandler Jones is still there.
Biggest
I
question,
was
I think.
just thinking that.
I don't know how much he's got left. He's always been the kind of player, whether he wants to be there or not. That's why he was left Cardinals. I think he's a great talent, but I think he's seen his day.
Yeah.
Tyree is excellent. 6'6", 275 pounds, and can run like a deer.
Yeah. His motor, I love his motor. I think the biggest question, I think, for me is where do you kind of where do you play him primarily? Do you play him more as an edge, or do you play him more as like a 5 or a 3 technique? Because a lot of his most successful plays came from when he was in the interior. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that he doesn't really have the bend, and he does have the bend, but he doesn't really use it as frequently. So you may have to coach him up on that. And then I think another thing about him is that he has probably the best bull rush in this entire draft, but the problem is that is his only successful move is that bull rush. So you're gonna have to add
75 pounds. He can anchor.
Yeah.
So he can play that interior position, they might switch. He might be a better defensive end on a 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
So we have updated up. I don't mean to cut you off. We have updated compensation on the trade. Detroit gets number 12 and number 34 and number 168.
Ooh, oh,
For the Cardinals getting number 6 and 81.
that's not bad.
Mm-hmm. I think that goes to show you that I think Detroit had a player that they wanted. Maybe they were thinking about trading it up, and I think that player might have been gone. So I feel like that's why they probably just decided to trade back. Might have been Will Anderson. Hill. It could have been Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
Well,
Very good, guys.
Atlanta. Wow.
Atlanta Falcons are up now, right?
yep.
Atlanta had a busy free agency.
Yes,
They signed 2 safeties, Bates and Bell. They picked up a linebacker. They got Akuda. Calais Campbell ended up there. Juwan Smith there from the Patriots, and Bud Dupree at linebacker.
Atlanta is the absolute worst city for Jalen Carter to go to, and I bet
I
you.
agree.
Oh yeah.
I bet
Because
you
it's
goes right.
Atlanta all over again. It's Georgia.
Mhm.
How much faith do they have in Desmond Ritter? They brought in Taylor Heineke, who's had starter experience and can win games. What's
Right.
going on? And right now, their running backs are Tyler Algier, who's a 5th-round draft pick last year, Cordell Patterson, who's getting older. Is this where Bijan Robinson disappears, or is this where Levis disappears?
Either or. They couldn't go wrong with either. I think if they want the running back now, they better get it before Philly, because Philly's coming up in 2 picks. So this is if they're going to get Robinson, because Gibbs is not the answer. He's
Right.
not
right.
an every down.
Patrick Hughes says Carter, Levis, or Robinson here. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
And very interesting. I love watching this. I can't wait to see how crazy we're all going to get at pick 25 and 26.
Oh, man. And watch we trade back. We'll get all excited, and then it's like Buffalo Bills have
Hey,
traded.
like you can give me DeAndre Hopkins. I don't mind trading back.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Jarek, who do you got the Falcons taking right now?
Oh my God, I don't want. It might have to be Jalen Carter. I think it might have to. It just because I feel like a lot of their pick. I mean, who knows? Maybe Will Levis could go there at Atlanta potentially, and maybe back up to the Heineke, or maybe give Sabine Desmond Riddler. I don't think a lot of their primarily needs are. I think they're probably gone off the board. Another pick is in, so it's going to be interesting. But it's either Carter or it's Robinson. And again, it's because those are the 2 best available players on the board. I don't think it's because they need the needs. It's just because those are the 2 best. But I think the problem though is for Bijan Robinson. I think that makes a little bit more sense. You can pair him up with Tyler Algier.
Algier.
Which again, Tyler Algier had a really good rookie season, and I think that could be a good pairing. Jalen Carter, the environment that would literally be
And I'll tell you what, they brought in Bud Dupree last year. They
Right.
still have Grady Jarrett, who's a hell of a defensive tackle. If you could put a Jalen Carter teamed up with a Grady Jarrett, that's going to make we always say it's going to make your linebackers, corners, and all that stuff better. So that could make your defensive a lot better just by adding that one key player. I got 3 players right now, Justice. Is it a quarterback, a running back, or a defensive tackle?
It's a running back.
Oh, it's a Robinson.
Is it really?
Robinson's gone.
Gotta be. You don't take anybody else. There's only one generational back in this draft.
Oh, I think if you're looking for Cordell Patterson kind of running back, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a great running back out of Alabama. But yeah, you can't pass up on Bijan.
Well, I'll tell you where I thought they were going. When there's runs on certain positions, that's where you start to see others come off. Because Anderson went and
Tyler Wilson.
had Wilson go, I really thought hometown boy Nolan Smith was gonna end up being the pick, because their biggest need actually is edge. They don't have anybody rushing the quarterback.
Well,
Nolan Smith would have been amazing in that system.
Well, now they got a bell cow for Desmond Ritter to succeed. Drake London was a draft pick last year, number 1 from USC. They're not looking bad. They got protection. Their line is not that awful.
Right.
So if you can get a running back some 15, 20 carries, that Bijan Robinson's going to need, guys. I'm sorry. A lot of you guys thought that the Bills would, he was available then, should be a benefit. But he's not going to get the carries he deserves. He's not going to get the carries he wants. And he just doesn't fit the system. And the system doesn't fit him. This might work for Atlanta.
Yep.
I didn't think this early, though. 8th. Did not think this early.
I had Robinson going with Philly. So
I don't know if anybody had Robinson going this high, especially when you consider
that's
this whole new narrative about how running backs aren't first-round values, and
especially because they already have Tyler. I mean, like I said, they have Algier, who had a really good. I mean, like I said, that's a good pairing with those two guys. Yeah. It's just that I don't know if that primarily was the biggest need for Atlanta, but this is the case where they wanted to take the best available player that they believe is on the board.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to sell a lot of jerseys, I'll tell you that.
There's a lot of edge players in this draft, so their second pick is likely going to be edge because it is their biggest need. You're just not going to get Robinson any later. This is the time. They had good free agency. They picked up a lot of good players.
Yep, they're better this year, for sure.
And it's a weak division. I mean, both Carolina and Atlanta with average rosters are going to be right there.
Yep.
For the title.
You don't need to do much. Especially since I think Tampa Bay is going to be reaching for a quarterback. New Orleans, who knows what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Carolina, they've got some work ahead of them, but I think they have the offensive talent, I believe. Just they're going to give up a lot of points.
Didn't Tampa get thought they picked up Mayfield, didn't they? Baker Mayfield's in Tampa.
They did, yeah.
Well, they did, but that doesn't mean nothing. Kyle Trask was a second-round draft pick 2 years ago out of Florida.
Yeah.
But if they're bringing in Baker Mayfield, I don't think they have enough trust in Tyler Trask.
Trask, no. He was a questionable pick.
The Chicago Bears were on the clock.
Oh, they traded
They
out?
are no longer on the clock anymore because the Eagles are now on the clock.
Oh.
They have traded up one spot.
They traded up one spot, so you got to think that they're going after
Carter.
Fletcher Cox. I mean, he's getting older. I think he was a free agent, but he re-signed, right?
I think Carter comes off the board here.
Hargrave's gone, but here's the thing: they drafted Davis last year in the first round.
They did draft
Davis.
But to be fair, though, he's playing one tech though, or they moving him to. I mean, I don't know, because nowadays it's like
They've got Sue. They've got
everyone's playing a 1/hybrid 3, so I don't.
They're actually okay at defensive tackle.
But if you want to make Josh Sweat better and Brandon Graham better, you bring in the one defensive tackle that you absolutely need to complement.
Yes. And he's there.
Yeah. That's the only reason why you would bump up, because Chicago needs a defensive tackle. Chicago also needs a linebacker. Well, they got Tremaine Edmonds, but if you ask a lot of Bills fans, they still need a linebacker. Oh, dear. That's interesting. They traded up one spot. They must feel threatened about that defensive tackle spot.
Uh-oh!
Nope. What they do?
Bijan.
Jared Janis, you are 100% correct. The Eagles trade up.
Wow. Well, there's a fantasy draft pick right there.
Yep, here it is.
In that division, they're gonna get the ball in space to him.
It just made the most sense. There is literally no other position that they really need that much, but getting the best available player. And that, again, you got Fletcher Cox. That's a mentor. Jordan Davis is right there. Nakobe Dean's right there for you.
Mm-hmm.
You got guys. You got excellent leaders that can try to get them right. I think Philly's the best.
Well, they brought over Hassan Reddick, who was an absolute.
Just in time for this next pick, guys, I do not want you all to get confused when you see this guy come in and join the conversation, join the Stampede. My twin brother, Jared Reed, is entering. Content creator for 24/7 Buff Fandemonium, co-host of the Tkgr Report. He looks lost. He is lost. And those helmets you see behind him, he actually makes himself. So if anybody's ever interested, holler at him.
Awesome.
He makes them.
What's up, Bills Mafia? What's up, fellas? How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, man, what's going on?
having 4 kids, it's hard to get one going in the right direction, let alone 4. So I finally got them all to go to bed, and now I'm here.
And Robin's back. Right now, guys, the Chicago Bears are on the clock, but they traded with the Eagles. We have some insight. Little did we know, the fan base, Mr. Justice General, what's your last name, my friend? Radford. There it is. He has a little insight, Jared. We're getting picks before they even come on the board, any of the TVs. So
I will admit, I've been watching as I'm putting the kiddos down, and I see he gets excited, really excited, before anybody knows anything. And I'm getting just excited with him. I'm watching him like, oh my God, what happened?
So we don't have to worry about the Bijan Robinson thing anymore.
There you go. That's clean slate.
Now we got to worry about Jahmyr Gibbs. Now we got to worry about the Jahmyr Gibbs hype.
Who's a good running back? If the Bills did not have James Cook or Nyheim Hines, he would be the guy because he fits that role perfect. But I just don't see that happening.
Yeah. Do we know what happened with Bryce Young yet? Just kidding.
Is he sliding? I think he's still sliding.
He's still sliding. Jalen Carter slid quite a bit. That's why we think the Eagles moved up past the Chicago Bears to get that defensive tackle. The pick might be in here shortly.
They've got some offensive linemen.
Who's your guy that you want at 27 since you weren't here before the pregame?
Oh God. That's a really, really good question. Me personally, I think I'm gonna have to switch my tune and go with Darnell Washington. I might have to go with him. I think Mookie kind of convinced me.
He did, right?
I think he convinced me because I'm like, if we're gonna focus on more, if we're gonna get more 12 personnel, and if we're gonna start using this offense a little bit more, why not get a guy like Darnell Washington who's good in the run game, who's also good, who's good in the run game. You can use him in red zone situations. He's an athletic guy. If again, Michael Mayer is another player. I would not mind getting a Michael Mayer because Michael Mayer is as good, if not maybe a little bit better. Maybe doesn't have the physical upside of a Darnell Washington, but still, again, if we're going to lean a little bit more toward that 12, I think that's also there as well. I would not mind also if Josh Downs, if you want that speedster in the slot that you can use on a lot of the vertical routes, use him in that McKenzie role, maybe potentially getting a Zay Flowers if he's also available. Really anything to help our quarterback. Mm-hmm. So, guys, we haven't drafted in the Brandon Beane regime. Josh Allen was the only offensive player we ever drafted in the first round. Everything else has been simply defense. So, we got to. I think it's a little bit time for us now. We got to start investing in the future. We need to start investing a little bit more in our quarterback instead of getting the Band-Aid. I was called the Band-Aid packages that you get from Rite Aid, because it's simply not going to hold all the time. You got to thread the needle, get the surgery going. And I think we need to focus a little more offense. But no, I think Darnell Washington is. I think Justice and Mookie kind of convinced me that I think Darnell Washington probably should be the guy at 27.
I alluded to that earlier, and you know what the thing is McDermott also said it without saying it. Josh Allen's not going to run as much. He's going to be a little more safer.
No, I mean, Allen even said it. He's like, I kind of need to stop.
So there's one thing. There's a couple things I got to believe that have been discussed in that quarterback room and that offensive coordinator room is get the running backs more involved.
Hmm.
Right.
And let's get us some 12 personnel, someone that we can have that 4-3, maybe a stouter defense out there to cover that, and have someone like a Washington and a Knox go in motion out to the slots and create a crazy mismatch no matter how you look at it. I think there's going to be a lot of potential for this offense. And Darnell Washington is huge. He's the number one wide receiver, tight end, blocking tight end, I think, in the draft that's seen in a long time. And he can make things happen catching the ball. Jared, how about you? You're new, 27. What are we doing?
I'm just here to watch you guys. You guys are so full of knowledge. It's crazy. But this year's draft is a lot different than last year's draft, just in the pure fact that we kind of all knew that Buffalo was going after CB last year. This year, it's kind of up in the air. Do we want an offensive guy, an offensive lineman, a receiver, a stud edge? It's like, I don't know. If I think the guy that I would like to see Buffalo get is either Broderick Jones or Osiris Torrance. So an offensive guy, offensive lineman. So we'll see what happens. I'm not really keen on setting my sights on one guy in particular because if you guys all know that if they're wearing the red, white, and blue on Sunday, I'm rooting for them anyways. So it's one of those things. It's another thing that I just want to throw out there is that this is a life changer for all these young men. Right now, if New England picks up a guy, Miami picks up a guy, the Jets pick up a guy, KC picks up a guy, I'm happy for that guy because he just made his dreams come true as a young kid coming up through high school, college to make his own dreams come true. He's got that to share with his family and friends, and it's exciting. So I'm happy for everybody who gets drafted. But when it comes to game time on Sunday, I'm glad you got drafted, but now it's time to beat your asses. But that being said, I just wanted. I know I'm late getting here. I just wanted to put that out there.
Sounds like you're trying to catch up, Jared.
Anyway, so the number one guy I think is going to be. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see where they go.
Mike Volk says if we draft Washington, I think he takes the 0 jersey. I think Naheem Hines took that jersey. So there might be some money involved in that if they do draft that guy.
Right.
So we have a pick. The pick is in here. And a little bit of a surprising pick. Darnell Wright.
Okay.
I'm
actually kind of disappointed.
Tennessee took Wright.
A little shocking. Tennessee, who? Oh, I'm sorry. The Bears.
The Bears took Wright.
Right.
That's right, because they swapped picks.
Okay. That makes sense. Yep.
Philly, Chicago switched.
I don't hate that for Chicago.
No, it's a good pick.
Welcome back, Robin. Just to keep the conversation going, we're talking about quarterbacks earlier. Bryce Young was taken first, Stroud second, and then Anthony Richardson. So 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 rounds. The question I had for the guys was, what quarterback do you think is going to be more successful right off the bat? Jared, you can answer that question too.
Yeah. Jared, you go first because I got to think about it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I personally think I really like Anthony Richardson. He's a guy that was kind of not rated high, like top. The top 2 are obviously Young and Stroud actually came in a little higher than what we expected. But I think Richardson's going to be a surprise. He's got a good arm. He showed it when the funniest thing, when he hit the ceiling when he threw that ball. There's a lot of comments saying he was trying to throw a slant there, which is funny as hell. But I think this guy is raw, and I think he's going to the Colts. They have a good running back system there. They have good coaching. I think they're in the up and up, and I think he's going to make the biggest impact right away.
Yeah, Richardson's going to take some time, I think, like Josh Allen did, to develop. And if he's put in the proper situation, I think he's going to have every chance in the world to succeed and do a great job. He was very high on my list.
Yeah.
So when I look at it, I have to say I do think Richardson might take the most time to develop into his full potential. But at the same time, I also think he's probably going to be the most successful right away when you take into consideration Bryce Young is probably, I would say, the lowest ceiling of the 3. And then he goes to Carolina, who doesn't have the best track record in the world of winning. And then you take CJ Stroud, who has a very high upside, but the Texans don't have the best track record in the world of winning or developing quarterbacks as well. I mean, Deshaun Watson looked like he was a generational talent before he had to sit out a year for obvious reasons. And then Anthony Richardson, who is the rawest prospect, but he's going to a Colts team who knows how to build a roster, who have pieces that can help him succeed there. Jonathan Taylor, they got a pretty good line. And then you can always build around Quentin Nelson. They have Pittman. They have some pieces there that he can be very successful with. So I think that he is going to see the most success immediately out of those 3 so far.
There you go. Justice, who did you say the Chicago Bears got?
Chicago Bears got
Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright.
Gotcha.
That's a surprise, truthfully, because he's not a left tackle. He played 2 years at left tackle and got destroyed. Smallest hands of any offensive lineman in the draft. Only 9-inch hands in it. It matters at tackle. You got to have length, Got to be able to get that initial punch. You got to be able to handle speed rushers, and he doesn't. He's a right tackle, and he did well. But when you look at equal comparison of talent at the Senior Bowl, he struggled in every single practice. Edge rushers were getting around him with ease. I don't get the pick when Skoronski is right there.
Yeah, I agree.
But wasn't there talks of him coming inside to play guard, though, too, potentially?
Because he can play all 5 positions.
Right.
You name it, whatever your need is, that guy can do it. But
So you take away his short arms, you bring him inside, and it kind of helps him out a little bit more.
He makes up for that. His footwork is incredible. He's the most complete offensive tackle in this draft. Can play. He doesn't have the highest ceiling. That's Broderick Jones. But Skoronski is even better than Paris Johnson. Some of those measurables are going to be a factor. You could take him and move him inside, and he'd be a Pro Bowl guard right away. Because he can play that position. He's so strong. His hand technique is phenomenal. He's there. He's number 1 on my board, and he's number 1 on a lot of other boards. But it depends on what your system is and where your need is. So this with Wright is a reach. It's a reach.
I agree. This is a reach. It'll be interesting to see what they do, but I think they're just looking in the best interest of protecting Justin Fields right now. So we'll see how that develops for them.
Right.
But the Tennessee Titans are on the clock here, and I want to ask you guys. Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow!
Did they go
it looks like the Tennessee Titans may have just had an Aaron Maben, Brian Arakpo moment.
Oh no!
What does that mean, Ara?
He's the Iowa State kid there.
Oh no! So what I mean by that is one player is clearly better than the other, but the worst one gets taken first. I think Peter Skoronski is the pick here at number 11 for the Tennessee Titans.
So who would you have taken? Broderick Jones?
No, that's what I meant when Aaron Maben was taken before Brian Arakpo, but Brian Arakpo was clearly better than Aaron Maben.
Yes. Oh, okay, yes. Oh, with your Darnell Wright. I agree. You're right. Yeah. I'm on board with you now. Sorry.
Well, Darnell Wright I have as my 3rd, so Broderick Jones is still available, but they went Skoronski. There you go.
Who was your first?
I actually had Skoronski as being my guard and tackle, so I had Paris Johnson be my first tackle, Broderick Jones second, Darnell Wright my 3rd, with Skoronski being that guard tackle. So
first he's plug and play right now.
First was Skoronski, Paris Johnson was my second, Broderick Jones, and then Darnell Wright.
You can play Skoronski anywhere.
You can.
It is. He's plug and play right now.
See, I believe that the Titans could have benefited from a wide receiver, one of these top 2-3 guys, Zay Flowers, Addison, or Smith-Jigba.
For sure.
But obviously, they're going after protection. They have lost a couple linemen to the Buffalo Bills in the last couple of years.
Yep. And here's the thing: Taylor Lewan is gone, so that left tackle spot is the need right now.
Right.
They don't have anybody backing up that spot. So
they got Philadelphia's left tackle Andre Dillard.
I know, but he's a real right tackle. He was drafted in the 1st round by Philly. He had a decent career in the Pac-12, but he was a bit of a reach. There was no reason for Philadelphia to let him go. I'm not sure he's going to even start. That's just my opinion, but
yep.
I know he's a former 1st round, but Skoronski is a great pick for them because he can play anywhere. You know what would I compare him to? Bruce Matthews, former
team. There you go.
Bruce Matthews is the only offensive lineman in NFL history to go to the Pro Bowl at 3 different positions.
He's a scary man too.
Yeah,
he's got a hell of a pedigree too.
Look at that family.
Any team could have benefited from having Skoronski on their team for sure this year.
Yes, it's a great pick.
So the line's up.
And for the fact they didn't go with Levis means they're really going to rely on Willis because Tannehill had a really rough year. I'm not sure how longer he's going to be around.
I like Willis.
Well, he's got all the intangibles.
Yeah.
They got to develop him.
So the Lions moved back in the draft. They're up now at 12. I think they can still land their cornerback if they wanted to.
Gonzalez from Oregon.
I agree with you 110%. Yep.
They got to replace that. I know they had Cam Sutton and Gardner Johnson come on board, but they're not starters. They're backups.
Yep.
I like what you said, Ira, about them not necessarily developing Malik Willis, right?
Right.
How long did it take Josh Allen to develop?
2 years.
People thought he was a bust after a year.
Yeah.
The Bills stuck with him. And they kept, putting pieces around him. They kept developing him, and look what paid off.
Yeah.
They're ready to give up on him after 1 year. They don't even know what this guy can be. And not only that, but they didn't even let him play to his strengths. They tried to force him to be something he wasn't.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, they wanted him to play
put him in
Tannehill.
the absolute – exactly. You put him in the absolute worst positions to succeed, and then you're mad because he can't, develop into what you want him to be, even though that's not what he is. It kind of reminds me of the situation the Bills put Tkgr in.
Sort of, yeah.
They didn't let him be who he is, and they expected him to play zone coverage instead of the bump and run, type of thing that he likes. And that's why, Dane Smith that's why Christian Benford ended up firing over of him. But I love Christian Benford. Ask anybody, they'll tell you I love Christian Benford. But I don't think he's better than Tkgr Elam. So I think it's kind of the same situation, and I think they need to kind of rethink their philosophy in terms of what they want out of their quarterback, and at least give him an opportunity to develop and grow into what could be a very, very dangerous player.
He looked good towards the end of the season. He just was trying to figure out where he needed to be, because he did press man at Florida. And he was literally, out of all of that talent, he was the best press cover corner in that draft last year. And Benford played in a very similar system. The 4-2-5 is here to stay. Al Holcomb was hired on February 2nd. This 4-2-5 is still going to be it. And best man take that CB2, and I really think Elam can do it. But if not, like to your point, Benford can play it.
That 4-2-5 defense is here to stay, but it's going to look very different with Tremaine Edmonds being gone. Now you don't have that sideline to sideline, middle of the field takeaway coverage, lengthy linebacker. Now we're going to probably, hopefully, and my hopes is to bring in a linebacker or use the ones that we have on the roster now to be the plugins. The guys who come up and make contact with the guards and tackles and centers. So
Edmonds didn't play a full season, and then you got some pretty decent support and backup role there. And who knows what they're really going to do with what was their third round pick last year? The kid from Baylor.
Terrell Bernard.
Yeah. What are their plans with him? I know he was supposed to be backup. I don't know. To answer your question, I think there are decent middle linebackers that can play that role. Maybe not as well as Edmonds, but there are guys like Henley from Washington State played in the 4-2-5, and he is an incredible off-the-ball cover.
I love Deion Henley. I love it.
Holy
holy!
The Bills move up to get the 13th pick. No, it's funny because Green Bay is
guys.
Justice is.
We have a second running back taken in the top 12.
Oh,
wow. Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions.
Wow. Okay, well they just got rid of Jamal Anderson.
That's surprising because they did get Montgomery in free agency, who was a legit starter. But you got to have a two-back system in this league. So
you guys were talking about the 4-2-5 staying. I agree it's staying, but I think our defense is going to look a lot different.
I do too. I am agreeing with that. And I'll tell you how it can be different. Do you remember in just a couple of years ago when we had Alexander playing up around the line of scrimmage? He was basically he wasn't really an outside linebacker. He was the fifth option to what Teron Johnson is playing. He was taking tight ends off the line, but he was a menace at the line of scrimmage against the run. We were strong that year. We were a true top 2, top 3 defense. We've been really getting away with having Johnson handle that spot. He's come around. He's played better. We gave him an extension. But to your point, that 4-2-5 can be better. It can be better.
I think it's going to be a lot better.
And
I agree.
And we are extremely lucky because Teron Johnson just happens to be really good in coverage and a pretty decent tackler for a corner.
He had a great year last year, and our safeties are back. If you don't have continuity in safety, and they're two of the strongest positions in that defense, both Hyde and Poyer are back for this year. They can stay healthy. They're going to make a significant difference.
You mentioned health. I mean, Kyrie coming into year number 2, but then we have our guy number 27 over there coming back healthier than he was last year. So,
and he looked good when he came back. I was there at the Miami game. He was all over Waddle. Yeah, he was like a shadow on Waddle. He looked good.
And you're not 100% when you come back from that injury. You could play, but you're not 100%. When he comes back this year, he will be closer to 100%.
He's a warrior. Yeah. I'll tell you what, he's going to be ready to play.
So we got Packers coming up here.
We talked about how the draft can be wacky sometimes. Tennessee Titans, and then the Lions were after and now we're at the Packers with the 13th pick. We talk about how the draft can be kind of goofy sometimes, and now we're kind of seeing it here where you got guys like Darnell Wright going in the top 10. You got you got 2 running backs going in the top 15. And this is where things start to happen, like guys who we may not have thought was going to be there at 27, where they're like, oh, wow, there's a guy with a first round grade sitting here at 25. We could trade up 2 spots to go get him. I think this is, where one of those situations can happen. So we may be seeing a situation where we might not trade out of the first round this year, guys.
Right.
So right now, I have 14 players left with first round draft pick status.
Right.
And 14 would put us right at 27. So right now, I'd say I see the Bills setting in stone.
I do too.
And still getting someone for sure. I'm looking at the Packers real quick, guys. Christian Watson was taken last year. So was Romeo Doubs. And this would be hilarious. I will LOL, laugh out loud, if the Packers finally went and grabbed a wide receiver for their quarterback, something that they did not do for Aaron Rodgers the whole time he was in Green Bay.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep. And Patrick Hughes agrees. Would be funny if Green Bay takes a wide receiver at 13. Mike Vogt says, I like the lion face with those blue eyes in the Lions war room. Okay. Robbie from Let's Talk 716 Sports says, what's up, Jared? Go Bills.
Hey, Robbie. Good to see you.
Hey, Robbie.
Christian. Reed Brothers, what do you guys think about Spencer Brown after this past year? I know we all loved him the year before. I could start off real quick. Unfortunately, Spencer Brown's injuries, he got a real good score on the RAS scores. He's got great athletic ability, but his injuries and his ability to bend at the waist, I know Rob Mullen always mentions this, he's got great feet. But if you want to play against elite left defensive ends, defensive outside linebackers come in, you got to be able to bend at the waist. And with a back injury and that nagging injury, that's something you can't provide. And the back doesn't – out of all the injuries, that back is one of those ones that take a long time to recover. That's why I think the Bills will address the offensive tackle position in the first 3 rounds. And Spencer Brown will be a legit backup for sure.
Yep. Well, he does have quick feet, but his footwork is very sloppy. He doesn't recover very well. You're supposed to take that extra hop back when you're being pressed on, and he can't handle the speed rushers. Bending at the waist is pretty critical for him. His height is a bit of a disadvantage. And if you're having back issues or knee, because he had a surgically repaired knee. So his health is ultra critical to that position. Like I said earlier, it's got to be the number 1 pick. If there is any question mark to Spencer Brown, right tackle is the pick at 27.
Now here comes a dad joke. It all depends on whether or not it's the lower knee or the high knee, right?
Oh, wow.
So let's it's going to be something to watch over the next couple months with Cromer as the offensive lineman coach to see if he can't fix Spencer Brown's issues. But injuries are hard to fix, and also Spencer Brown fits that Bills Mafia mold. Chugging that beer, pouring it all over, having that attitude.
Yes.
But sometimes we can enjoy that presence, but then we have to move on if we want to be successful further.
He's got to be healthy. What do they say? The best thing you can do is what's that saying?
Best ability is availability.
Availability, yeah.
So the pick is in, and they are not spitting in the face of Aaron Rodgers this year.
Okay.
Taking in a wide receiver. However, things like this are becoming more true and true by the moment. The Green Bay Packers are taking edge rusher Lucas Van Ness out of Iowa.
Really?
Okay.
That's a bit of a reach.
It is.
I had him at second round talent. Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy potentially could be above him.
Yes.
So that's
He's got
interesting.
He's got an edge rusher name, though, I tell you.
Vanessa, like finesse.
Didn't he have some sort of issue here a week ago? Something up with him? Let me Google it and see.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything of him. Let's see.
Guys, we're definitely picking tonight. The Bills are picking the players.
Man.
Yeah, if according to my board, they definitely are. They've got a bunch of second rounders going. Let's start off with Darnell Wright. I did not think he would make it into the. I thought he would make it out of the first round. Lucas Van Ness is definitely one of those players that did. Jahmyr Gibbs, a running back. I only thought the one running back, if that one running back would go in the first round, would go, and now we got two gone. So I agree, there, Justice. I think we're picking tonight, guys.
Looking like it.
Robin, you want to call Brandon Bean and just confirm that? I know you got that insider
Yeah, I got him
information.
on the line right now.
I can get right on.
He says, "Stop texting me."
Does Will Levis
You
go
should
into
call Maddie
defense right
Glab.
Yeah, Maddie. I love her.
So this is a very interesting part. The Patriots will be picking after Green Bay. And Robin, I'm coming after you for this one. Is Mac Jones the answer? Because I know there's a lot of fans for Patriots that don't think he's the answer there. We actually at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium call him the bag of milk. I know that rumors that nickname's been given to him elsewhere. Is this a position because Will Levis is still available? Does Belichick go there? I mean, is
He
this?
might.
I mean, I said they potentially could trade up out of the second into the first to grab a quarterback, but since he's still there, what are your thoughts on that?
He might. I think that's a. You never know with Belichick. Who did he pick last year in the first round? An offensive lineman that nobody projected.
Cole Strange. Yep, no one projected. I think he was a third round projection actually.
Third round project. So you never know what he's going to do. But I would not be surprised at all if, for no other reason, Belichick may do this to light the fire under Mac Jones, one way or the other. If it's not going to be this quarterback, it's going to be that quarterback. Now he liked Zappy a lot, so
Yep.
I don't know what he might or might not do. But as far as I'm concerned, Mac Jones, he is a good quarterback. I don't think that he'll ever be an elite quarterback. He's a systems kind of guy. So it'd be interesting to see if they do. If he did pick another quarterback, that would be fantastic. It would be just fantastic. I just want to see what the Boston media has to say about it.
Oh, they're going to dub the next quarterback the next Tom Brady like they did with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, they did get Schuster Smith there.
They got Kendrick Bourne as well. They honed in their offensive line. They brought in Trent Brown from the Vegas Raiders.
Yeah,
They brought in Riley Reif from the Chicago Bears.
he was decent.
And then they got they got David Andrews still there as their center. So they could
I think
better their line with Osiris Torrance for sure.
Yeah.
But I would laugh as well, Robin, if they go ahead and grab Will Levis. It'd be one of those things that Bill Belichick's reaching. He's
It's-
making a last stand. He's trying.
Yeah.
The Patriots just traded back.
Well, that solves that question.
The Steelers are on the clock.
Forget it. Oh, the Steelers are on the clock.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. Well, they need a tackle.
I was going to say, everyone's looking at their charts. I think they need a tackle to help their rookie quarterback, Kenny Pickett. They just grabbed a wide receiver last year, and George Pickens. You give any one of those guys more time. Allen Robinson's on the team now.
Yep.
Help him out a little bit. Broderick Jones might
They
be
did
on.
after losing Sutton by picking up Patrick Peterson.
Right. Okay.
Corners.
They-
not an issue.
They need CB too, right? Do they go after
Well,
Gonzalez?
they lost Edmonds, the safety. So
I mean, I had them going after Joey Porter Jr. possibly with the pick they originally had. So the fact that Christian Gonzalez or Deontay Banks are still available, Jared. Jared, did you say that? That's a good option.
yeah.
Yep.
Or Branch at safety.
Oh, I like Branch.
Brian Branch is safety. They brought over Keanu O'Neal from Tampa Bay, and Minka Fitzpatrick's been there from Miami. So their safety position I don't think is too bad, but it wouldn't hurt, right?
Right.
They've got an aging Patrick Peterson over there. They took Levi Wallace from us. The cornerback position's also there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Wait, so you're saying Levi Wallace?
Did they do anything for middle linebacker? Because what's his name is now gone. Devin Bush is gone. Did they replace him?
Landon Roberts from Miami came.
Okay.
And Cole Holcomb from the Washington Redskins also came over.
Okay.
Brought over there. What was your question, Justice?
I mean, you mentioned that they took Levi Wallace, but are you suggesting that Levi Wallace didn't fix all of their quarterback problems? What?
That's exactly what I'm saying. He didn't.
He did pick Allen
year. He actually played pretty well there.
But he needs help.
Yes.
They brought in Patrick Peterson. He's got to be 90 years old by now. I mean, I think a Deontay Banks or a Christian Gonzalez could be an immediate starter there.
They're right there on the board.
Sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
So the rumor has it Belichick trades because he can't draft well. I actually got in my side piece here saying that he called Tom Brady and is asking him who he should draft with the next pick. So
I didn't ask him to come back.
The Steelers are getting some offensive line help with this pick.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, Broderick Jones is my thought. He goes
Yes,
here.
sir. That's exactly what it is. Broderick Jones.
oh boy,
Great pick. This kid is going to be a consistent Pro Bowler. You're going to see him there every year. He has got incredible ceiling.
Good pick for that.
Physical body.
Najee Harris is liking that pick. I can tell you that much for
I
free.
bet he is. He's got to be loving it.
Mhm.
Paul Rossi says got to be Brod Jones. Paul Rossi says Jones before Jets get him. Very good. I like that. I like that.
I agree.
Wasn't it Tyron Smith? Is that his name? The left tackle with Dallas there. It's been a Pro Bowler.
Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
That's my comparison to him. Exactly. Great upper body strength, incredible feet, prototypical size, weight, and
6'5".
he's incredibly smart. He's got all kinds of potential. He's a great pick. I would have loved to have him here.
So the Jets are up in that amazing trade that they made with the Green Bay Packers. The Jets have Garrett Wilson, the first-round draft last year. They brought in Alan Lazard for Rodgers because that was part of his wish list. They brought over McCall Holdman from Kansas City. So Rodgers actually might go another year without getting a wide receiver in the first round.
They got Fred Clark, too, who's an excellent safety from Baltimore.
Right. I think they got to go if they want to protect Rodgers because he's getting older and they don't want him limping around and taking icy hot for 4 days after his first game. I think they have to go here. Oh, it's tough. What do they do? I was going to say lineman, but Elijah Vera Tucker was drafted 2 years ago. Lincoln Thomason was brought over from San Francisco. Is this where they get Osiris Torrance?
That's what I'm thinking because McGovern just re-signed. Right guard is their really true need on that line.
Or do you go Dalton Kincaid? Dalton Kincaid would be a nasty,
I was
nasty
just
tight
going
end.
to say.
Oh, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Would you doubt if they went tight end here? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Rodgers has done well with tight ends. Think of what he made Robert Tonyan look like.
Yeah.
And every time he's had a
And-
good tight end, he's had a great season.
It's true.
It'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see here. I'm waiting for Justice to sit back in the seat with his phone up in the air.
Guys, for the half hour I've been here, this has been so exciting. This is so
It's
fun.
awesome.
I love it. I think I've been here for a half hour, right?
Jared, you got your announcer voice? You got something to announce?
Ladies and gentlemen, no, just kidding. Tonight's draft special is presented to you by 24/7 Buff Fandemonium with special guests the Buffalo fan base, aka Bills Mafia, and sponsored by 26 Shirts. Tonight, joining us, we have Rob Mullen up there on the left,
Sure.
Justice and Robin, and Scott and myself. Is that a good radio voice, or did I sound
No.
nasally there?
Great
Sounds
radio
nice.
voice.
You need some a neti pot or something.
Here, let's try this beer. It burns. It burns.
I'm just cued in on Justice.
Yeah. What's his reaction going to be?
Quick
Justice
stat.
Justice has like 5 screens open on his screen. Probably he's got Twitter. He's got,
I'm looking up like trade compensation as well as looking for the next draft pick because it could come in at any second. I'm looking for like more compensation in terms of like players that could be drafted tonight because we are hopefully expecting to see DeAndre Hopkins wearing that red, white, and blue. So I'm all over the place right now.
I think a lot of Bills fans are. There's a lot of different picks out there that would suggest, like you said, Justice. I think we're picking tonight.
I agree. I think we're picking tonight.
Got a couple of quick stats on Broderick Jones that are really eye-popping. 0 sacks and 445 snaps in 2022 in the SEC.
Yeah, because he's an offensive lineman. Just kidding.
Really good. 311 pounds, 6'5", 4'9", 40.
That's quick.
Yeah. 11-inch hands. One of the biggest in the draft. And an 82-inch wingspan. So he's prototypical size for left tackle. That's a great pick.
It's a good pick, and I'm glad if anybody takes him, it's not one of our AFC East division rivals.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah. Yep.
Patrick Hughes, Scott, does 26 Shirts make custom shirts? I'm not 100% sure. Justice, do you know the answer to that? Does 26 Shirts make custom shirts?
I don't imagine they wouldn't. I feel like they probably could.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they do.
Sure.
I know a lot of their shirts. They say they like to come out weekly with a different shirt for a different charity. And as I mentioned before the show, well, in the beginning of the show, they just hit the $1.75 million mark, which is amazing. And they're very creative with their shirts. They take some original designs from like these big trademark companies and create their own little thing. And it's a beautiful thing, and they're doing a great job. But as far as custom shirts, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that they did. Contact them. I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, Del Reed. He's the guy. He'll fit you up with anything you need.
I'm sure if you have an idea and you share it with him too, he'll take off with it.
Yeah.
So go check what they have now because they have a huge variety of different shirts and they're pretty awesome. So if they don't have what you have, I'll be what you want. I'll be surprised. But
and if you're looking for a 24/7 Buff Fandemonium or a Finger Lakes Mafia shirt, all you got to do is go to www.buffalo247 bufffandemonium.com. Hit up their shop. We got all that stuff there. We got coffee cups, tote bags,
Amazing.
hoodies, T-shirts, all that good stuff.
Onesies.
We even got onesies. Holy cow. Holy cow. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up. 26 Shirts is a sponsor of the show, and we couldn't be happier to be part of that organization because they are doing such great things. And us at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium, we also do donation charitable stuff, and that's something we didn't think we'd be doing when we started all this stuff. But we get more gratitude out of that than anything else, and it's awesome to be able to help people for sure.
Agreed.
With this clock running down, are they trading out of this spot?
It is. The time is certainly going by very slowly here. I don't know who they're looking to draft, but
With Elijah Moore being gone, what's the odds they go receiver here?
Sorry, say that again.
With Elijah Moore being gone, there's one more spot at receiver, and there's a quite a crew of really good talent at receiver right now.
I mean, they honestly, just because the Packers never gave him a first round wide receiver, the Jets might just go ahead and pull the trigger on a receiver right now.
Right. I mean, there's a spot open, and if they felt that Elijah Moore wasn't the answer, I don't know that Lazard is, and I'm not so sure about. Well, Nico Hardman had a decent career, but
I think you guys talked about Rodgers to the Jets at the beginning of the show tonight. Did you guys talk about the relationship between him and Wilson? I imagine you did, right?
No.
No, we didn't. I don't think.
So one's going to make training camp hell, and the other one's going to make it the best
Oh,
thing ever.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. Their relationship. Yeah, not the receiver.
they lost Braxton Berrios too.
But they have Alan Lazard, Garrett Wilson, and Mercole Hardman, so I don't think they're going to go wide receiver here.
Maybe
They've addressed the tight end with Conklin and Uzomu in free agency. I don't know. Their defense is tough. They might. I don't know what they're going to go here.
they lost 2 defensive tackles. Sheldon Rankin's gone, and they lost another one.
Just don't take my Mozzie.
No, I don't want. Oh, good Lord! Can you imagine playing against him?
No.
Oh, that would really creep me out because I really thought that scared me last year. With Mozzie in there,
Scared me last year.
next to Quinnen Williams. Can you imagine that?
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
that's giving me heartburn.
Because we are so used to the Jets making bad picks. I mean, now that they got Salah there and their organization's turned around a little bit, they actually nailed last year. I thought they did a great job.
They knocked it out of the park last year. Their draft was excellent.
Yeah.
And what I think they should do, Mekhi Becton, I think, has been a failure for the last 3 years. I think with the run on offensive tackles, that's hard to go after Matthew Bergeron or DeJuan Jones right now.
Lord.
No.
No.
Oh, my God.
No.
They would be. You're right. They would be great picks.
By your reaction, they just took Nolan Smith.
No. Oh.
They
Good
took
Lord.
Will McDonald.
Their edges are really good, though.
You took who?
They just
Will
took Johnson
McDonald.
last year from Florida State. That kid's got a credible motor.
Will McDonald.
Will McDonald.
I'd be happy about that because he's overrated.
I actually had him as a late second round.
Yeah.
Really?
No, thank you.
That's fine by me.
Yeah. I'm happy with that.
Justice, you said Will McDonald the fourth is gone? All right.
That's the pick?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
so I don't want to jump up and down and clap my hands and be really happy, but the more of these yellows, I have yellows as my second rounders, the more of these I'm crossing off, the more excited I am about the potential of Bills. And it's tough to say because best player available, like I said on the K-Gun Report on Tuesday, best player available, it doesn't matter what you have on your big board. Everybody has an assumption. When they say best player available, it's who I have. It's who Bean has in whatever position he has as a priority. So when these managers and coaches say, we'll take the best player available, that's still basically that's the same as saying we'll take what we need.
Yeah.
So
It's
funny
players.
Osiris Torrance is still available. Nolan Smith is still available. I'd hate to say Kalijah Cansey because he would be a Tim Settle / Ed Oliver type player, but he's still available. Mozzie Smith, who would be the Tech 1, is still available. There's still a lot of potential, and I'm surprised. The biggest surprise for me right now is Jackson Smith-Jigba. I think he's the biggest surprise that he's still available, and the fact that there's no wide receivers taken off the board yet.
Right. Oh, good Lord.
It's making my heart beat fast. The Jackson. Yeah, I'm over here having heart palpitations. Seriously.
Don't.
Why is that, Justice?
I said the fact that Jackson Smith and Jigba hasn't been taken yet.
Oh, yeah, right.
Having
because
heart palpitations.
Earlier in the show, he was the guy that you said if he was still available.
If he's at 20, bump 27. If he's at 20, go get him.
I'm not going to fight you on that one. I'm not going to fight you on that one.
Did you have
He's
high
a
hopes for Will
yak
McDonald?
monster. That kid is yards after catch. He's unreal.
What'd you say, Jared?
I'm gonna be honest. I had my wires mixed when I saw that pick come in.
Okay.
So that's why I had the reaction at first. I was
Right.
thinking of Jalen Carter instead of Will McDonald, but then I thought about it. I was like, oh wait, Will McDonald isn't what I was thinking he was.
He's 6'3", 239. If they put some weight on him, which, they did that with Gregory Russo here at Buffalo, you never know what it could turn out to be. And that's what I was thinking when you said you were getting kind of, oh, damn, Jets added a good edge rusher. I was thinking that's what the direction you were leaning towards.
So, yeah, Will McDonald is Dean's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, DE
Not up
6.
there.
And I actually really, really like Adetumaway Adebari. I really like his film. And I love Felix Abuke, who's online. And I love BJ Olajari, actually. And while I'm here, there is one guy who's – oh, wait, no, never mind. He's not an edge. Okay, never mind. But, yeah. No, actually, I think he can play some edge. I've seen him at edge. Like, he's not listed as an edge in Dean's.
McDonald's a 4-5 technique.
I really like Isaiah McGuire out of Missouri. Really like him as a late pick there.
They got to put McDonald out on the edge.
Yeah.
He played out of position there at Iowa State. 4-5 technique was it at 236 pounds. You're not doing that in the NFL.
Isaiah McGuire is 6'4", 274. That's big, boy. He's huge.
guys, real quick, the Commanders are about to pick. My best friend is a Commanders pick. And I actually had Washington coming back into the first round to grab someone like a Hendon Hooker or Jay Hayner. But since Will Levis is available, Commanders, I believe, will get their quarterback of the future here.
Maybe.
What do you think, Justice?
Letting Taylor Heineke go, they're kind of all in on Howell. All the reports are saying from their camp that they're ready to make him the starter. But who knows? Levis would be a great choice for them.
Nolan Smith, obviously, without them picking up the fifth-year option
Yes.
for Chase Young could be an option as well.
Oh, exactly. And Miles Murphy.
Yep.
He could fit that system.
And I think
The
Justice
pick
got
is
some
in
news for
here
us.
for the Commanders. It is. And I don't know. This might be a little bit of a shocker.
Okay.
The pick is Mississippi State cornerback Emmanuel Forbes.
Okay.
What?
Emmanuel Forbes. Okay. Nope. I had him ranging between either the third and fifth cornerback. So, okay. Justice, you were saying?
That's crazy.
They really don't have depth at cornerback. Kendall Fuller, who was a third-round draft pick in 2016. Right now they have St. Just Benjamin and Danny. This looks like a desperate – looks like a need. It definitely looks like a need, but the fact that they jumped over Christian Gonzalez, Deontay Banks, Joey Porter Jr.
I know. Wow.
And I'll say it again, and I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. As long as these second-round projection, third-round projection players keep coming off the board, the more excited I am for the Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
I know. Something's falling our way.
Good. This draft board is falling definitely our way.
I just don't understand that pick. Gonzalez is right there. That kid has got an incredible ceiling.
I'm not
He's
even
a
going to
really
go
good press corner, but he can also play zone.
Rob, I'm not even going there. I'm looking at Will Levis is still available, and I think Washington's a team that needs a quarterback.
Yep.
He's still available. I saw them coming up and getting potentially the fourth or fifth, sixth ranked quarterback in the first round, but look at this. Look at this. Patrick Hughes. Who are the New York Jets? The only team in New York are the Buffalo Bills. Exactly. You got it.
New Jersey Jets.
I'm trying to understand why Bert Kinnicutt says Bean failed the Bills again. Bert, be more specific. I think he wanted a running back. We needed Bijan Robinson. I would love an explanation about that. The panel's already expressed their feelings about that. Bert, I think you're on the short end of the stick with the conversation in that regard. But thanks for your comment for sure.
It's a
Bijan went 8.
offense.
There's no way
Bijan
the
went
Bills would
8th.
trade up. There's no way the Bills would trade up for that.
Well, that's the thing. He's a bell cow running back. He's going to need 250 plus carries a year to be happy. Not only does he not fit the Bills scheme, but the Bills scheme doesn't fit him.
Right.
And the fact that he is someone that it needs to be a third down back. The Bills just got a second round pick last year in James Cook. They brought in Naheem Hines, Damian Harris. Their running back situation is full. Damian Harris will take care of that red zone presence. Scored 15 touchdowns 2 years ago in the red zone. James Cook is ready to cook. The only reason the Bills didn't re-sign Singletary is because they probably understand that Cook now can understand the blocking scheme, and Ken Dorsey now is going to use the running back as a wide receiver.
Well, what's the strength of our offensive line? It's a zone blocking scheme.
Well, we brought in the two guards, right? Deion Dawkins is back. Morris is back.
Yep.
That offensive line is going to be better.
Yes.
So Bijan Robinson, yes, I mean anybody would love him on his roster, but like I said, he doesn't fit the scheme, and the scheme doesn't fit him.
Right.
Well, thanks for commenting. For sure.
It's out of our question. We don't have to think about it.
No, you don't have to think about it, and we can all speculate. I mean, if he was available at 27, I honestly think Bean would have traded back and given a team that wanted that running back that spot at 27 and move back. I don't think it's a right fit for Buffalo.
There's no question he is the only generational running back in this draft. So the talent is there. He just doesn't fit our scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Detroit Lions will beg to differ because they think Jahmyr Gibbs is the answer there. So,
well, they're going to pair him with Montgomery.
Right. Which is not a bad pairing. You
No,
have
not
you have that scat back, the guy that can do a little bit of everything, like a Jamal Williams, and then you have Montgomery who can get the in between the tackle stuff for sure.
So who's your guys' favorite player left on the board that you're hoping the Bills can get? Because a lot of players are real possibilities right now.
I just don't get that Emmanuel Forbes pick.
I'll start off. Jackson Smith-Jigba. I mean,
Yeah.
I was with you when we mentioned what player would be available still at 27. It's a no-brainer. I had Peter Skoronski, but he's not there. But if you can go ahead and bring this guy in, not only does he make Gabe Davis' job difficult, but even if those two split the snaps, very dangerous. He could do everything. His route tree is amazing. Oh man,
He's a total slot. He's not an outside guy. So Davis' job is saved.
in my opinion, he could play everywhere, and he's a good blocker.
I'm sure he can. But all of his production, and most of it the year before, in 2021, was at the slot position. You just can't cover him. There isn't a slot corner that could stay with him. He gets that ball, he's gone. He's an instant home run threat. He led the NCAA with yards after catch.
Yep.
The pick is in. I'm just letting you guys know. You can finish your thought.
Oh,
I think this is
Robin, you so excited to see Mozzie still available?
Yes.
Yes. Or Nolan Smith. Can you
Nolan
imagine-
Smith too. I mean, come on.
Oh,
Mozzie. Give me Mozzie.
Well, Pat's pick is in.
You guys know Smith, right? 6'2", 238. He's another guy that the Bills can put some meat on. That he's quick. That's what
He's
his
great
Patriot-
against the run.
yeah.
Who's
There's
the pick?
The Patriots are getting Oregon cornerback Christian Gonzalez.
That's
Yeah.
a good pick for them
That's a very good pick for them.
because I believe they lost another corner. Who was the kid that replaced? Why can't I think of his name? Their lead corner last year is gone, and he was pretty decent. So this is a really great pick for them.
Yeah, he went to
JC Jackson.
the Chargers. J.C. Jackson. Yes.
JC Jackson, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Yep, that's a good pick. I mean, they have a bunch of veterans there in Jonathan Jones, Jack Jones, Miles Brandt. That was definitely a good pick for them. The fact that he went that far back, I'm surprised.
I am
But-
surprised.
They did not
Tell you
make
what, this
Mac
kid's gonna
Jones'
struggle.
job any easier.
He's going to struggle with Diggs, though. Diggs has got so many
Yeah.
moves.
He's
Diggs
gonna
is
struggle with
the
Diggs
second coming
and-
of Stevie Johnson
What
and all those moves.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba.
It was a good pick. I'll give
Yes.
you the credit for that. McCourty retired. They needed help there.
Yes, very much so.
Josh Allen's still going to destroy him. Oh, here it
Who's
is.
on the clock?
Bert Kinnicook says McCourty retired.
Right, safety.
All right, I'm going to put this. The Detroit Lions are picking again. Who did they get before? Anybody know? They just grabbed Jamar Gibbs, right, for the running back. And that's the pick they had. So now they're up again. Detroit Lions. Hey, Fandemonium, Bills Mafia. We're going to put your picks up here. Make your pick for the Detroit Lions. I'm going to click on you. Let's see who's right here.
Well, they would have taken Gonzalez. So it's got to be a corner, the next corner on the board.
Yeah, Deontay Banks. And my board is Deontay Banks.
I like him.
Robert Smith. The Patriots didn't take OSU receiver. I am shocked beyond belief that there has been no receivers, not just Jackson, but the fact that no
Really?
receivers have been taken off the board yet.
Surprising.
Zay Flowers is dropping. And I thought Dallas was going to move up to get him. They're not convinced in Cooks, I'm sure of it.
Couple
They need
people
him.
dropping. Kalijah Cansey is dropping. Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Brian Branch is dropping. If Brian Branch is there at 27, I would love it.
All of the tight ends are dropping.
All the tight ends. Brian
Well,
Tracy.
Well, Hodginson's gone, right, from the Lions. Where was he traded to? Minnesota?
Yes.
So this could be a position where Dalton Kincaid is gone.
Oh, I like that pick. He's really good.
A lot of Lions fans are not fans of getting a tight end here just because of what they've had to face there with Hawkinson and Eric Ebron.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Spectacular tight end prospects coming out of college and then kind of go on to just be maybe slightly above average, tight ends in the league, but certainly nothing special.
I mean,
They need a corner. They got to have a starting corner there.
well, they need a corner. They also need a little help for Jared Goff. I mean, right now, Marvin Jones Jr., Josh Reynolds, and Amon St. Brown is their wide receivers. And with Jackson Smith still being available,
Right.
oh boy.
Yeah. Wow. Could be a good.
What
There's
if they go crazy with the other end there on the defensive side and get Nolan Smith here?
Well, they did grab Hutchinson last year in the first round. And they do have their defensive tackle, Aleem McNeil from North Carolina State 2 years ago. Maybe they will hone up that defensive line and grab him. They can go anywhere. Again, like we've said before, when we get to 22 and after, then there's specific spots, right?
Yeah.
But anywhere under, maybe even 15 and under, there's a reason why they're there. They have more than one hole. So there's a lot of potential. So if you can get it right, good job. Paul Rossi says Porter,
I
cornerback.
was thinking about Porter, too,
He's good.
for them.
Corner's got to be it.
Derek Monroe is jumping in and said, I predict Levis at 22 for the Vikings. I did predict the Vikings would come back into the draft and grab a wide quarterback, but because Levis is still available, Tampa Bay is up next. They potentially could need one. Seattle would be after that. They potentially could need one. And then you're right, Minnesota, maybe.
Minnesota.
Yeah. They need some help receiver wise. And
Derek also says Jigba to the Lions.
Could be.
So if you understand the Lions from last year, their offense was pretty amazing. Of course, they had Jamal Williams who could put the ball within the 5-yard line, guaranteed touchdown. The problem they had last year was their defense. So are they going to hone up on their defense right now? I have Nolan Smith still available. Kalijah Cansey still available. Brian Branch, like Justice said, they can improve.
Brian Breeze.
Proceed.
I like Cansey there. I think he would fit that system. The 3 technique with all kinds of,
Well, you're right. They're a 3-4 defense. So right now their defensive end is John Kaminsky and their defensive tackle is Levi Amaretsky. So they could use him there. Oh,
I love that reaction.
That's a reaction of somebody
They're
else.
very bad.
Yeah, this isn't a good.
That's a jaw
Surprise.
drop reaction.
The Lions are taking Iowa linebacker Jack Campbell,
Jack Campbell.
with the 18th
What?
overall pick.
Wow. That's
Wow.
Okay, Robin, how are you feeling about this?
Not very good.
Yep.
Well, I thought he was going to go in the second round.
I
So
did too.
I think the rest of us did too.
There's still a lot of good talent, though.
oh
I mean,
yeah.
you got Simpson.
All right, guys, I'm going to say this. Now that Jack Campbell's gone and there's a lot of picks left and the Bills are at 27, we might see – this might force a hand.
Well,
This
how many
might-
first
this-
rounders do you have left?
I have Trenton Simpson as being a first-round linebacker.
I do
And
too.
because Jack Simpson is gone, this might be a forced hand.
Yeah.
As far as my first rounders, ready for it? I'll go offense first. Will Levis. Wide receivers, still Jackson Smith-Njigba, Zay Flowers, Addison, and Quentin Johnson. Tight end, Kincaid and Mayer.
Yep.
Edge, Nolan Smith. Interior defensive line, Kalijah Cansey. I don't have Mozzie Smith there, but if he's there, I think they should take him. I have linebacker Trenton Simpson. I have defensive back Deontay Banks, and then safety Brian Branch.
What about Addison and Johnston and
No,
Flower?
Addison, Johnson, Flowers, and Jigba are still first-round wide receivers for me.
Okay. Yeah, that's quite a selection.
That was good for Jack Campbell. Good for
Yes,
Jack Campbell. I
absolutely.
mean, he went at least 20 picks higher than I thought he was going to go.
This is so
But
He's a very good prospect, and he was working this offseason with one of the best linebackers in NFL history, Luke Kuechly.
well, the Lions just brought in Alex Anolzi from New Orleans Saints. I know they brought in Chris Spielman. Maybe they're thinking he's the next Chris Spielman. Who
Could be.
knows? But if they need linebacker help, their defensive ends obviously produced a lot with Aiden Hutchinson, who's very
Yes.
good. Aline McNeil, who was very good 2 years ago, and he still is good. Maybe
Yeah.
they just need that guy to fill the gap, plug the run, and create havoc. I do believe the Bills. I believe personally that Jack Campbell was what the Bills wanted out of Tremaine Edmonds.
I was thinking that. Yeah.
But we're not getting that. Sorry, Robin.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. But moving on.
He's a solid prospect. He'll do well.
But with that being said, we got a second or third round linebacker who potentially could have been in those rounds. Now was taken, which means there's a lot more first rounder prospects for the Buffalo Bills.
There's stuff falling down the charts here.
Yep.
Well, keep in mind we have that compensatory pick in the third round if we need to move up in the second to get.
But that's next year though, right?
Yeah, you can still use it though. I
No,
mean,
you can still use it as a fourth round trade bait.
Yeah.
So I had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are next on the clock. I had them bumping up after this pick to come back with the 27th pick, maybe for Buffalo for a quarterback. And now that Levy is still there, I can't believe Levis is still there, to be honest
I
with
know.
you. What are you thinking?
Same here.
How is that fourth quarterback still available?
Yeah. Boy, there's been some reaches in this draft.
There have been. This board is falling weird.
so weird.
How many trades are we at?
It is almost like the evaluation process is pointless. It's like
I know.
why
I
even
know.
do mock drafts? None of this is like wow, this is nuts.
That's
You
what makes
know,
it
there was
fun, right?
great tape on all of these players to get a really good handle. And I'll tell you what, the best tapes I saw was at the Senior Bowl. Those one-on-one drills, like for the offense, defensive line, that said everything you need to know about these prospects.
Mm.
Guys, we are going to get a superstar talent at 27.
Yes.
No doubt in my mind. Burt Kinnickett says good. Campbell misses a lot of tackles. Okay.
I've seen footage of him missing a lot of tackles, but
See,
that goes back to like the highlights. You know, you can say someone's good and all you see is their highlights. Well,
Right.
if someone's bad, all you're going to show is their missed tackles.
Oh, my
Scott said it the best. He takes excellent angles to make up for some of the slow footwork. Other than that, he's a beast in the A-gap.
unless you have access to a lot of film, all you're going to see on some of these players are their highlights.
Right.
So unless you watch the game on Saturdays and all that stuff, you won't know what their downfalls are.
Right.
And it's one of those things. So I mean, Jack Campbell. I watched a lot of film on Jack Campbell because I liked what he does. He does fill the hole. He's very good in between the tackles. He's not afraid to take on the block. He's not afraid to take on a hit. And he's 6'6", 6'5", so he can play defensive, middle of the field, safety zone like Tremaine Edmonds did. But
Totally. His NFL comparison is Brian Urlacher.
yeah, he's not falling to us. So
The
we can
pick is in for the Buccaneers.
Maybe,
They are
maybe.
taking defensive lineman Elijah Cansey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did kind of talk about that. That's a good pick. He's not bad. I think he's got a better motor than Oliver, but he's got the same skill set. He's like a mini Aaron Donald, to be truthful, and it's not a Pittsburgh thing. He
Mhm.
really is. He's a little bit undersized, but man, he's got moves. He can get into those gaps.
He's the perfect complement to Vita Vea.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Wait, there's your D1, there's your Tech 1, Tech 3 comparison right there. So those two will complement each other very well.
yeah, that's a great point.
So the potential for Tampa Bay to come back in the first round again for a quarterback is still there.
Your theory lives on.
Every once in a while, I'm right.
Now, my theory is that Jack Campbell is really the illegitimate child of Dan Campbell, and that's why he was selected.
Love it. Love it.
I feel like Jack Campbell was the exact linebacker that the Bills wanted Tremaine Edmonds to be.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like he was exactly what they were trying to mold Tremaine Edmonds into being. So that's why I thought he would have fit extremely well in the middle of our defense. But at 18, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
So, Robin, I hate to bring this up, guys. I don't know if you heard the news today, but Jerry Springer passed away today.
yeah.
Jerry Springer there, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is because of the illegitimate child, and there's no way I think that they're going to do a DNA test to prove paternity. So,
We'll just
rest
have
in-
to roll with the theory.
but I mean, the guy, I think he was a lawyer. He had a wonderful show, a fun show, an entertaining show.
Yeah, very
Oh,
much.
Rest in peace, my friend. So,
Yeah,
Elijah Cansey. All right. Seattle Seahawks is up. Who'd they get before? They grabbed Devin Witherspoon because we thought they needed a defensive tackle. Who's left?
Right.
Is this now where they I'm gonna say it every round until he's gone, guys. Will Levis. As much as I like
Yeah.
as much as I like what Geno Smith did, and he proved himself.
He did.
I would love for the Seattle Seahawks to continue with him because he does provide a great offensive mindset. He's got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett still there. Maybe they go after the wide receiver to help him out, or they draft the next quarterback in the future to improve those guys. Who knows?
Right.
But this should be interesting. They're not going after running back. Kenneth Walker is still there. And obviously all our running backs are gone for the next 6 rounds. What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Clemson defensive tackle, Brzee.
Okay.
He's a really good pass rusher from inside.
Right, and you mentioned this before because Jaron Reed is there, so he potentially could have gotten something like Jalen Carter because they were available.
Yep.
And now that they're still here, Brian Brzee could potentially be that guy.
Yeah, and he's worthy of a first round grade.
Right.
An excellent career. Great kid too.
I have him 2nd round, so I'll be happy if he goes, but he's first, 2nd round.
I actually have him at this pick on my mock. Going to Seattle.
Bert says they need Levis. Kevin Kanye says, yes, we will get a good player. I believe that. Buck's pick is in. Yeah, we knew that. Sorry, a little late to that one. Campbell would have been a great bill. I believe that, Kevin Kanye. I really do. And I had him going the 2nd round, potentially being available there. So they kind of jump for him. But sometimes
You know what's crazy? We did a mock draft yesterday, and we got him with our 2nd pick in the 2nd round.
Yep.
That would be nice. Here we are at 20. This is Beam's threshold.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 players that they could still get.
And we've got a good relationship with Sean there at Giants. We could move up a couple picks, at least get ahead of Dallas.
I may have one of my best friends tune in here for that New York Giants pick and see how he feels about it.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're right. Depends on what's available.
Baltimore's not moving out. Chargers won't move out.
They got their quarterback. Anybody know what that guaranteed money is yet?
Oh, yeah. One of our followers here, Patrick, I think, has the number on that. Patrick, if you're still on, let us know what the contract was. In fact, I think he texted me earlier. Maybe it's still going. Wow, got a lot of unanswered here.
This draft is so nuts.
It's nuts. I haven't got a clue what's coming.
260 million over 5 years with 185 guaranteed.
185. That's what that sounds right.
Was it 5 years?
5, I think.
Yeah.
He did all right.
He did good. I feel bad for him because he was trying to get the guaranteed contract, and I understand why. When you're being asked to
do what he's asked
take hits, and how long does a running quarterback last in the NFL?
Exactly.
But it's a new system, so he's going to have to be a pocket quarterback now. We're going to find out how good he really is. OBJ will help a little bit, but he's still got to have out on the edges. He can't just keep dumping it to the tight end.
Right.
This is going to be a tell-all year for him.
It is.
So I can see why he would want a guaranteed contract because you got a lot of new people. They're rebuilding all the way around. They've lost a lot of defensive players. They basically almost lost their entire secondary. If there's a team that needs high-end picks, it's Baltimore. If they want to win now, they should probably go all in and get what they can.
Joey Porter would fit in good for them.
Yes, he would. Very much so. I like how he plays. He's solid.
I do too.
I agree. I think that he would fit in there, especially the problems. They did have talent at the defensive back position, but like us last year, they had a lot of injuries.
Yes.
But they've had a lot more injuries over the last couple of years. And to get a new guy in there definitely would benefit them.
Well, they've got a host of defensive tackles that are going to rotate quite a bit. They took care of replace Campbell and Arby. They've got some good backups. They're really solid in the middle. They need edge, linebacker, and everybody in the secondary. Chuck Clark's gone. That guy was really solid in that defense.
Yep.
So they could even go Brian Branch there with that pick.
Well, I think they're still relying on Patrick Queen. Adafeola from Penn State 2 years ago is still there, and they just brought in Roquan Smith last year from Chicago. God. So if you can hone that all in, they drafted Kyle Hamilton out of Notre Dame last year.
Yes.
I think if you add in a Joey Porter Jr.,
yeah.
I mean, you're adding every little thing to that defense, and Baltimore's about their defense. And with Lamar back, J.K. Robbins is going to be 100%. Mark Andrews is returning. OJ's there. Rashad Bateman, rookie 2 years ago. Crazy good. I think he's one of the better wide receivers in the league. And Nelson Aguilar they just brought in.
Right, he's a good number 2. Pretty solid.
So if they can hone in that defensive back position. The thing is all these AFC powerhouses, I think they should tighten up on their defensive backs. But I also believe that the second year, we haven't talked about our Bills in a while, the second year with Ken Dorsey, I think he's going to have a better understanding of how this offense will run. We heard McDermott mention Allen's not going to run as much. He should be more responsible, and Allen's even said that. But I think that's a smokescreen into what they're actually having a conversation with. I think it's a conversation they're having with Dorsey saying, get the running backs involved. You got 3 running backs on your roster now that can catch the ball in the backfield. You didn't do that at all last year.
We'll look at how the offseason started last year, knowing Dorsey was going to be the OC. McKissick was a tell-all. They want a pass-catching running back, and in the second round, they take Cook and bring in Naheem Hines. So this is a pass-first offense. Get these backs. Yeah, Yeah, his catches are awesome. But we need tape on this guy with a.
I
Just-
didn't. Justice, are you happy or are you pissed?
Oh, I'm pissed.
Oh,
Seattle
no.
just took Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Did he? Did he? That's
Oh.
good. It's good.
That's
Pick.
a good pick.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, because they don't have a slot receiver. Their production
And
is on the outside.
Who better for a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba to learn from than Tyler Lockett?
Oh,
That's
right.
amazing.
Well, Lockett can play both. He can play outside and the slot. That's a great pick.
These reactions are raw coming from you from at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium. Jackson Smith is gone. I'm surprised he lasted that long. I mean,
So he's the first receiver off, right?
at 20. At 20.
Wow. So what happens if Zay Flowers ends up at 27?
I mean, he's had a couple visits. He's had a couple visits. So they got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and now the best receiver in the draft in Smith-Jigba.
That's
I think they're okay. I think
Geno
they're okay.
Smith. Gotta be
Geno
set.
Smith is loving and he's been in the league long enough to understand the system, and I think he's
Oh, he's a perfect fit there. He had a Pro Bowl year last year.
Yep.
He really looked good. I was happy for him because that's a good, nice rebound, and he landed with a solid coach. I love Pete.
So Patrick Hughes says Lamar got $260 million, 185 of it guaranteed.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. We need that's awesome.
So that's the most, correct?
Yeah, number
Okay.
one across the board.
And how many playoff games has he won?
I know. He just needs some help.
Kevin Kanye paid too much for Lamar. We agree. If OBJ can stay healthy,
That's a question mark.
that is a question mark. I don't know what was mentioned before, but I think OBJ is in Baltimore. So you're right. If he can stay healthy, he's going to help him out a little bit.
He's got to get two hands on the ball, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Practice catching with two hands. So the Chargers are on the clock. The Ravens will be next after that. We'll discuss what they need after that.
Zay
But-
Flowers or they take Kincaid.
Go
They
get
need a-
Lamar another weapon. Kincaid. I mean, they got Mark Andrews.
They did?
They still have Mark Andrews.
He's
The
aging.
Char-
Oh, Baltimore. I was thinking
I'm talking
the
about Baltimore.
Okay.
Who'd Seahawks get?
Oh, they went Jackson Smith
Smith.
Jigba.
Yeah.
Let's,
Chargers are next up on the clock.
let's hit up some of these comments, guys. If Will Levis doesn't go here or taken by the Vikings, he doesn't go in the first. Patrick, you might be right, but I think there's a lot of teams. If Will is still available after 27, 28, I think you'll see teams wanting to come up and get him. Bears win the North this year, boys. FYI, Ryan Lord, personal friend. Hey, man. Well, now that Rodgers is gone, now that the Bears lost their father to a different division, I think the Bears might have a chance. Detroit's looking good, though, man. It might be
That's
tight.
I got the Lions running away with that division. They got a good offense.
So now that the first receiver was taken off the board, Chris Christensen believes that here goes a run on the wide receivers. Zay Flowers, Addison, Quentin Johnson
That's
are
good
the
thing.
only first-round value I have.
Is this where the Bills are going to trade up?
Well, the Giants are taking receiver.
No, there's too many blue on my board. There's a lot of space. Can you guys imagine if Dalton Kincaid is still available with the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, wow. Holy smokes. We're getting somebody good. We're not that far away. We're, 7 picks away right now?
Lamar has only won one playoff game. You're right, Patrick Hughes, and now he's the most paid quarterback in the NFL. Seattle makes a good pick. I agree. I agree.
It's
Seattle did.
Excellent pick.
Will Levis is having a bad night.
Yep. He's Aaron Rodgers back in the day when they're waiting and putting his hand on his head and we're just waiting. Kevin Kanye says Chargers need defense. Smith goes here. Smith opposite side. Oh boy, I don't want to think about it.
The Chargers did pick up Kendricks, the middle linebacker. He's-
Yeah, but you
Bosa.
got Joey Bosa on one
Bosa.
side. Well, Khalil Mack is still there.
Yeah.
So is this kind of a passing of the torch, maybe?
they're not bad.
Can't have enough, right?
We can't have enough. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting for the Chargers.
Their receivers can't stay healthy. It just the Williams is in and out. I think wide receiver. You got a choice of several good options here, but Kincaid would be my tight end choice for them.
Well, like Chris Christian said, here goes a run on receivers.
I think he's spot on. Because you look down the list here, there's all these teams really need another receiver.
So here's the thing. I got a question earlier about, is there going to be a regular season rager this year? Yes, there will be. 24/7 Buff Fandemonium again. Labor Day weekend. Jared, September 2nd?
September 2nd.
We'll be having the regular season rager. It's a pep rally. It's a week before the Bills start. We will have it at Reinvention Brewing Company. They have amazing beer there. We will have Endless Mountain Derelicts playing live music. We are doing the benefit for the Help One Foundation. Mark Maddox already showed interest in coming again this year. So it's all in line. We're working on it. We'll have the event out within the next couple months probably. But yes, the third annual regular season rager will be held at Reinvention Brewing, Manchester, the weekend of Labor Day weekend, September 2nd. Yep. Teams need to start drafting wide receivers, keep them away from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So what's your guys' what's the Chiefs' dire need right now? Since we got some people saying the Chiefs need wide receiver.
Running back.
What are you guys thinking?
Running back.
The Chiefs really want Zay Flowers here. They've had multiple meetings with him. Every report. Well, at this point, there's no point in listening to reports because they all have been wrong so far. But a lot of people say they want Zay Flowers. The pick is in for the Chargers, and the running back. I mean, this wide receiver run looks like it's starting now. I want you guys to guess which wide receiver they took.
Quentin Johnson.
Addison.
Quentin Johnston. He's the guy.
They
Really?
like those big wide receivers over there.
Yes, they do. Well, I'm happy with that.
I'm okay with that.
I'm not a big fan of Johnston.
Okay.
Need some more.
I mean, you guys got to be Mafia. You got to be getting excited right now because there are still a lot of potential players on the board. Me right now, personally, my offensive tackles are all gone for the Bills potentially getting the first round. But tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, safety, interior defensive line, edge, all still there. What are you guys thinking?
You really think tight end?
Jared, if Dalton Kincaid is there right now, think about we got Dawson Knox right now. Right. Sweeney's no longer there. We got Quentin Morris. Can you imagine a 12 personnel with an elite start off automatically productive tight end and Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, even Darnell Washington in the second round.
Right.
And then the offensive coordinator has already mentioned 12 personnel before last year.
Oh yeah.
Why did they bring in OJ Howard?
Right. That's a great point.
They're
Morris answered that question. Morris was a find.
Yep.
Yeah. Quentin Morris, I think he showed a lot of potential last year.
To be honest with you, I think that's their plan is to utilize Morris. They just got to get that third tight end later in the draft. They need a blocking tight end because I'm not certain about Morris did a decent job of blocking, but he's excellent receiver.
And I'm telling you right now, and Justice can vouch for me, this Darnell Washington could potentially be that spot if he's available in the second round. We could still go Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Nolan Smith, edge, get our linebacker and Trenton Simpson. There's still a lot of potential.
Yeah, don't forget we have Reggie Gilliam there too at fullback tight end.
Right.
So this pick with Quentin Johnston, he's got to be. Their plan must be replacing Williams. Then he's not a slot guy. He is edge or outside all the way.
Mm-hmm.
So who do we have up right now?
Baltimore Ravens are up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have Miles Murphy going off the board here.
Justice, I know why you're quiet. It's okay. I did not think Jackson Smith would make it this far. Take a couple deep breaths, my friend. Take a couple deep breaths.
It was a tease, honestly. I kind of wish he would have just went like top 12, so I could have, you know what I mean?
Yep. Oh, I hear you.
With this talent, there's no way we trade back.
Yeah,
You have-
there's no reason to trade back. There's no reason to trade up either now.
No, but
unless there's some
Yeah.
unless there's some ridiculous offer because people want to come up so bad. Unless there's some crazy offer where there's somebody's going to offer us a second and a third round. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I mean, we're 6 picks away.
Right now, I want to throw a shout out to Buff Fanbase for joining us tonight. It's a little collaboration between 24/7 and Buff Fanbase. This is an awesome draft show, 2023. I think this is the most off I've been in my picks before, but that does not by any
This is
means
the most-
reflect on our partnership, my friend.
Yeah, I see
26 shirts.
on the show.
Thank you to 26 Shirts for presenting us and being our sponsor. Hit up our website, www.247buff Fandemonium. Not only will you scope out, because after tonight, there's still a lot of players available. Our friend Rob Mullen down there at the bottom left of me, bottom right, put out more than 50 draft profile prospects. So if you want to think about, if you're someone that doesn't follow the draft, go click on a bunch of those names of the players that are available, and he may convince you of who we might pick at pick 59, if that's even where we're picking. The K-Gun Report goes live every Tuesday at 8 p.m. We talk about Bills, new Bills information. The Sunday Sessions is another 24/7 Buff Fandemonium pregame that we have, and it's usually an hour before the game starts. Because the Bills are so successful now, we don't always just have a show on Sunday. We potentially have shows on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Who will join? Oh, Robin's back.
I'm back.
So yeah, for sure. Jared, anybody else that I'm forgetting?
I think you got it all. 247buffandemon.com, blogs, event updates, live stream links, social media links, merch, and more. 247buffandemonium.com. No, but 26 Shirts, our sponsor, man. If you haven't visited their website yet, go there. Every shirt that they put out, it's for a cause, and it's always a great cause. And they're switching it up all the time. They have funny designs, great designs, very thoughtful designs on the shirts, and it's quite amazing actually. So they also have very old shirts that they bring back every once in a while that they get rid of. It's pretty cool. So 26 Shirts is the place to go.
For sure.
And I would like to sponsor my slurred speech on Sierra Nevada Juicy Little Thing IPA. Jared, what are you drinking tonight?
We got the Genesee Specialty Ruby Red Gulch, the big guys.
There you go. There you go.
We might have a trade here.
What?
Phil's moving up.
How are you coming in with this information and Justice hasn't told us anything yet?
Yes, really.
The
Paul
clock's-
Rossi.
I'm not seeing anything about a trade.
Paul Rossi says best player in first, trade up into second. Swank is here. Yo, what's up, Swank?
Hey,
Swank would normally be on the show, but he is celebrating his 4-year anniversary with his wife, Sarah.
Oh,
Yep.
happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, my friend. Swank is our host of the K-Gun Report, co-host, and I know he was nervous tonight, not only because of his anniversary, because Mr. Scott Reed over here was hosting the show. He gave me a run through of StreamYard with the help of Justice, trying to figure this thing out. It actually worked out pretty well with the guidance. He's got two guys.
you did a great job.
And I think Derelict Swank, you'll be proud of us, man. We wish you were here, but enjoy your night with your wife. 4 years, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Goals.
Oh, wait.
Patrick Hughes says, what happened to Ryan Thomas? Ryan Thomas was actually in his Jeep Compass. The connection wasn't all that great. He said there's always next year, and there is always next year. Derek Monroe, at the beginning of the draft, I was cautious about who we would get, but the way the draft has gone so far, I'm excited for pick 27. You ain't kidding, Derek.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential, for
That
sure.
clock's running down. They're getting close to a minute here.
Did you guys know for the 4th year anniversary, the gift should symbolize symbolizing a flower or ripe fruit?
Ripe fruit.
Oh my
Hopefully
god.
ripe fruit.
It sounds perverted to me, so
It
we're gonna
does.
avoid that one. Patrick Hughes, Scott, when do we get the K-Gun Report beer? I don't know. We're looking for a beer sponsor. We're always looking for a beer sponsor for sure. Anybody out there that's watching? Cheers.
Beer
The
me.
wide receiver run continues.
Addison.
What?
Wait, who is it?
is off the board.
Zay
Who is-
Flowers.
Zay Flowers. Oh, snap.
Oh.
Okay. Wow.
So if the Buffalo Bills are truly looking at a wide receiver for their pick and they see all these guys
It's
going
Addison.
now, last year they're going to move up and jump up a couple spots to grab who they think is going to be there.
I don't think Addison is worth trading up for. If he falls to us, fine. But I think honestly, there are other players that I would rather have.
He didn't have a good year at USC, but his tape at Pittsburgh with Pickett's main guy, he was incredible. He won the what was the receiver award for the year? Trying to think, Bolitnikoff Award winner for 2021. He's very legit. I'm a big USC fan, and he just in that system he had to share the ball with a lot of different people. He's legit. He would be a really good fit for us. Wow, Zay Flowers there. So they're giving him talent. They're basically going to be putting this on the arm of Jackson, no question. They've given him receivers, they've given him talent, and they are not addressing the defense. So they're going to be having to score some points this year. Who knows what they get in the second and the third, but I mean, receiver was not a need.
So the Ravens get Lamar Jackson for 5 years. They get Odell Beckham Jr. They get Zay Flowers. I would presume they're out of the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes.
Probably. They got Aguilar.
That would leave basically what the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Titans. Oh, wait, no, the Titans didn't win them. The Bills and the Chiefs here, so we'll see what happens.
Hmm.
So Minnesota. Here's what I'm thinking. What better way to make a quarterback look even better outside of Jefferson than getting yourself a little Addison?
Yeah.
I saw a whole bunch of mock drafts like just today of a whole bunch, like people made up pictures and all that stuff thinking Addison was going to land in Minnesota. They just got rid of Thielen. So right now you got KJ Osborne, who's a great slot, and Justin Jefferson. I think Kirk Cousins would love the luxury of having Jefferson and someone like Addison here. So I could see Addison being gone.
Yep.
Might
You like
start
that?
wide receivers too.
You like that?
You like that?
Well, they got to address middle linebacker and edge.
I mean, the number one middle linebacker in my book, I know he doesn't fit the Bills, but as far as talent-wise, Trenton Simpson is still there. But he's not the middle linebacker that the Vikings want. Vikings like that big, solid, tall, big linebacker, like a Barr.
Barr.
Yes.
Yes.
They did address defensive end and getting Davenport from New Orleans.
And they got Brian Osama from Oklahoma State last year with their third-round pick. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
So if the Bills come up here at 27 and Joey Porter Jr. is still there, would you guys take him?
Not if Nolan Smith or –
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, Nolan Smith would be a wow, holy crow.
I would take Nolan Smith or Brian Branch as my two first options here.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, Deontay Banks is no person to ignore either.
No.
Then he went to Maryland with Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
And I think we can address offensive tackle in the second round. So that doesn't be, if it was Spencer having issues, you could still the tackle some of the Dwan Jones, Bergeron, legitimate right tackles.
And the thing is, Justice, I know you and Mookie talked about it yesterday. You could never have enough cornerbacks. We also say that at 24/7 Buff Fandemonium. With Tre'Davious White, Dane Jackson, Taron Johnson, Kyer Elam, Christian Benford, who I think is no longer going to be a corner. I think he's going to transition to safety. You could never go wrong with another corner. And if someone like Deontay Banks or Joey Porter is still available,
why not?
It is. You're right. It's a why not situation. We're playing against a bunch of division rivals like the Miami Dolphins, who do have a Hill still and a Waddle. And you're going to need as many defensive back help as you can get.
Who's throwing the ball?
I think Nolan Smith is dropping to us. Look at Minnesota, Jacksonville, Giants, and Dallas. Their needs are not defensive end.
Right. But Baltimore just went from
Noah Smith in this
went
rotation
to a running offense. Baltimore just went from a running offense to now a potential passing offense with Zay Flowers just added. So now you're going to need defensive backs. It'll be interesting to see what the Bills do, but it's a hard pass. Deontay Banks, Joey Porter,
Yeah.
you're right. It's a hard pass. It really is. Or, like we've said in the beginning, if there's a lot of teams that are itching to get a starting defensive back right off the bat, we could have a bunch of trade bait. The more potential players that are available in the first round not only make Bills fans excited to potentially get, but it's also a potential that Bean can trade back even higher picks for in the second round. Who's up? Minnesota still.
I'm just flying through Twitter here. Deontay Hardy, Bar Bill, treat me right. And he's got a picture of so many wings, and it looks delicious. I wish I had some here.
Oh, yeah, Deontay Hardy went to Bar Bill.
Yeah.
Yep. So I have a 24/7 BF's top 50 ranked big board. I was going to put it on here today, but I decided against it. Tight end Dalton Kincaid is still available. Nolan Smith at 18 is still available. Deontay Banks is still available. Myers, Branch, Trent Simpson.
Kincaid might go here because they lost their tight end in free agency.
Will Levis might sit the entire night tonight.
I don't know. I had Minnesota being one of those teams that traded back into the first round to get a quarterback, and now that he's available,
Well, their clock is running.
mm-hmm.
Tickety tick tick.
They're on the phone with someone. So who wants to jump ahead of who? It would be Dallas jumping ahead of the Giants to grab the next receiver.
Yeah, it's a divisional thing. So yeah. How you guys? Okay, so Isaiah Hodgins, what's your guys' take on him leaving the Bills to go and play with the Giants and having a successful season? I love it.
He looked good.
Yeah.
His problem here is he couldn't create separation. He was a 50-50 ball guy. However, it worked there. They got him going at the end of the season. He looked pretty good. He looked like a legit wide receiver too.
I loved watching it.
For me, it confirms Dable's ineptability. He brought him in. He was successful.
Oh,
Josh Allen was good because of Palmer. I don't think Dable knew what he was doing with the Bills' offense. That's why they missed their opportunity with Isaiah Hodgins.
I agree.
He goes and he's a head coach, and it's not just Dable that brought him in, but it's who's their GM there? I can't remember his name. Sean probably had a lot to do with bringing him in.
Did, and he still is.
And
Sweeney
now,
went over this year.
Now he's successful. So I think it was a Dable inept. Am I saying the word right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of with Dable, it was Allen. Allen is the best improvisational quarterback this league has seen in a while. He could take a bad play call and make it good. He was reliant so much. That's why I was hoping at the beginning of the season that Dorsey was going to be so reliant on the Diggs-Allen combination. But he was. 65% of our plays were schemed for that halfway through the season. We didn't throw a screen till like week 8, week 9.
And we threw like 10 of them.
With Dable, and that week we threw like 6 of them. You're right, Jared. So I got a question from Derek Monroe. Do you think the Cowboys take a tight end? They are 3 picks away.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz is gone.
Schultz is gone, and with Bijan Robinson, who I thought was going to go to the Cowboys, is now gone.
Right.
Now it's the chance for them to get Kincaid. I think that's
Kincaid
a
or
good,
Charbonnet is the second back.
Debbie Emerson says she hates drafting. Okay. A lot of people do.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
There's a lot of people's boards that are way off.
I am so psyched. We are close.
Jordan Addison is the pick for the Vikings.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
Okay.
That's a scary offense now.
Good thing they're in the NFC.
Yeah, because, I mean, they were kind of an overrated team. Think about the wins. Every one of their wins were like by 1, 2, 3 points. They should not have walked away from Hallmark Stadium with that win. I was there. I was gut wrenching.
I was there.
Mm.
Oh,
I thank God I left before the fourth quarter.
Oh,
man, that was rough. I'm
Well,
celebrating
when
how many
Cam
guys
Lewis
that-
when Cam Lewis
didn't
comes out
even
and says
know.
he just should have just knocked the ball down.
Yeah.
That was a heart wrenching thing. 4th and 17, they get it.
Well, look at the replay of the catch. Lewis had both hands on the ball. Jefferson only had one. He supported that catch all the way to the ground, and that's offense. It was 4th down play. It would have ended the game. Just bat the ball down. But the fumble at the goal line.
Yeah, I was to say, can't forget about the fumble at the goal line.
You know who swiped it? Harry. Harrison Phillips swiped that ball. In the hand position of Allen was this and not this. You're a quarterback, Scott. What's the position?
It depends on how the quarterback, the center snaps it. If it comes straight back like that, you're like this. You got your thumbs locked.
Right.
If it comes sideways, because some people like to rotate it, then your
This
hand
was
is
Allen.
like that. Yep.
Well, they weren't even – the hands weren't together. He was up and down, and Harry swiped it right out of his hands.
Yeah, we still had a chance to win at the end.
The Giants have just traded up and are all on the clock.
All right. Now that the Giants are on the clock, it's a perfect opportunity to bring in a Giants fan who could potentially help us pick this draft. Our best friend, my best friend, golf partner, William Gallagher.
There he
Welcome,
is.
William.
What's up?
hey.
I'm not used to joining this broadcast this late.
There you go. It's past
I'm
your
usually in the
time.
top 10.
I know.
It's a little weird. I've had
So
too
now-
many beers, I think.
There you go. Now that you got our offensive coordinator, our tight ends, our wide receivers, our linemen,
Sweeney,
yeah,
Isaiah Hodgins. We're basically Bills, just a little farther east.
Yeah.
All right. So you're gonna
Bills.
be on the clock soon here. Who is on the board that you think you guys should get?
Moving up, I don't understand. Honestly, I'm a
Well, they know
little
who they
thrown.
want.
I don't know why they moved up a spot.
Because Addison just went. It's got to be receiver.
Receiver, offensive lineman.
One would think it's a wide receiver, but they're basically all gone at this point, right? I mean,
Yeah,
who's on the board?
Jalen Hyatt.
Jalen Hyatt's still on the board. I mean, you guys have Isaiah Hodgins, who was a surprise for all Giants fans. You brought in Wan'Dale Robinson last year. Paris Campbell came in from
Paris
Indianapolis.
Campbell, they've signed some guys.
Sterling Shepard, Darling Starling are still there. Jamison Crowder came from the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
I'm
All
seeing
the tight ends are still here.
I'm seeing 15 wide receivers on your current
Do you
roster.
think
What
they
do you
move
guys
up to
want?
take Dalton Kincaid? Did they move up to get Dalton? They're going to go
You guys just
two
brought in
tight end
Darren
sets.
Waller.
That'd be
You
a
guys just
great
brought
pick.
in Darren
They
Waller.
traded for Waller, yeah, and we have Daniel Bellinger too. But do they want to run two tight end sets all season long and have another guy? That's a little.
Well, they also brought in Paris Campbell too. So they've already got. I mean, he's a deep threat.
You ready for this one?
They wouldn't have moved up to take a center, right? I mean,
Oh, Schmidt. You're right. Boy, offensive line Schmidt would be an
an
amazing.
interior offensive lineman is definitely needed with the Giants. But
That guy is a stonewall center. He's a long-term Pro Bowl caliber player. At the Senior Bowl, nobody could get by him.
that might have been it. That might have been the move.
He manhandled everybody there.
Yeah.
In one-on-one practices.
You're right. You're right.
Phenomenal. And he is all right. Center is the quarterback of the offensive line. He needs to be able to call audibles. He needs to be able to read the defensive alignments. He's incredibly intelligent. He's off the charts on the scales.
Yeah, we just lost John Feliciano to the Niners. So
Yeah, the Niners grabbed him.
So that's
I know Daniel Jones just signed a big contract, but I wouldn't put past the Giants to get Will Levis either.
So why did they move that?
makes sense.
They
Just
moved
kidding.
past Jacksonville first.
No, you're not wrong.
You guys
Did
were
they
talking
go Brian
about
Branch here?
What about
What?
Nolan Smith?
What's that? I'm sorry.
What about Brian Branch? Because Jacksonville is taking a
You know, I was honestly thinking, either a safety or a corner. We're light in corner. We have Now I'm drawing a blank, but we're really light on corner. There's Cordell Flotz. The other guys are
Dory
escaping
Jackson
me.
from Tennessee,
Dory
guys got
Jackson.
him last year. Darnay
Well,
Holmes.
he got hurt, right?
Deontay
So,
Banks. Deontay Banks might be your pick here, man.
Yeah,
He is the pick here.
Or Joey Porter Jr., right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Deontay Banks is the pick.
Banks is the pick.
There you go. Any of those?
Deontay Banks is the pick for the Giants.
They jumped Jacksonville, so it's whatever they were thinking.
Why would they jump one spot? I thought there was a lot of picks left to not have to jump. It's a little weird to me.
I have in my mock, I've got Joey Porter going to Jacksonville. So
that's why I had Deontay Banks potentially being a player that fell to Jacksonville. So that's probably why the Giants jumped up to get the guy they wanted.
I think so.
Deontay Banks, it is. Well, congratulations, Bill.
Well, there it is.
Hey, how about that?
Are you behind, Bill?
Like I said, we needed cornerbacks, so I'm okay with that move. We can
in the past couple of years, is it weird to have a pick later in the draft?
It's definitely weird. I'm not used to this. It's strange. And if you called me in 2013, when I'd have been kind of used to it. But
I'll tell you what, I'm getting goosebumps. Nolan Smith is dropping to us.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, I pray.
Nolan Smith. How many conversations we had about this?
Oh, you ain't kidding. He's one of those generational players that could potentially take over Von Miller.
Real. I mean, he grades out high both in pass and run. He sets the edge really well. I mean, we've had kind of that issue with who we've had the last couple of years, Addison and others. Bringing Shaq Lawson back was very smart because he's an incredible edge against the run.
There you go.
Smith handles that. Did you see his 40 at the combine?
Yep.
Yeah.
That kind of talent coming off the edge, unreal.
Yep.
Pair him up with Vaughn.
Yeek.
They're going to be keeping people in to protect their quarterbacks.
Oh yeah. So there you go, William. Do you have any other? When's your next pick?
57, I think.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So now that you got a corner,
a little ways off. We got a corner. That was much needed. And,
I have a lot of linemen available at that point too. So I think you guys will be all set for a while.
I think so too. Yeah, we might be able to pick that Tipman kid up. Who knows? Interior offensive lineman is probably the next biggest need. So I hope they go that way. Other than wide receiver, which we can probably
get a really
get
good selection of centers in this draft.
Actually, we don't have a third round pick. We traded for Darren Waller. Never mind. So fourth round, fifth round, pick somebody else. I'm sure.
Darren Waller's not a bad pickup either.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll add a lot of, as long as he's on the field, he'll add some, a dynamic.
Oh, the Buffalo Bills have traded
Nolan Smith.
They're now on the clock.
There it is.
Number 4.
There it is.
Oh, you can hang out
the
there.
Number 4 jersey off.
They're gonna go get Nolan Smith. You think?
Yes.
Yep.
Nolan Smith, because Mozzie was falling to us. You're not moving up to take Mozzie because none of those guys are taking interior.
Here we go. They moved up again. Apparently, they only had 25 people on their first round. Probably. Let's go. The Endless Mountain Derelict say that's our.
Nolan Smith was the first one we interviewed at the combine, and he had 2 interviews. I believe he's the only one that had 2 interviews at the combine with us.
Derek Monroe says, "Hey guys, I'm starting to think we're going to get Nolan Smith. I think the Bills are thinking the same thing, unless they surprise everyone."
We gave up 27 and 130.
Oh, that's really good. So the 130 was our compensatory.
Yep, because we have a 137.
Awesome.
I'm good with it.
I am. Oh, Nolan Smith. I'm getting the jersey.
Are we looking at another edge coming in?
You're going to shit your pants if they go Dalton Kincaid, because the Dallas Cowboys would be someone that would go after a tight end right now.
You're right.
And the
100%.
same goes for the Jaguars.
I'd be ecstatic with that. But, wow, Nolan Smith.
Or like a Michael Mayer type, a new Notre Dame.
Yeah, he's a really good blocker.
TEU, yeah.
I just think there's a they've met with Campbell or who was the Georgia tight end there?
The
Zero.
Georgia tight end, Darnell Washington.
Yeah, they've met with him twice.
Yep. So I'm thinking there's a couple possibilities because the Jaguars and the Cowboys both could use a tight end. Because right now the Cowboys got rid of Dalton Smith, and then the Jaguars with their offensive firepower with Calvin Ridley now, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, who they paid a lot of money for, and Travis Etienne, they could use. They grabbed Ingram from the Giants last year, but they could use the help. So I'm thinking the Buffalo Bills may potentially go after the number one tight end, and Dalton Kincaid, or that Nolan Smith pick.
They would have had a great choice all the way around. I mean, there's so many tight ends that could really fit the bill for us because Knox is still going to be the number one.
Well, I think a tight end makes sense for the Bills' offense too because you haven't really had a dynamic tight end for a long time, and if Allen has a dump off because he wants to stop running so much anyway.
Right.
He has a dump off. He has a tight end. He has somebody else that can block. Somebody in there that can also make plays. It makes a lot of sense to go tight end here.
We just haven't utilized the position has been the problem.
No, you're right.
He has not gotten the targets,
I
and
I think Dawson Knox is playing good.
He's been big in big games, and he's got all kinds of ability.
He's been great, but I mean, you think about the playmakers, the difference makers, in teams that are winning. You know, obviously you got George Kittle, you got guys like Travis Kelce. You know, they're making huge differences. So,
but he's whoever. If this is tight end, he's tight end too. So he's not going to be the primary.
Absolutely, but now you got two tight ends. You can run two tight end sets. You can do different things with the offense. Josh doesn't have to rely on his leg.
We could have stayed at 27, taking any of those.
Before Justice says anything, you can also play that 12 personnel, bring two tight ends in, and split them out to the slot and have a very dangerous mismatch.
Very much so. Very much
Absolutely.
so.
Justice, stop hiding it from us Bills fans.
Pick is in.
Dalton Kincaid.
Really?
Told you.
Whoa!
Wow.
I'm okay with that.
I am too. Nolan was there, man. Holy
good pick.
I'm surprised he was there. And this guy you look at his film, guys, he's very Travis Kelce-esque. He's very
That's a great comparison.
Goddard from the Philadelphia Eagles-esque. He's a guy that can block, and he's a guy that looks very slender and can make his way down the middle of the field, create havoc. And apparently, not only does Josh Allen focus this year, but now he's got that tight end talent times 2 because they just signed that big contract with Dawson Knox. I'm okay with that.
I am too. And to be honest with you, I thought Gabe was getting roughed up by the fan base this offseason. You got to figure he had the high ankle sprain in game 4. He played the entire season with a high ankle sprain, so you're not getting separation. But he still had over 100 targets. You know, 800 yards. Sure, he had 7 drops, but one of those, the NFL admitted, was actually a catch. So 6 really wasn't that bad. There's a whole about 12 different receivers, tight ends, backs. They had 6 drops with about the same amount of targets. He was a gamer. He stayed. You ever had a high ankle sprain? Oh my God, it's painfully long. I mean, and he gutted it through the season. He's not a bad wide receiver too, but this is a great pick with Kincaid. He is this 12 personnel, exactly what you guys were saying is so
Bills fans, those of you at middle linebacker and offensive tackle, there are still a lot available for that second round. And I'm telling you what, if we were going to go wide receiver, I think my next best wide receiver isn't being taken till the second, third round. And you just grabbed a tight end that could potentially be as dangerous as a wide receiver that they would have picked in this second or third round. So it's a great pick. I didn't have Kincaid lasting this long. I had Mayer being around here. I had Darnell Washington potentially being around the spot, but the fact that we landed Dalton Kincaid, check out his film.
It's great pick.
Rob, do you have a mock profile on him?
Not handy, but I can pull one up, I think.
No, what I'm saying is check out www.247buffin.
Oh, no, I don't.
Tomorrow. and my man Rob Mullen will have a profile written out for you.
I promise you.
Get to work. No,
Right,
but guys,
right.
Bills fans, I know this is something unexpected, but we did say before in the show that tight end, 2, offensive tackle, middle linebacker would have been the 3 positions we would have addressed, and they did get the best tight end in the draft. I'm happy with that pick. You
Big
guys are
win.
going to find out during preseason and the regular season that we will be very happy with this pick. Josh Allen is cheersing to everybody. Cheers, guys. That was a good pick.
Big win. And to anyone that's out there feeling bad
Look at
for
that.
Will, if there's
Even
anyone
a
out there
non-Bills
feeling bad
fan, the Giants
for
fan
Will
over here says
Levis,
that was a good pick. You think so, Bill? Go ahead.
yes, I think it's a great pick. I think if there's anyone out there feeling bad for Will Levis at this point, just look at the women around him, and I think he's doing okay. So, on that note, I'm going to sign off.
Right.
You guys enjoy your night.
I'll tell you what. On that note,
I'm gonna sign off too, Bill. You kidding? Oh, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. One of my best friends, golfing buddy. He loves the Giants, but he's always here in the man cave watching the Bills play. So, Giants had a good pick, and Bills, guys, I'm very happy with that pick. Something unexpected. I did not expect this guy to be still available at this pick, but here he is, and now he's a Buffalo Bill. I said it before. Go watch his film. Mozzie Smith is still available for round 2 there, Robin. So I think he'll.
I'm holding out hope.
With the way
Same
this
here.
draft is going, and the Bills having the 3rd round, and then obviously the compensatory pick next year, the 3rd round, which is available at 4, they may still move up in the 2nd and still may be able to get one of these dangerous defensive tackles.
Right.
Our man Justice now has gotten very quiet.
Be quiet.
I kind of
I
feel
got
how
a
I
quick,
felt. I kind of feel how I felt like when we took Greg Rousseau, where it's like, oh, okay, it's like it's not the worst pick in the world, but it's not what I would have done. So, yeah.
No, I agree with you. I'm kind of right there.
Chris Christian says, does this say anything about Dawson Knox? I honestly don't think it does.
Not at all.
Only because the 12 personnel has been mentioned in the past with Dorsey and McDermott. It has been mentioned in the past, and the fact that the Bills got rid of Sweeney, a tight end that I liked, and right now they have Sweeney and Knox and Morris. I think this is a good pickup. They tried last year with O.J. Howard, and it just did not work out. So there's something that Dorsey wants, that McDermott wants with that offense, and Josh Allen has a say. He has a say. So there's something in this offense that requires that 12 personnel. And I think if you're drafting this year with Dalton Kincaid falling this far back, I think we're getting a lot of answers without knowing what the question was.
Besides the 2 tight ends, what makes this 12 personnel work?
The fact that these 2 tight ends can spread out and be wide receivers.
Well, and they'll be great in the running game too. They're going to create space right off the line.
That's
Look
what
at
I'm
how many
saying.
times Johnny Hart got in
James
on running plays.
Cook is the key to this 12 personnel.
Well, he'll benefit from it
Yeah.
for sure.
Right.
I have to do a live reaction for the Believe Network, so I'll be right back, guys.
Defenses are likely going to have to go dime on us, nickel or dime. They got to have somebody that's going to be able to stay with Kincaid because his NFL comparison is easily Kelsey. You watch the tape of Kincaid, it's pretty legit. We'll have a profile up tomorrow on him, and as we continue to draft along the process, day 2 and 3, we'll have profiles on all of our picks. Check us out on the website and stop over at the store.
Patrick Hughes said it best. Welcome to the Mafia, Mr. Kincaid, for sure.
Yeah, I love it.
Robin said it about 2 hours ago, the fact that, we have a 4-2-5 defense coming back, but it's going to look different. Now that we have an offense with 2 stud tight ends, this offense is going to look different. And it's going to be a totally different package coming in on both ends of the ball, and it's going to be something interesting to watch. So,
very much so.
Yeah, and it's not something we expected, right? It's something that, okay, now that they have this coming in, this can legit push forward that 12 personnel that we've heard the team talk about in the past forward. And then what's that mean for Dorsey? Does he thrive in that 12? Is that why they're pushing it? It's because he has something in his repertoire that pushes that 12 personnel forward. And
he's got to open up the playbook now. So, Diggs isn't going to be they're going to share the load. And you got to figure Tkgr is going to have a say in this at the slot position. So people are going to be open. Defenses are going to have to really look at how we've improved the offensive line already in free agency for pass protection. Add the Kincaid out on the edge with Knox. I'm telling you, defenses are going to be running nickel and dime. And Allen's going to have some time, which could even open up a little bit more of the running lanes. It's going to be – we're talking moving the chains. And we're not having to have deep threat 20-yard routes down the field all the time.
Right.
We've got every single point of that secondary covered with receivers now. So there's going to be options for him. Allen's going to have a very impressive year if he can stay healthy. And obviously they had that conversation with him in the quarterback room about running, because he admitted about a week ago to himself that availability, what's the saying again? Availability is the
best ability is availability.
Thank you. Yeah. And it is for us. He's got to stay healthy.
He's got to.
There's no way we go anywhere in the playoffs without him.
If he doesn't feel like he has to be a hero, that will be a good thing.
And he did last year. That's a great point. With all the injuries, think of the Jets game. We lost that game. Those interceptions, it bothers him. You can tell when he gets to the bench after he throws those picks, he's annoyed at himself. So he's fully understanding what's going to be asked of him this year, and he's going to come through, and this benefits him. The pressure isn't all on him, but it's still him.
Right.
He's given more tools. He's got a toolbox now.
It's a scary toolbox.
It's a scary toolbox. Let's hit up some of these comments real quick. Bruce McKellar, a blogger on our website, www.247buffandemonium.com. He does the injury report, and not only does he touch upon the injuries that the Buffalo Bills have acquired, but he'll talk about a lot of other injuries going on throughout the league, and he gives us time frames, explanations, and everything like that. Bruce McKellar says, woohoo, looking at 12 personnel all year long. Thanks, Bruce. Bert Kinnicutt says, after Bijan Robinson, Kincaid was his second hope.
Also,
there you
time
go.
to get a jersey now.
Derek Monroe says Kincaid is smiling ear to ear.
Yeah.
He also believes Cowboys will take Mayer. I think so too.
I think so. Yeah.
Hold on. There was a comment in here that I wanted to say. Where is it?
So anybody in this draft going to the Buffalo Bills are going to be saying wahoo and having smile. We had Nate Turner on the show a couple weeks ago, and when he got drafted by the Buffalo Bills, he's going into a Bills team that had Thurman Thomas, Kenny Davis, Andrew Reed, Bruce Smith, all this talent. Yeah. And when he got drafted from Nebraska, he was saying, woohoo, I'm going to a team.
He was in awe.
Yeah.
Believe that he's on the Bills roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he even said that his father told him, you're going to have one heck of a job trying to make this team. They're full of talent. Yeah. And he did.
Yep.
He did.
Derek Monroe, hey guys, DJ on the NFL Network just said NFL will get what they deserve. They let Dalton Kincaid play with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean,
well, Cowboys are up here, so let's see if it is Mayer.
Oh, Mozzie Smith.
Really?
Yep. They grabbed Mozzie Smith.
Ouch.
I heard the heartbreak.
Robin is not having a good night tonight.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm glad he's in the NFC East, though.
Yes.
I didn't want to play that guy.
Nope.
Nope. He is a beast. He is number one on Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Freak list.
Do you remember what the stats were in the bench press there, Scott?
I remember him having 30 reps at 225, and then Dean Kindig said he added 100 pounds and did another 20.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, he's impressive. A lot of his power comes from the lower portion of his frame. He is a bull in a china shop. And honestly, there were teams that were looking at him thinking an every down defensive tackle, and he can do it. When he played Steve Avila and some of the others in, later part of the playoffs there, he played against some serious talent and was really difficult. here he would have been an amazing fit.
Would have been good, but I'm not crying about getting Dalton Kincaid.
No, no question. No question. I was just hoping Mozzie would fall a little bit more.
I got a quick question for you guys. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can see me.
Yep.
Yes.
Totally.
All right, my computer's doing something weird because I can't see any of you. But we're gonna solve this. You guys continue talking, please.
Well, defensive tackle still is a need for us, so we've got some guys that are falling here that are pretty decent behind him.
Give me your best one technique.
I like Pickens from Carolina, South Carolina. He's got an incredible motor. He's a little undersized, but you can put him at 1 or 3 and do well. But his specialty is getting to the quarterback.
Is that Zach Pickens?
Zach Pickens.
Yep.
Incredible motor, but his hand technique is really good. He takes those offensive linemen, chops down. He's got an incredible swim move. He did very well at the Senior Bowl too. I've watched a lot of tape on that kid. Where did my defensive tackle?
Does anyone know what we traded to move up those 3 spots?
No.
Me neither. Actually, it was just 2 spots, correct? We were picked 27.
Yeah,
we moved up to
up 2
25.
spots.
So we need to know what we moved up because obviously they thought the Tennessee, the Dallas
So,
Cowboys were going to go tight.
We gave up
Tight end.
27 and 130. So
130.
the compensatory pick.
All right, so our third rounds are gone. So
I remember you saying that. Thank you.
59 is going to have to be middle linebacker. There are some guys though that could drop here. Deanna Benton from Wisconsin. I don't think Brian Breeze is going to drop. He's probably going to be one of the next defensive, if not the next defensive tackle. But Benton is really quick. He's got a lot of power. He's like a pretty decent version of Pickens. I really like Pickens. I thought he was really good.
Yep.
The guy from Baylor is a pretty big player. Eka,
Mm-hmm.
358 pounds.
Siaki Ika. He's also he could potentially be that Tech 1 for sure.
Yep. Now there's a guy that did visit with the Bills, I think twice. Gervon Dexter from Florida. He's Calais Campbell
Yes.
2.0.
Gervon Dexter.
Yes. And I think he's got tremendous upside. And he's ranked like 10th in defensive tackle, so he's going to fall. We still have the chance to move back up. I wouldn't take Dexter at 59 because of the linebacker need, but
So Paul Rossi says our offensive coordinator better show significant growth this year with these weapons.
oh yes.
And this is open to the panel. We've mentioned plenty of times that using the running backs, obviously,
Right.
having Josh Allen run less. Now that we've got Dalton Kincaid open to all of you guys, how do you see Dorsey adjusting from the previous year? Let's remember, it was a rookie offensive coordinator we had last year. Granted, he was a quarterback coach. He had experience with the play calls. But what do you think is going to be different with Dorsey this year in regards to bringing in Damian Harrison and obviously this rookie as a tight end? Jared, start with you. Robin, I want you to follow. Jared's gone. Oh, there he is. I'm circling him. Robin, go ahead. What do you think? Do you think Ken Dorsey is going to do anything different?
Yes and no. I think they're going to run the ball more.
Yes.
I think that's been sort of insinuated, if you will, by Sean McDermott, his desire to have a more balanced run game. And I think that's probably a very good idea. How that's going to look, I don't know. But I'm very confident in Ken Dorsey. I feel very sure that he's going to do a very good job.
I agree.
People ragged on him a lot last year, but this team finished 13-3 with him in his rookie season as an offensive coordinator.
And they dealt with injuries right through the whole year.
Mhm.
Yes. And I think that we're going to see a more balanced attack. I think Josh Allen is going to be relieved to see a more balanced attack. And I'm confident that Ken Dorsey's going to be able to take the reins and run with it.
I agree.
Now he's got 12 personnel to deal with too.
Justice, this one's for you, Justice. With the acquisition of Dalton Kincaid and with the comments about how Josh Allen is going to be a little different this year, obviously Josh Allen had a say in it. How much of an impact do you think Josh Allen had with this pick with Dalton Kincaid? Being best friends with Knox.
I was going to say that. That's a great question because he is really good friends with Dawson Knox.
Yes.
And they have that great relationship. It is interesting because I was expecting more of a blocking type tight end, which is why we were so enamored with Darnell Washington there because he's basically another lineman who can also go out and catch passes and run a 4.6 40. So I am kind of shocked here. I don't really know what the plan is because you just paid Dawson Knox. Now you're taking a tight end in the first round. And I mean, so from a receiving perspective, I feel like he has the most upside of all the tight ends in this draft. But at the same time, it's a little like mind-boggling. Like I don't understand what the plan is going to be.
I know you're in shock,
especially because I am. And when you consider last year Dorsey didn't have a plan at all, I'm really concerned at what the plan might be this year because I don't.
Well, I think they had a plan that just right from the Miami game. There was think about how many people came off the field in that game. We started a practice squad center by the third quarter. We had injuries right on down the board after the Tennessee game. We lost Hyde in the Tennessee game. So you can't really get to a plan when you're bringing in player rotation, offensive line. It was inconsistent the entire season. I go back to the clue of McKissick being part of their offseason last year was a giveaway in terms of what they intended on doing. It's getting backs in space. You take well, so and now bringing in Harris answering short yardage, I think you got a multiple offense off the 12 personnel that's going to just difficult to handle. I can see defensive coordinators crazy unhappy with that pick.
And I kept the Endless Mountain Derelicts their little comment up here for a while now because I want people to understand this is Swank. And I'm in for this pick. Weapons for Josh, help over the middle, keeping pace with the Chiefs. And I thought that was a very important and very knowledgeable concept. We need to keep up with the Chiefs. And what's the best way to keep up with the Chiefs? We already know Spagnuolo understands the Bills' offense and knows how to take away our weapons.
Right.
Now he has to take away James Cook, Josh Allen. Now he has to take away Diggs, Davis, Tkgr, and now he has to take away a double tight end set in Knox, and now
well, think about the 12 personnel with Harris and Cook lined up in the backfield, and all of a sudden Cook goes in motion. You're telling me these guys are going to be out?
This is a very veteran move by Bean. This is something that's going to make him separate himself from other GMs, and the fact that not only you could go after the best defensive player and make yourself like one-dimensional. We're coming at you with these guys, this guy, this guy. Now this offense, something that's already spectacular and can put points on the board. Now you got a 10 personnel, 11 personnel, 12 personnel that can beat you no matter what you put out there.
Yeah.
We're talking about points because what did John Madden once say? The team that scores the most points will win the game.
Yeah, I love that.
This is a concept that I'm seeing, and I'm glad that he brought it up. And I think it's a perspective that all Bills Mafia should understand is that our defense has come back. We had defensive back safety issues, defensive end issues, injuries beyond belief last year.
Yes.
And now the only person that's not returning is Tremaine Edmonds. The only person.
Think about how the seasons have finished. What was the end result? Was a defense that was on the field too long. We made mistakes defensively at the end. We weren't, Allen had that game won against KC with 13 seconds now. and we allow them to go 46 yards in 10 seconds. You know, so if you can if your offense is scoring at a pace, you're putting the other teams on that opposite end to try to keep up with us. So it puts less pressure over defense, not having to be there the answer at the end of games.
It changes the whole offense.
It
The
does.
whole offensive scheme now looks way different to me than it did about 25 minutes ago.
And honestly,
I will say
You're right.
that
You're right. Robin,
More
you're
than
exactly
Daniel
right.
Jeremiah,
Our whole
Daniel
offense has
Jeremiah
changed.
has Kincaid as the ninth overall prospect, and Dean has Kincaid as his 18th overall prospect.
Yeah.
So from some very smart people, it is a very good pick. I will say that.
And I will throw this out, guys. We missed the Jaguars and the Bengals pick. The Jaguars picked a potential offensive tackle that could have landed in the first round, but upon further speculation and studying of the film, Anton Harrison, short arms, not the greatest
he's going
tackle.
to get moved inside.
They took him. He was a third rounder for me. Miles Murphy is also a second rounder, who's also gone now. So that's still looking promising for the Buffalo Bills in the second round.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Robin.
Robin, I love how you said that this offense is going to look totally different now, but they do still have the ability to go back to what they looked like in the past. That's
Exactly.
what's awesome. They're going to have multiple different, depending on what team they're playing and what schemes they have to bring forward. Now with this addition of Kincaid, they can have potentially 2 or 3 different offensive types that come into each game.
Well, you're not going to have safeties over the top on Diggs. Diggs may get man coverage.
Bingo. And it changes everything. I'm going to go to sleep tonight with my head going, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
so.
what's our offense going to do? I mean, seriously, pick your poison.
Yep.
I like it.
And I think the confusion with Bills Mafia about taking a tight end in the first round is probably equivalent to the confusion that offensive coordinators now have to deal with trying to deal with Josh Allen in this Buffalo Bills offense.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to keep some defensive coordinators up at night.
Big time.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. And we have options. 59 is where someone's falling to us. We're going to be okay. It's a great pick.
Yeah, it's going to be funny to watch the games on Sunday, seeing the Buffalo Bills come out on 1st and 10 with 3 or 4 wide receiver sets, Allen in the shotgun. They get 6 yards, and then next thing you know, 5 people are coming in to replace 5 others, and then you have 12 personnel. It's like how are you going to keep up with that?
Blah, blah, blah. Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been interest in Knox the last couple of years. Some teams have wanted to trade with us, one of them being the Giants. He's got a pretty big contract. Not suggesting this is a replacement for Knox by any means. I think I'm in love with the 12 personnel concept. But if we have to free up some money, Ed's probably gone next year. We have to address somewhere in this draft defensive tackle because, Scott, how many have we got signed for 2024? Yeah.
Kingsley, Settle, and
Yep.
Daquan Jones are the only 3.
Settle and Jones, though. I like that.
I like Jones.
So let me tell you this, guys, real quick. Since you mentioned that there, Rob, and Tamoy, Adawar, Mozzie Smith, and Brian Brissy. I'm sorry.
That's how I've heard.
Mozzie still available?
No, he's gone.
Okay, so those two guys are still available.
You just have to rub that in, don't you?
Brian Brissy is still available. Brian Brissy is still available.
He
I'm telling
is.
you.
He's going to go pretty quick here.
You
guys
don't know.
Coming up like Pittsburgh and Arizona. Detroit needs a defensive tackle. No, they took Casey. That's right, Kinsey.
Yep. Guys, there are still in my board, Nolan Smith, Trenton Simpson, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Will Levis are all round 1 prospects that are still available. So it is looking pretty for the Buffalo Bills in that second round.
Oh, good Lord. Do you realize Casey needs an edge? I don't want to see Nolan Smith there.
Yeah.
No, they're going to get DeJuan Jones. I can tell you that much right now. They lost both their tackles. They picked up one. They still need.
They got Taylor from Jacksonville, the former first rounder.
Yeah, but they lost the other guy too.
Florida. They just picked him up.
So how many tackles do they have now?
Well, they're pretty well set.
Stop it.
I think they lost Brown, right? Orlando, didn't they lose Orlando Brown? Or
Yes, they
they
did.
lost the right tackle, which I'm thinking that's what Taylor played in Jacksonville.
Well, Jawan Taylor came in from Jacksonville for left tackle, but they don't have a right tackle.
Taylor's going to play right tackle.
They're like a bickering couple, these two.
So your point is they're going to go tackle, which makes sense.
And DeJuan Jones is gone or still available.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to go Matthew Bergeron this early.
Bergeron's a really good left tackle. DeJuan is consider he's really a right tackle. He doesn't have. You're going to get the best edge rushers on that side, on the left side, on the blind side. And DeJuan, as big as he is, he blocks out the sun. He's a right tackle every day. But Bergeron could play that. And to me, he's plug and play. I think he can start day one. They also picked up Edwards, linebacker Tranquil, a wide receiver, and they did get another defensive end. Well, I don't know. Oh, there's Brzee. He just went off the board.
He just went off the board, yeah.
And there he goes.
That's a good.
Yeah.
They lost Davenport, who was a Pro Bowler last year. Davenport could play both inside and out.
Right.
That's a really good pick. He could be a defensive end in a 3-4 and do really well. His athleticism is great. He's a great kid too. He lost his sister to cancer. And he's dedicated his season to her, and he was solid at Clemson. Very, very impressive. His tape is amazing.
Yeah, it's just now it's the big boys level, and you got to take what you've learned and learn from the coaches that are right in front of you and adapt, and
exactly
that's what makes it happen.
He reminds me of J.J. Watt a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And getting around linemen.
He was pretty good.
Bull rush. He's got a spin move. He's got a really solid anchor against the run. Yeah, no, he's a better pass rusher, but I think you could play him inside and out on the edge. Definitely defensive end in the 3-4.
So the Saints took Brian Brzee.
Yep.
Okay.
Pick.
And now the Eagles are up. Who are we thinking the Eagles are taking right now, guys?
They need a safety. Brian Branch.
This has got to be the most exciting time during the offseason is the day one of the draft, right? I think everybody gets really hyped for it.
It is.
But, we have day one, and then we have a couple more days following. In 5 days, the Tkgr report is going to have Ryan Thomas and Rob Mullen on to recap all the draft picks. That's coming up this Tuesday.
Send them right to our website. We'll have the profiles on all of our picks.
Yep, and like tonight's draft special is presented to you by 24/7 Buff Fandemonium.
The boss is giving me an assignment, so I'm going to be
And the Bills Mafia, again, 26 shirts. If you haven't been to their website yet, you have to go. It's a must. You're going to be.
What does KC do?
Hmm.
Do they take Charbonnet?
Rob, I was talking. Damn it.
Rob's got a squirrel.
I'm over caffeinated. I should have switched
I
over
get
to
you.
water.
I was saying before you jumped in there with KC that 26 shirts are sponsored. You got to go there, check them out. All their shirts that they design always go towards a charity or a donation, which is freaking sweet. It's a great concept, and check it out. 26 shirts. Squirrel.
It's all right.
That's all right.
Hey, I do the same in the messenger on Facebook. I bury that thing.
No, we figured out today that we work for the same hospital company, and as we were talking about that today, they set up a bird feeder, squirrel feeder right outside our window for a resident that lives upstairs. They wanted to see the squirrels. It's been there for about a week, and I tell you what, it's fun watching the squirrels mess around and the birds come in. But today, those squirrels were fighting. Like 4 of them were like fighting on the ground. I was like, I don't think this is what the person upstairs wanted to see.
No.
There's blood going on the windows. I'm like, man, these squirrels.
Did you
are
realize they're illegal in New York?
squirrels or bird feeders?
No, bird feeders.
Are they?
Yeah,
Bird
because
feeders?
bears have migrated north from Pennsylvania. At least that's what it is down here. Along the Finger Lakes, it's you don't put out a bird feeder. You're getting.
I think there's a time though. I think there's a season for it.
Oh,
What's your doggy's name?
All right, Robin. Jared and I don't know about Rob. We are adamant dog lovers. We absolutely love dogs. And when we see a little pooch coming in the screen, it's like, what's the doggy's name? What's your doggy's name?
Bogart.
Bogart?
He's 10
Nice.
years old. Come here.
Is he a poodle?
Yeah, standard poodle.
Look at him.
Oh, there he is.
We just rescued a 9-year-old. We think he's a German Shepherd pit bull mix.
Oh wow!
And actually it's a she. Her name is Paisley, but this is a guy. Good. The adjustment's gone well, so we're pretty lucky. We wanted to adopt an older dog because the older dogs in the shelters just don't get picked up, and this dog was there for 5 months. So
it's nice of you to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hope it works out.
I love the gray Bogart's face. It's pretty cool.
He's happy about Dalton Kincaid too.
There you go. I'm telling you what, NFL Network, NFL.com, and Kurt Warner all say that the Buffalo Bills got a guy in the Travis Kelce mold.
Yeah, he is. That's the NFL comparison. Watch the tape, and you're going to see Kelce all the way.
Yeah,
I love it.
In fact, in his profile tomorrow, I'll have a couple of different highlight films for you.
Rob, are you wearing a Doug Flutie jersey today?
I am sporting. I'm rocking the little guy.
Yes, Rob's got it going. Doug Flutie.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
So, guys, I'm going to throw out about 10 names, and I'm only doing this because there's only 2 picks left in this draft. I have a feeling I know where these 2 next picks are going.
One of those picks is in.
So I want to know, we went tight end, which is obvious. In the beginning of the show, Jared, you weren't here. We decided that offensive tackle, middle linebacker, and tight end were 3 of our must-haves. But Robin and I agree with Mozzie. I think that would have been a great pickup at Bills at 27. But those 3, we got our tight end. So now we're looking at middle linebacker and offensive tackle. I got a couple names for you. And if available, do you think still going to benefit the Buffalo Bills? Trent Simpson, the guy I thought was going to go in the first round, is still available. Drew Sanders and Diane Henley, which a lot of you guys agree with. Diane Henley is going to be available, and he's going to be a good pickup. So those are the linebackers. And offensive tackles, and I'm going to jump on this one because I think it's a great pickup, would be Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse.
Yes.
DeJuan Jones, Jalen Duncan, and Tyron Steele are still available.
Bergeron is plug and play. You can start him day one.
I love Bergeron.
There you go. So we all can probably consensus that Bergeron would be the pick to go with this. But my next question is, do you think Bean will trade up for him? We traded up to get 2 spots to get the guy we wanted. So obviously Bean is doing what he has to do.
I think you're going to have to because of the tackles that have gone off the board.
Yeah. Right. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised Trenton Simpson's still available.
But so think about his position. It's almost similar to Drew Sanders. I'm dead set against Drew Sanders because where the heck do you play him?
I think he's an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. I don't think he's a 4-3, 4-2-5 middle linebacker at all.
He's big.
Simpson has enough athletic talent. I think you could play him anywhere. I think you could take what we did with Alexander and play him at that spot up around the line of scrimmage because when you watch his tape, he's line of scrimmage wreaking havoc. But he really can drop back and cover too. So you can play him as an off-the-ball middle linebacker. But he's got enough athletic talent. I think you can put him anywhere you want.
Right. I think Trenton Simpson with his speed and his knack for the ball, I think he reminds me a lot of number 58, Matt Milano. To have 2 of those guys in the same spot. Some people may say 2 guys that are similar may be non-beneficial, but if you got 2 guys that can fly to the ball, and if our defensive backs can play more responsibility as far as the middle of the field go, I think that would be a good pickup.
Simpson is a playmaker.
You have to have a middle linebacker, though, if you're looking to fly the ball, has to make contact with those linemen. So is this guy afraid to make contact? Because Milano's game will
Simpson, no.
improve. All right. So
Simpson will hit. I look at him as a modern version of LT. I think you could play him out on the edge if you wanted to. He'd be consistently in the backfield, but he has enough of athletic talent to drop back into coverage. And he proved it at Clemson. He was solid. They used him all over the place. But his nose for the football and getting around blockers, he was difficult. He created havoc. And when you can take a guy and you can line him up in different places, look how the Rams did that with Donald to a lot of effect. You can
Nolan Smith just
Nolan Smith is
Eagles.
gone. Sorry to cut you off.
Did he
No.
really? Well, that's a really solid pick for them.
The Eagles got a good pickup.
Yeah, and another player I didn't want to see in the East.
The rich get richer.
Well,
Oh, ever.
we do play the NFC East this year, so Nolan Smith is gone. Hey guys, Harold Fuller says Bean said some of the wide receivers that got picked he did not have first round grades on. Out of the receivers that were picked, Smith, Njigba, Flowers, Addison, and Quentin Johnson. Which one of those don't you think he had a first round draft pick on?
They're all first round.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Well,
I don't
here's
know
the
what
thing.
Bean had. Well,
You know what that
again,
comment-
let's go back to the best player available. It all depends on what those GMs themselves think. So obviously,
Exactly.
if wide receiver is not a priority, then they're not the first round pick.
If you kind of read into his comments a little bit, the one thing he would have gotten roasted on is like if he took Murphy. People would be like, "Oh, we're doing another defensive end this year,"
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing. And how many people wanted a wide receiver one? How many people wanted Zay Flowers? How many people wanted Addison? It's kind of like, well, if he really didn't value them in this system, that sort of makes sense and it's plausible. You know,
Yep.
What Kincaid brings is everything we've discussed. It just opens up this offense. It's
Right. Well, the thing is we have Stephon Diggs, and Bean has always done a good job about getting good wide receivers in the 4th and 5th round.
oh yeah.
We're
I heard someone
talking
say-
Gabriel Davis. We're talking
Shakir.
Shakir. Yep. So I can't ever see him moving up that much. I mean,
Rick
technically he did get Stephon Diggs in the first round because he gave it up, but
Yeah.
he was smart in that case because he gave it up for someone that was already proven.
I'm going to give you guys 3 names really quick. If Brandon Bean doesn't think that those receivers were first round grades, obviously there has to be ones that are in the 2nd, 3rd round that he thought were first round grades.
Yeah.
Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, and Cedric Tillman.
Yep.
And
Quite possibly.
Mims into that.
Yeah.
Mims, yeah.
So he's got his eye on somebody, one of those guys that I'm betting that he thought was first rounders that he might even trade up in this next round to get.
Well, KC's on the board.
But I also think that the next 2 picks that the Bills do are going to be offensive linemen. So
There you go.
I wouldn't cry.
no.
So the Chiefs are up on the last pick in the first round. You guys are looking at the screen, and you will only see 31 picks. And I'll go back to this because I absolutely love it. Not only did my brother and I get harassed big time by the Miami Dolphins Twitter page, the page that has a lot of people involved in it, and yet they still get harassed a lot because they're not very good page. What's the page called, Jared? You can call them out if you want.
I'm not going to.
Basically, Jared was calling them out on saying the championships in 64 and 65, AFL championships, they weren't considering them championships. Jared made a comment in reference to something that had to do with winning football. He proved with facts that the Bills, in fact, did win championships before the Miami Dolphins.
Here, I'll just explain really quick.
Go ahead.
They pretty much went to Twitter. It was King something on Twitter. He said something along the facts of the fan base that talks the most shit that doesn't have any championships. The wording, right? The championships wording. So I said, no, I must correct you. The Bills do have championships, 64 and 65 AFL championships. And then all of a sudden, Havoc just went crazy. I was getting attacked by all these Dolphins fans. You can't count that. You can't count that. I was like, why not? 64 and 65. Actually, what I actually said was the Bills actually have 2 championships before you have your first. That's what I said. And yeah, I got attacked by it. It's like the wording. Oh, you're wrong. No, it's the wording. You didn't say Super Bowl.
And it wasn't USFL. I mean,
Right.
the NFL had legit teams. KC.
That's why the NFL wanted the NFL to join them. It's because they had legit teams. And that's another thing is you want to go back and tell those players who have the 64, 65 championships that it didn't count. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The Hall of Fame recognizes it.
Not only that, but this guy's got a whole bunch of followers. It's like King Fins or something like that on Twitter. The Tkgr Foundation blocked him. So that tells you how much of a reputable. It's just hilarious. Is that, and not only that, but he does something that I preach to everybody. If you're on a fan page or whatever, it's a set it and forget it mentality. If you want to create a controversy, you create the topic and you leave it alone. This is exactly what this guy did. Which I thought was hilarious. Everyone else was chiming in, but the guy that brought up the topic didn't want to say a word. So cowards. And there's only 31 picks because y'all a bunch of cheaters.
Cheaters.
Casey's pick is in, but they went all the way down to 1 minute, so they were shopping that pick.
They were shopping it.
And a lot of people forget about that tampering and all that stuff with the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, God.
And not only that, with the tampering of last year, but then how they dealt with Tua's concussion.
Well,
that just tells you that they're a shitty organization from the bottom to the top.
Absolutely.
The thing with Brady was ridiculous.
Oh,
So Harold Fuller apparently wants Drew Sanders. And Drew, I'm telling you what, do you think the Bills have found a way to draft Sanders? I'm telling you what, if Trent Simpson, DeJuan Henley, Noah Sewell, or even Dorian Williams are available at that point, I think you grab them before you grab Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders to me is a 3-4 outside linebacker, rushing guy, very slender, below the hips. So he'll be able to be pushed around by these guards and the tackles in the NFL. He may have gotten away with it with Arkansas in college, but he's not going to be able to get away with all that in the NFL. So if it happens, it happens. They can prove me wrong, but I don't think Drew Sanders is a good fit for the Buffalo.
Well, not for our needs. Not as the off the ball middle linebacker. There's going to be too much responsibility. A-gap is one of the bigger ones. Edmonds was excellent in the A-gap. Sanders would get washed out. Guards would be steamrolling him. And he's slow. His first step, he's getting taken by tight ends every time. Just watch the tape. Even the highlight tape shows it. He's got good recovery speed. But he's better on the edge. Scott said it right. That's where he belongs.
Yeah. So Chiefs pick is in. And what time is it? Not bad timing. It's almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's about right on par with where I thought we'd be.
So after this pick, guys, we're going to hit final thoughts up. So give us your final thoughts about the show, the results, and remind people of where they can find you on Twitter. If you have a podcast and all that stuff, let them know. Let them know. We want to know too.
Hyatt here. He's the speed merchant of this draft.
that'd be a good pick for them.
A Jalen Hyatt? Yep, it would be.
What was his 40, Rob?
Well, it wasn't great, but I think he was hurt. And I don't think he ran well at his pro day either. But coming into this draft, of all the profiles in the bios, he was labeled as the speed merchant of this draft. So there wasn't anybody at the combine that ran a good 40 this year.
Right. And they brought in Valdez Scantlin last year. They obviously traded the Giants for Kadarius Toney, and Sky Moore has to have a year now that he needs to prove that he was their second round pick. So maybe a little wide receiver help. I don't know. I've said Spagnoli has always come up with schemes to be able to defend any offense he's played. The first round they grabbed defensive end George Karlaftis, and their defense hasn't changed much.
No. Well, Clark is gone.
Who's that?
Clark.
Yes. Karlaftis will be the starter now, and Charles Omenifu will be the starter there on the other defensive end. But they still have cheap shot Chris Jones there.
Oh,
Oh my
great.
God. Yeah.
They could go interior defensive line, maybe even edge here if they're reaching.
Well, the pick is in.
Sal Capaccio, one of our favorite guys to read on Twitter and listen to on WGR 550, just 28 minutes ago wrote, elite hands, really good route runner, great feel, great instinct. Bean said about Kincaid, says he's basically Cole Beasley in a tight end's body.
That's
Well,
great.
That's
When
pretty
you
nice.
watch the tape,
Okay.
you're going to see Kelsey all the way.
So, guys, the Chiefs just grabbed who I thought was going to go in the third round, Felix Nduku Azomu,
He's decent.
defensive end. I had him late second, early third round. So,
He's a
Hey.
little, and I like his tape, but he's in the Big 12. He had free run. There wasn't a lot of good offensive linemen in that conference.
well, like you said, they're reaching for that Clark backup, and he's
I
6'3", 250 pounds, I think he is.
Yeah, and to go all the way down to under 1 minute, they were shopping that pick, so
Yep.
they didn't get what they wanted.
Yep.
He's not bad. I think you can make something out of him. Matthew Judon is his comparison.
Hmm.
Maybe.
We shall see. So wait, on the clock is now the Pittsburgh Steelers, which was the second round, which will not air until tomorrow. So I'm seeing another reach at the edge, which obviously we've been saying for the whole first round as we saw players go up that weren't expected to go in the first round. The Bills have a lot of potential for the second round. A lot of potential for the second round. I have a couple first round grades still on Trenton Simpson, linebacker. Brian Branch, safety. We already got our tight end, but Michael Mayer is still available, and quarterback Will Levis is still available. So there's a lot of potential the Bills could get, and I can't wait to talk to you guys on Tuesday as the Tkgr report goes live again at 8 p.m. We will talk about all our draft picks, but guys, hit up Twitter, hit up Facebook. You can find every other place that's doing a round 2, round 3 draft tomorrow. But we won't be one of them. We enjoyed this first round. Guys, I want your final thoughts about the draft and throw out some information about where people could find you in your final thought, because that's what it's all about, is hearing your guys' voices, letting us know where we can find you and spreading the love in the Bills Mafia. So I'll start with you, Robin. Go ahead.
Okay, so my final thoughts are this draft kind of did what I thought it was going to do, which was unpredictable.
Yeah.
There weren't as many trades as I thought there might be. We'll be interested to see if that changes any tomorrow. Real excited about Kincaid. I was hoping for defense and Mozzie Smith or Jack Campbell in the second round. Doesn't look like either one's going to be a possibility now. That's okay. I'm good with this because I am going to go to sleep tonight thinking about all kinds of personnel, you name it. It's happening. I am the editor-in-chief on the BuffaloFanbase.com blog. You can find me there. You can find a bunch of other really good writers there as well. And also, I do a podcast on Thursdays. I record Fridays. It drops. Tea Time with Robin. You can find it on your podcast stuff. And I just have to say, I'm really grateful to have had the chance to be here with you guys tonight.
It was nice to
And
have
I
you.
hope we can get together and do this again sometime.
Definitely will.
You have enormously expanded my wealth of knowledge. Like, bingo.
I could tell your mindset sort of changed halfway through the draft.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did.
I think we all did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be with you guys. So thanks so much.
It was great having you.
It
Oh, for
definitely
sure.
was.
Thank you for joining us. What's up, Rob?
Well, I totally agree with what she said. Literally, I could repeat every word, and it's a really very strange draft in some ways, where some second round picks got brought up into mid round. First, I mean, who would have thought Nolan Smith would have fallen that far?
Wow.
Yep.
and some of these other players. I think a lot of needs got addressed by a lot of the teams. I don't think there was kind of any real stretch. It'll be interesting to see how it works out for these quarterbacks, particularly for Carolina, who gave up so much draft capital on a sort of win now quarterback that I don't know would have been the number one in another draft. I had some serious question marks about Stroud that Scott brought up in other conversations that are legit. Richardson's going to be an intriguing prospect. I think he landed with the right team. He's going to be given some time, and there's not as many expectations on him as there will with Young. So that quarterback scenario kind of will be interesting to watch, and I hope the best for everybody, but could not be happier with our 27th pick. Our offense is expanding. Like Bruce said, 12 personnel all day. I'd
Yep.
be happy with it. So, and there's good prospects for us in the second round. Check out the draft profiles. Each selection the next day is going to have a full profile with a lot of tape to watch and get some in-depth knowledge about who we've taken and why we've taken them. And that's where you'll find me.
There you go. Thanks, Rob.
Appreciate it.
Gerald,
Thank you,
what's up,
Rob.
my twin brother?
Got here late. I'm glad I finally made it back. But a tight end. We got a tight end at the 27th pick. Would never have thought that personally. I was watching film a little bit after he was selected and seeing everybody who's like Sal Capaccio and everybody else who compare him to Kelsey or Cole Beasley in a bigger body. That's just makes me feel really good about this offense.
No
To know we
question.
have Dawson Knox and him, it's like Robin said, this offense is going to look the same but different and so dynamic. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
So that's exciting, and I'm excited to see what happens in the next couple of days. Again, we're all going to have a show. Rob and who else is joining us Tuesday, Scott?
Ryan Thomas.
Ryan Thomas Tuesday to recap all these guys. These are dream come trues for all these guys. So it doesn't matter what team they go to. Like I said at the beginning, I'm just happy for these young fellas to get to where they've been working to their whole life, and it's an amazing journey to watch. But when we face them on Sundays, obviously we're going to root against them. There's a lot I could say, but I'm just excited for the Bills going forward to see what they do next. Robin, yeah, we'll get something situated. This is going to be – we're on every Tuesday, so we have a lot of time between now and training camp and stuff, so we'll get you back on and we'll have that conversation. And again, we'll see everybody next Tuesday on the Tkgr Report. I can't wait. Can't wait to see what Swag has to say, too. It's going to be awesome.
There you go.
Go Bills.
Well, thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for commenting. I tried my best to get you guys in the comments, but it's a busy night, as you are all aware. We did a good job, and I thought the Bills did a fantastic job. I did not think with McDermott taking over the defense that we would, for the first time, not pick defense in the first round. So
Right.
McDermott's got to be confident what he's got in defense. We've got a lot of picks left. Tight end, good pick. That tells me Dorsey's going to mature a little bit as a coordinator. Yes. Thank you guys all for joining us. Remember to hit us up, the Tkgr Report, every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Sunday sessions hit you up during the season. It's a pregame show, and I don't want to miss anyone. So, Bills Mafia, thank you. This was fun. Until next year, hit up Buff Fan Base on their Twitter. Check out all their shows and obviously our shows, and then keep up on the www.247buffpandemonium.com website. We will keep you updated on Bills news. Draft profiles are done, Rob. You can take a break for a while. We got some sweet-ass merch, and obviously our sponsor at 26 Shirts. They do an amazing job, very creative, very funny with their shirts, their ideas, and they raise a whole lot of money. $1.75 million is no joke. Del Reed, you've done an amazing job. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's welcome this guy. He's wearing the red, white, and blue. Hey, go get his jersey. Love you guys. Thank you for joining us. Hey, I always end the show by saying cheers.
Cheers and go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
this is a dangerous groups that we're dealing with now.